Table of Contents. The Indo-Pak War of 1947 to 1948. The Battle. Brave the Param Vir Chakra Stories, the Indo-Pak War of 1947 to 1948. In the wake of independence and the painful partition that cleaved British India into two nations, India and Pakistan found themselves on the precipice of conflict over the princely state of Jammu and Kashmir, a land steeped in beauty and turmoil. The year was June 1947, when the announcement of partition sent ripples throughout the subcontinent. The 600 princely states that populated the region were faced with a monumental choice: to accede to either India or Pakistan, or to remain independent altogether. Most rulers chose to align with the nation that shared their borders and cultural affinities, hastily signing their allegiances. Yet, among them, Maharaja Hari Singh of Jammu and Kashmir adopted a more cautious stand. He opted for a standstill agreement, a temporary measure allowing the continuance of existing administrative arrangements while urging restraint from both nations in forcing a quick decision upon his state. This delicate equilibrium, however, was shattered when Pakistan, citing the substantial Muslim majority of Kashmir, rushed to assert its claim. While they signed on to the standstill agreement, the ground realities shifted swiftly. Within months of India's newfound freedom, an invasion planned in the shadows commenced. Merciless Pathan tribesmen, ex-soldiers, and deserters, all acting in concert with Pakistan's military, infiltrated into Jammu and Kashmir. Armed and emboldened, they rolled into the region, intent on seizing control. As October 1947 approached, the borders of Kashmir became a battleground. Villages near the frontier faced brutal raids marked by horrifying acts of plunder, destruction, and unspeakable violence. The raiders, indifferent to religious identities, tore through the landscape, leaving a trail of devastation and despair in their wake. Women and children were not spared. They were abducted and taken as spoils of war, while the bodies of the slain turned the once peaceful homes into morbid memories. Initially, the Jammu and Kashmir military resisted these invasions, standing as a bulwark against the chaos. Yet, as the ferocity of the attacks intensified and overran their defenses, Maharaja Hari Singh realized the dire need for assistance beyond his state's capabilities. In a moment of urgency, he reached out to India for help. Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, understanding the geopolitical significance of Kashmir, made a pivotal diplomatic maneuver. He agreed to send troops, but only if the Maharaja would formally accede to India via the instrument of accession. This document was the lifeline that would allow Indian forces to legally intervene. With a heavy heart yet steadfast resolve, Maharaja Hari Singh signed the instrument, allowing Indian troops to storm into the valleys of Jammu and Kashmir, promising to protect the people against further invasion. In record time, troops and equipment were airlifted to Srinagar, marking the beginning of a bloody struggle against the entrenched raiders. The conflict unfolded with ferocity as the Indian forces worked to regain territory lost to the marauders. Towns like Baramulla and Uri, once steeped in fear and chaos, became the focal points of fierce battles. The Indian army, undeterred by the rugged terrain, recaptured significant locations, laying claims to Janga, Rajouri, Tithwal, Kargil, and more. The audacious capture of Joji La Pass served as a testament to their bravery, tanks rolling where none had imagined possible, inching forth against the harsh altitude's demands. In the throes of conflict, as battles rage on, diplomatic overtures were made. In a bid to bring a semblance of peace, Nehru turned to the United Nations for intervention, and after arduous negotiations, a ceasefire was established in January 1949. This ceasefire called for Pakistan to withdraw its forces while allowing India to maintain a minimal military presence in Kashmir to uphold order. By the end of the war, Pakistan retained approximately two-fifths of the region, while India secured control over the remaining territories, which included the most fertile and prosperous lands. The toll of the conflict was severe, with each nation suffering an estimated loss of 1,500 soldiers, a harrowing reminder of the cost of war. The valor displayed by the Indian Army did not go unnoticed. Numerous units distinguished themselves through acts of heroism, leading to the awarding of 11 battle honors and 1 theatre honor. The names and their legacies spoke of bravery: Gurez, Kargil, Naushera, Srinagar, Punj, Tithwal, Rajouri, and Jojila, forever etched in the annals of history. Amidst the echoes of gunfire and the shadows of fallen heroes stood 5 soldiers, heralded for their extraordinary courage and dedication. Major Somnath Sharma, Naik Karam Singh, and Company Havildar Major Piru Singh Shekhawat meritoriously received the Param Vir Chakra, independent India's highest gallantry award, posthumously acknowledging their ultimate sacrifice for their homeland. Lance Naik Karam Singh and 2nd Lieutenant Rama Raghobarane, who survived the war's horrors, wore the medal with pride, a reminder of their indomitable spirit amidst the chaos. Thus, the Indo-Pak War of 1947 to 1948 not only marked the beginning of a tumultuous relationship between two nations, but also gave rise to tales of incredible bravery, sacrifice, and unwavering dedication, principles embodied by those who fought valiantly for the land they loved. The whispered legacies of this monumental conflict remain alive in the hearts of those who continue to honor the Param Vir, the brave ones who dared to confront the storm for cherished beliefs and freedoms. Somnath Sharma. As I arrived 15 minutes early for my interview with Lieutenant General, retired, Surendranath Sharma, I felt a surge of anticipation. The former engineer-in-chief of the Indian Army and younger brother of the late Major Somnath Sharma, the general was known not just for his remarkable military career but also for his vibrant recounting of his brother's extraordinary bravery during the tumultuous period of the Indo-Pak War of 1947 to 1948. I settled down in the inviting lobby of his well-decorated home in Defence Colony, New Delhi, a setting that spoke volumes of his refined taste and the legacy he upheld. Moments later, the svelte and remarkably vigorous 90-year-old Sherwoodian appeared, exuding an unmatched charm. The instant I met his firm handshake and engaging gaze, I was instantly captivated. His memory was sharp, his grasp of events, names, and dates astonishing. The British lilt in his accent, coupled with his delightful wit and age-old courtesy, set a congenial tone. He held the door open for me and even walked me to my car at the conclusion of our interaction, embodying the essence of true gentlemanly class. As I prompted him with questions, a shift occurred in his demeanor when he began to speak of Major Somnath Sharma. Pride drenched his voice, vivid memories surged forth as he narrated tales of the schoolboy Somi who, with great enthusiasm, would rally his friends from the neighborhood for mock parades. When the conversation turned to Somi's innocent infatuation with a young girl during his last visit to Rawalpindi in 1947, a gentle laugh escaped Lt. Jain Sharma. "We don't discuss ladies," he quipped, displaying a light-hearted gallantry that disarmed me. However, it was the way he effortlessly transported me to the Battle of Badgam that left a lasting impression. I could vividly visualize the whirl of valor and chaos that characterized that defining moment in India's military history. Badgam, Jammu and Kashmir. /TextBF, 3rd November 1947. Under the grueling rays of the sun, Major Somnath Sharma rested his plastered left arm against the trench's edge, momentarily shielding his eyes to scan the horizon. The fading sun hinted that they still had a few hours of daylight, critical for the maneuver he needed to execute soon to return his company to the safety of the Srinagar airfield before nightfall. Having experienced a challenging morning filled with tension, he finally felt some semblance of relaxation. That morning, a fighting patrol consisting of A and D companies from 4 Kumaon under Somi's command, alongside one company of 1 Para Kumaon led by Captain Ronald Wood, was dispatched to Badgam. Intelligence reports had warned them about an approaching Lashkar of 1,000 Pathans led by Pakistani army regulars heading towards Srinagar. Their mission aimed to seize the Srinagar airfield and isolate the Indian army by cutting off vital supply lines. The patrol was charged with locating these raiders and engaging them in Badgam, a small village just a few miles from the airfield. By daybreak, Major Sharma reported that his company had secured a hillock west of the village, where they had dug trenches. Meanwhile, 1 Para Kumaon, establishing their position southeast of Badgam, observed the village to be suspiciously quiet. Sharma noticed the villagers' wariness, their hushed movements betraying an undercurrent of fear. Some huddled together in a nearby nala, seemingly seeking refuge. A sense of uneasy calm prevailed, leading higher command to order 1 Para Kumaon to scout eastward before returning to the airfield after coordinating with 1 Punjab. They complied, returning to Srinagar by 1 p.m., underlining the belief that all was well. With Badgam remaining calm, orders flowed in for Sharma to begin the withdrawal of his companies. By 2 p.m., he learned that a company was on its way back. Somi chose to retain the company in position until later that evening. Supported by Brigadier L.P. Singh, who had fought alongside him in the battles of the Arakan in 1944-45, they awaited the right moment to move. However, as Lt. Gen. Sharma thoughtfully took a sip of lemonade, he grimaced at a harsh reality. The people Somi mistook for villagers were, in fact, Pathans disguised as locals, concealing weapons beneath their loose chogas, he revealed sorrowfully. Concealed movements of the Lashkar, led by a crafty Pakistani major, had the raiders mixing in among the civilians. Around 2 p.m., as a company departed Badgam, the seemingly peaceful villagers began to melt away, repositioning themselves menacingly around the company. The Pakistani major seized this moment and, having accumulated approximately 700 men, unleashed an unexpected attack on Somi and his company of about 90 soldiers, severely outnumbered, a staggering ratio of 7-1. Lt. Gen. Sharma recalled with furrowed brow, it was approximately 2:30 p.m. when gunfire fractured the tranquility. Somi and his men were taken off guard as a barrage of bullets erupted from the village. Initially hesitant to return fire for fear of harming innocent civilians, Somi quickly understood the gravity of the assault as the raiders surged up from the west. In those crucial moments, hundreds descended upon his company, unleashing an onslaught of mortar and automatic fire, Lt. Gen. Sharma elaborated. The vast majority of these attacking Pathans were not seasoned fighters. They operated under the direction of Viceroy's commissioned officers along with experienced Pakistani army soldiers who served as their backbone. Amidst the disarray, Somi rose as a beacon of unyielding courage. Accounts relayed by surviving soldiers captured his relentless energy as he darted from trench to trench, motivating his men to retaliate. The initial onslaught was repelled, but the relentless Pathans drew confidence from their overwhelming numbers and began to close in. Suddenly, the company found themselves encircled on 3 sides, as the hillside reverberated with the shouts of zealots chanting, Allahu Akbar. Determined to defend their position, Somi urgently summoned the brigade commander for reinforcements, fully aware they would take time to arrive. He knew the dire importance of delaying the enemy until reinforcements could arrive to secure the path to Srinagar. With valor etched into his very being, Somi insisted they hold their ground, firing the last of their ammunition with fierce resolve. The .303 rifles of his soldiers, despite their age and conditions, stood as a testament to their fight against the Pathan's medium machine guns. Somi compelled his men to believe in their cause as he risked his own safety by charging across open ground to encourage the remaining soldiers. The struggle dragged on for nearly 5 hours, extending precious time for reinforcements to arrive and strengthen the defense of the airfield. As ammo dwindled, Somi received orders to retreat but resolutely refused. "I will not withdraw an inch," he declared defiantly. "We are under continuous fire and the enemy is within 50 yards. I shall fight until the last man and the last bullet." Tragically, within minutes of his claim, tragedy struck. While crouched in a trench beside a brain gunner, a mortar shell detonated catastrophically, instantly killing Somi and several others nearby, including his Sahayak and a junior commissioned officer. His last stand embodied the essence of duty, illuminating the path for his men who, inspired by his remarkable leadership, refused to yield. The non-commissioned officers took control in the aftermath, holding the enemy back for an additional hour, encapsulating the spirit of camaraderie and sacrifice. In a moment of quiet valor, Lance Naik Karam Singh emerged as another hero. Understanding the dire predicament of his comrades, he rallied those remaining men, pooled their meager ammunition, and boldly proclaimed that he would hold the enemy at bay while the others retreated to safety. That final decision led Balwant and 3 others to charge into battle, giving their lives to ensure their comrades could escape. By the end of this fierce struggle, Major Sharma's valiance had delayed the raiders long enough for the Indian Army to assemble and fortify the defences at the Srinagar airfield. As more troops and resources streamed in from the Indian Air Force, the semblance of safety began to permeate the airfield. On the morning of 5th November, armed with urgency and newfound resolve, the Indian Army mounted a counterattack on Badgam, reclaiming the land and confirming the loss of over 300 raiders, an indicator of the ferocious battle it had been. The Pathans, unaccustomed to such fierce resistance, began retreating, their spirit shattered alongside their fallen. In the aftermath of the Battle of Badgam, 4 Kumaon mourned the loss of Major Somnath Sharma, posthumously awarded the Param Vir Chakra, PVC, India's highest wartime honour, for his exceptional fortitude. Along with him, Subedar Prem Singh Mehta and 20 of his brave men also paid the ultimate price, while 26 more sustained injuries in defiance of overwhelming odds. As my interview with Lt. Gen. Sharma concluded, I turned off my dictaphone to see him standing before a striking oil portrait of his brother, adorned in his military uniform, resplendent with medals, a symbol of pride capturing a fleeting moment in time. Somnath died doing what he believed was his duty. He was not there to die, he was there to fulfill the mission at hand, Lt. Gen. Sharma reflected, his voice enveloped in a blend of sorrow and admiration, a steeliness coursing through his solemn gaze. Maj Somnath Sharma's legacy, born on 31st January 1923 in Jammu, stands as one of courage and sacrifice in the annals of military history. He was raised among a family steeped in military tradition. His father, Major General Amarnath Sharma, carved his own path in the medical corps, while both his brothers also took on significant roles in the army, establishing a remarkable lineage. From a young age, Somi exhibited a passionate commitment to the military, leading him to the Prince of Wales Royal Indian Military College, now Rashtriya Indian Military College, and then on to military training during World War II at the Indian Military Academy, IMA. There, despite the brevity of formal training, he graduated and joined Fort Kumaon at just 19 years old, quickly establishing himself in some of the fiercest campaigns against formidable foes in the Arakan region during the Burma War. His exploits have become the stuff of legends, particularly the remarkable act of gallantry when he carried a wounded soldier to safety against a ragging backdrop of war, exposing himself to enemy fire, a bold action reflecting his fearless spirit. After the horrors of war, he returned to India, taking on the challenges present in Punjab during a period of civil unrest in 1947. His organizational prowess and compassionate leadership left an indelible mark on those he worked with, where he helped maintain peace during chaotic times. When called to defend Kashmir, despite his arm being in plaster from a prior injury, the indomitable Somi refused to remain off the front line, instead insisting on leading his men. That bravery and commitment culminated in his meteoric rise to being a symbol of resilience and hope within the Indian military nucleus. Today, Maj Somnath Sharma's story is revered, echoing through books and army corridors alike as a tale of unyielding courage. As a beacon of inspiration, the training grounds at the Kumaon Regimental Centre bear his name, with the Somnath Sharma ground standing as a solemn tribute to his legacy, witnessed by new generations of soldiers who take their first steps toward honor, commitment, and duty there, inspired by his bravery above all. Thus, the story of Major Somnath Sharma mirrors a life dedicated to service, a life that ignites the hearts of those who walk the path of valiance and honor as they aspire to echo his legacy. Karam Singh, A Tale of Bravery. /TextTBF, Richhmar Gali, Kashmir. /TextTBF, 13th October 1948. The air was thick with tension, and the faint smell of gunpowder lingered in the crisp morning light at Richhmar Gali. A sick soldier, his brow knitted with worry, peered vigilantly out from the trench. Dushman nedhe si. Assi tin si, te chautha tu hu ki kariye? The enemy has come close. We are just 3, and you are the 4th, what do we do? He whispered anxiously to his section commander, Lance Naik Karam Singh, who stood beside him, unwavering and tall like an ancient oak. Karam Singh was a striking figure, a true embodiment of a warrior. More than 6 feet in height, his proud upturned moustache and thick dark beard added to his formidable presence. Clutched in his hands was a .303 rifle, and his trousers were soaked in blood, a grim testament to the fierce gunfight that had transpired earlier. He and his men had fought valiantly, managing to repel the initial wave of the Pakistani attack, but now the enemy was back, relentless and vigorous. Karam Singh did not respond to his comrade's fearful query. His focused gaze was fixed on the armed soldiers advancing with grim determination towards their outpost. They were a mere 4 against an overwhelming force, battered and wounded from the previous onslaught. The sound of intermittent gunfire mixed with the thundering shells echoed ominously, inflicting further chaos and bloodshed. His mind raced as he weighed his options. Firing back at the enemy would be futile given their sheer numbers and the dwindling ammunition. There was no way to resupply from their main company, which was far behind, and the enemy was drawing perilously close. In a moment of quiet resolve, Karam Singh reached into his rucksack, retrieving a grenade. With a quick bite, he severed the pin, swung his arm in a wide arc, and hurled it towards the enemy, shouting, "Jo bole so nihal, Sat Shri Akal." The grenade arced through the air like a comet, crashing into the ground amidst the enemy formation. The blast resounded throughout Richhmar Gali, a deafening roar that rendered the advancing soldiers into chaos. Some fell screaming, while others stumbled in panic. Only then did Karam Singh turn to his weary comrades, their mud-stained faces displaying fatigue and fear. Jado 80 ithe jaan de dein stand saadi कीमत वाढ़ जावेगी, he declared, his voice steady with conviction. If we die fighting, we will always be remembered. He continued, said पीछे बठेरे ने लगने वाले. Sari company said पीछे है. There are many who will continue the fight after we die. With a firm resolve, he rummaged through his pack for another grenade and hurled it towards the remaining enemy troops, another explosion breaking the stillness of the valley. It was approximately 6 a.m. when the fierce assault commenced, in conjunction with a significant religious holiday, Eid. The Pakistani forces were spearheading an attempt to reclaim their losses to the Indian Army, and Karam Singh, commanding the Alpha Company outpost, found himself and his men horrendously outnumbered. But courage surged within their chests. They were determined not to yield to fear or despair. In a relentless push, the enemy soldiers advanced in waves, seeking to overtake the Alpha Company of the 1 Sikh battalion that Karam commanded. The initial assault at 6 a.m. was only the precursor to a second, equally severe wave at 9:30 a.m. The men of 1 Sikh would recount tales for years to come about how Karam Singh's bravery turned the tide, pushing back the enemy with calculated grenade throws that felled multiple assailants. However, Karam Singh quickly grasped the grim reality: they could not hold out much longer. The odds had gone from favorable to bleak, 1 soldier against 10. With 3 of his men grievously injured and ammunition running dangerously low, Karam Singh made the crucial decision to fall back to the main company, but not without his injured comrades. With little regard for his safety, he called upon the 4th soldier, the only one untouched by injuries, and together they lifted their 2 wounded brothers through a hailstorm of enemy fire. It was a treacherous journey, but they persevered, finally reaching the relative safety of the main company's bunkers. Around 10 a.m., the enemy attacked once more, this time targeting the company position. Undeterred despite his own injuries, Karam Singh rallied his men from the front line trenches, motivating them to resist with the fervor of Khalsa warriors. Amidst the relentless mortar fire, he moved from bunker to bunker, encouraging the wounded and instilling courage in those still fighting, a beacon of hope at the center of despair. As the assaults continued, Karam Singh's injuries compounded, yet he remained steadfast in his commitment to his men and cause. Around 1 p.m., during the 5th wave of attack, he immortalized his valor, an act that would resonate throughout the annals of military history. The enemy soldiers surged forward, and the exhaustion weighed heavily on Karam Singh. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he trained his gun on the foes advancing amidst the smoke of exploded grenades. Suddenly, 2 enemy soldiers breached the last few yards, dangerously close to his position. Without a moment of hesitation, Karam Singh affixed the bayonet to his rifle and leaped out of the trench, his war cry echoing through the valley. The first soldier was met with brutal force as Karam thrust the blade into his chest, taking the enemy by surprise. Swiftly, he dispatched the second soldier in a manner forged from sheer instinct and battlefield training. The gruesome encounter inspired fear in the hearts of Karam Singh's adversaries, causing the enemy to momentarily retreat. Yet, their persistence became evident as they mounted attack after attack, a testament to their resolve. It wasn't until 7 p.m. that the enemy finally conceded after a relentless series of 8 assaults, all repulsed by Karam Singh's unwavering platoon. The soldiers had fired over 3,000 artillery shells, inflicting devastating damage, yet they could not crush the indomitable spirit of the men of one Sikh. The battalion faced heavy losses, with 10 soldiers killed and 37 wounded, but they had successfully defended their position. Later, Major General K.S. Thimaya, DSO, would call this a uniquely magnificent fight. For his extraordinary valor and unparalleled dedication, Lance Naik Karam Singh was awarded the Param Vir Chakra, the highest military honor in India. He would become the first soldier to receive this distinction while still alive. Despite surviving the battle, Karam Singh's journey did not end there. He marched with pride to the newly independent nation's first president, Dr. Rajendra Prasad, to receive his PVC, a symbol of honor born of unimaginable courage. This was not his first gallantry award. Previously, he had earned a military medal for his bravery in Burma while serving under British command. His patriotism, bravery, and commitment to the nation led to him being one of the few chosen by Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru to hoist the national flag on the Day of Independence, 15th August 1947. Karam Singh lived to the age of 77, eventually rising to the rank of honorary captain in his beloved battalion. In 1993, he passed away peacefully at home, leaving a legacy of bravery and inspiration. His comrades and battalion would remember him not just as a war hero, but as a man who unified and inspired others, a leader who stood tall against the staggering odds. Years later, I sought to uncover more of Karam Singh's story through Subedar Kala Singh, a retired soldier who had served alongside him. My journey took me out of Bhatinda, through quaint village roads to his home in Chehlamwali, where I was welcomed with the warmth of traditional Punjabi hospitality, endless glasses of sour lassi and homemade rotis slathered in ghee and pickles. The twinkle in Kala Singh's eye as he spoke of Karam Singh illustrated the impact the brave soldier had on those around him. We all knew Saab had earned a military medal in Burma, he recalled fondly. He may not have spoken much of it, yet his courage during the Battle of Richhmar Gali is legendary. Kala's stories provided insight into Karam Singh's character. He recounted how, as quartermaster Havaldar of one Sikh, Karam Singh had made it his mission to ensure fairness and transparency in every action he undertook. With a laugh, Kala shared an incident that showcased Karam's forthrightness. When he discovered that sugar sacks sold to the battalion were being soaked in water to increase their weight, Karam confronted the dishonest mill owner, leading to a confrontation that saw Karam standing firm in the face of powerful connections. Though this led to his initial dismissal from service, he fought back against the injustice with the bravery of a true soldier, seeking an audience with the President of India until the unfair ruling was overturned. Karam Singh was born on 15 September 1915, while the world bore witness to the devastating effects of World War I. Growing up in Sehna village, near Sangarur in Punjab, he worked diligently in the fields and was an accomplished kabaddi player. Despite never receiving formal education, his intelligence and sharp instincts propelled him up the ranks of the military, where he was enrolled in the army on 15 September 1941. During his service, he became renowned not only for his athletic prowess in events such as high jump and pole vault but also for the courage and bravery that earned him respect among his peers. His many accolades, including the prestigious military medal earned in Burma, established him as a hero within his battalion at a remarkably young age. In the early 1950s, Karam Singh married Gurdial Kaur, and the couple welcomed two children, a son who would eventually turn to farming and a daughter who married and started her family. Karam Singh's legacy is enshrined in the hearts of those who know of his unparalleled bravery during the 1948 Indo-Pak War, a testament to the spirit of the Indian soldier, forever remembered as a lion-hearted warrior with a soul of steel. His story serves as a timeless reminder of the courage and sacrifice that define true heroes in the face of adversity. Rama Raghoba Rane. The Tale of Rama Raghoba Rane. /TextTBF, Brave the Param Vir Chakra Stories, Chapter Rama Raghoba Rane. /TextIt, Jammu and Kashmir, April 1948. In the heart of Jammu and Kashmir, amidst the chaos of war, Major Rama Raghoba Rane found himself in a perilous situation. Crawling beneath a Stuart tank that inched its way across a treacherous minefield, Rane pressed his body into the cold earth, his determination far outweighing the searing pain in his leg, which bore the ugly scars of a mortar blast. Each massive movement of the tank above him reverberated through the ground and into his bones, a constant reminder of the danger lurking above, but he had a mission to complete, one that demanded his unwavering focus. With both hands gripping thick ropes tethered to the tank, Rane employed a crude yet effective signaling system. Pulling on the rope in his right hand brought the tank to a halt whenever he spotted an ominous depression in the ground, a telltale sign of anti-tank mines lying in wait. Mere moments later, after deftly clearing away the debris and disarming the deadly device, he would tug on the left rope, resuming their steady advance toward the besieged town of Rajouri, where innocent lives hung in the balance, threatened by the ruthless Pakistani raiders bent on inflicting unimaginable horrors. Aware that every second mattered, Rane had created this ingenious method to navigate the perilous minefield under the protective cover of armored vehicles. The battleground was a living hell, with constant enemy machine gun fire raining down on his unit, leaving little room for error. The stakes were razor sharp. He was not simply clearing mines, he was saving lives. As Rane continued his grim work, the images of racism and violence began to blur in his mind, overshadowed by his singular focus on the task at hand. He spotted another mine and signaled the tank to halt. With his dirty, calloused hands, he meticulously moved stones and rubble aside. Sweat trickled down his brow as he gently opened the cover of the mine, reaching in to deactivate the fuse. A sigh of relief escaped his lips as he closed the mine back up, ready to signal the tank once more. Back in Noida, Colonel J. P. Chopra, a Veer Chakra recipient, reminisced about the grim times he had spent with Rane in the engineers unit. Even at the age of 89, the memories remained vivid. We fought side by side, he recalled fondly, reminiscing about the dark days of late 1947 when war loomed ominously over their lives, forcing them into the chaotic theatre of Kashmir. The attack from Pakistani forces was relentless, hitting from multiple fronts, including the Srinagar airfield and the crucial Jammu axis. With the Indian army retreating from Jhangar to Naushera, plans were quickly put in place for a counteroffensive. Rane, with his team of 22 brave souls, was tasked with making way for the tanks to breach the raiders' stronghold and move toward Rajouri. The rough terrain, often characterized by swollen nalas and treacherous floods, belied the intensity of their mission. Their only sustenance was the scanty dry shakrapras, the backdrop to a race against time and the grim spectre of death. Indeed, the war had an uncanny way of rewriting destiny while marking the men caught in its throes. On that fateful day, the darkness of war descended in an unexpected wave of mortar explosions, claiming 4 lives, friends and comrades, who had plucked up courage against the odds. As a splinter struck Rane, severing skin and muscle on his thigh, his steely resolve stood unscathed. He refused medical evacuation, insisting instead on receiving first aid. That was the nature of true courage, a refusal to yield, a will to protect. With the dawn of 9th April, Rane resumed his determined efforts. Daylight shed new clarity on their burdens. He swiftly cleared the landslide obstructing their path to Rajouri. Each time the tanks halted, he and his unit worked tirelessly to obliterate the obstacles strewn across the road. Their progress was hampered not only by physical barriers, but also by the unrelenting enemy fire. Nightfall found them camped, our hero digging himself a trench, surrendering momentarily to exhaustion yet resolutely preparing for the fight ahead. The days bled into one another. On 12th April, Rane's sweat-soaked clothing clung to him as he ensured the safe passage of tanks toward Rajouri, guiding them like a lighthouse through a storm. Each mile gained felt like a hard-won victory until they finally reached Rajouri, but the images awaiting them were haunting. The once vibrant town was now a haunting husk, ghostly and stained with the crimson memories of innocent lives lost. Mass graves filled with bodies, a harrowing testament to the atrocities committed. Yet, the arrival of the Indian army marked an end to the rampant violence ravaging the town. With the flicker of hope providing relief to the returning refugees, Rane and his engineers found themselves honored for their gallant deeds. Rane was awarded the unassailable Param Vir Chakra for a feat of bravery that would become a poignant part of Indian military history. Among those who most cherished the tales of Rane's valor was his beloved wife, Mrs. Rajeshwari Rane. Each recollection brought a soft smile to her lips, a reminder of the deep love that wove their lives together just as strongly as his lifetime of service. She shared how, during a ceremony at her school, she caught his eye, a moment immortalized in time, the moment that sparked a love story. Love at first sight it was, as the young girl, barely 19, sang a welcome song to the celebrated hero. Rane's heart was captured, and he swiftly expressed his desire to pledge his life to her. The age difference was no hindrance. Rajeshwari's family welcomed this soldier as their own. They wed in February 1955, sealing a bond that would ultimately transcend the annals of time. Years later, as Mrs. Rane sat in Pune reminiscing about her husband, she cherished not just tales of courage and valor but also the warmth of his heart. From jumping into a well to save a child to intervening in street riots, Rane embodied heroism not only on the battlefield but in everyday life. During the communal riots of 1962 in Calcutta, as he ventured into dangerous territories to maintain peace, Rajeshwari waited anxiously, her heart heavy with worry. Rana Raghoba Rane traced his roots to the Konkan Kshatriya Maratha community of Karwar, his legacy steeped in martial tradition. Born on 26 June 1918, his adventurous spirit and passion for sports shaped a future destined for great feats. When World War II erupted, he enlisted with the Bombay Sappers, earning commendations that highlighted his bravery and quick thinking, including the Distinguished Commandant's Cane awarded for his outstanding recruitment. Post-war, Rane continued to serve valiantly, garnering respect from peers and superiors. His career spanned multiple decades, including heroic efforts during peacekeeping missions, such as the Mahaprabhu Mela in Kashmir. Though he retired as a major in June 1968, the call to serve lingered, prompting him to remain in service until 1971. Rana's journey ended far too soon. He passed away in 1994. His legacy endures in the hearts of many. The tales of his heroism, his compassion, and his courage live on through the memories held by his beloved wife, Rajeshwari, and the nation he bravely served. Jadunath Singh. The tale of Jadunath Singh. *** Tandhar, Kashmir. 6th February, 1948 ***. The dawn of 6th February had yet to break, casting a pallid grey over the Kashmir landscape. Frost coated the grass in a delicate white blanket, hiding its vibrant green base. The swirling mist that had rolled in overnight clung to the Tendhar ridge like an unwelcome spectre. Amidst this desolate beauty, 10 men from 9 platoon, C Company, of the 1 Rajput battalion, sat in guarded silence around picket number 2. The heavy air hung with unspoken concerns, each soldier nursing steaming enamel mugs of tea, sweetened with milk powder, as the bitter chill seeped through their uniforms, mingling with their exhaustion from yet another cold and restless night. Their primary duty was clear: to defend their picket against any enemy attacks. Positioned strategically on the left shoulder of the Tendhar range, they were acutely aware of their precarious situation. The whispers of their commanding officers floated through the barracks, warning of imminent danger. Intelligence briefings hinted at an increasing congregation of Pakistani raiders converging towards Nowshera, their intentions malignant and directed towards the capture of Kashmir. Despite the palpable tension, the days passed without incident until now. Unbeknownst to the men huddled in their trenches, the stillness was merely the calm before the storm. Thousands of enemy fighters had stealthily crept towards their isolated post under the shroud of night, lying in wait for the first light of day to launch an attack. As the shadows deepened and twilight settled, I found myself navigating the bustling B's military station, home to the storied 4 guards. The drive had been challenging. The chaotic flow of vehicles, tractors, cars, and motorcycles was helmed by brightly turbaned men who seemed utterly indifferent to the traffic laws of the road. After hours of anticipation, I had arrived at the heart of this revered battalion. Over 50 years had passed since Naik Jadunath Singh, sometimes recorded as Yadunath Singh, had laid down his life. Much time had eroded the trails of history, and I felt the weight of despair as I realized that those who had fought alongside him at Tendhar were gone, their stories carried away with them into oblivion. The absence of a family to recount his tale further crushed my hopes. Yadunath had never married, and I feared I'd struggle to reconstruct the narrative of his heroism. My search for answers and closure led me to B's, where the 4 guards were stationed. With little to guide me aside from the memoirs of Lieutenant Colonel Kishan Singh Rathore, a captain during the pivotal battle at Tendhar, I hoped to glean insights from the past. His words echoed with gravity. Since the enemy was so close, there was no question of covering fire. It was solely hip-firing and lobbing grenades. We were thankful they didn't attack from the flanks. Had darkness fallen upon us that fateful night, we would have been annihilated. Instead, against all odds, the enemy blew their retreat bugle, and with that, the tides shifted. Major Gurdial Singh of 3 Rajput arrived, leading to an unprecedented loss for the enemy, over 1,000 men. The consequences of that day were harrowing. It took a week to clear the bodies littering the battlefield. The enemy, too proud to claim their dead, allowed the stench to permeate the area, rendering it unapproachable. Additional accounts reached me from retired Brigadier N. Bahri of the 4 Grenadiers, settled comfortably in Noida. His recollections flickered with sentiment as he recounted hearing tales of Yadunath from Subedar Major Ami Singh, who had commanded the very platoon engaged in the Tendhar battle. Ami would recount the events with such passion, his voice trembling even years later. Brig Bahri shared, his eyes glistening with unshed memories. With curiosity urging me onward, I embarked on a 9-hour journey from Delhi to B's, hoping to uncover Yadunath's legacy hidden within the battalion's archives. Soon after crossing the serene Bees River, its gentle flow whispering tales of the past, I arrived at the imposing gates of the Param Vir Pathan, 4 guards. Inside, the history echoed from every corner. Brune's bungalow, named after the first commandant Major George Sackville Brown, stood proudly, a piece of living history. Inside, I was greeted by Mess Havaldar R.D. Tiwari, who welcomed me to the Yadunath parade ground, where a glimmering bust of the valiant soldier served as a testament to his bravery. Lieutenant Aditya Tawar, a dedicated fourth-generation officer, guided me through the display of framed photographs honoring Yadunath and his brave comrades. In another room, stacks of war diaries, old and fragile, lay neatly arranged, each one a treasure trove of memories. Kashmir, 6th February 1948, Aditya pointed to the inscribed records, detailing Yadunath's gallant stand. Alongside the diaries, I saw 23 glass jars filled with earth from the battlegrounds where the battalion fought valiantly, each one labelled with a place of battle honor. As I absorbed the history surrounding me, while Havaldar Pramesh and Lieutenant Tawar discussed Yadunath's bravery in hushed tones, I realized a profound truth: soldiers do not perish merely from the wounds they sustain in battle. They remain alive in our memories and the stories we tell. Though time and death may claim their lives, the bravery of soldiers like Yadunath Singh lives on in the hearts of those who remember. /TextBF, the conflict. Upon India's independence, Jammu and Kashmir stood at a crossroads, its Maharaja hesitating to accede to either India or Pakistan. Pakistan conspired to destabilize the region, deploying raiders to wreak havoc on the peaceful towns along the border. The Maharaja sought assistance from the nascent Indian government, but their response was clear: the army could not intervene outside their borders unless the region was formally acceded. It was only after the Maharaja's reluctant signature on the accession document that Indian forces were dispatched. The 1 Rajput battalion was among the first responders, integrating new companies and gearing up for operations in Jammu and Kashmir as they arrived in Naushera by 8 December 1947. Under the 50 Para Brigade, they were tasked with securing vital locations including PT 2533, Area Court, Tain Dhar and PT 3754, creating a bulwark along the Jammu-Naushera-Rajouri-Poonch road axis. Patrols were undertaken regularly, but warnings of impending attacks loomed large overhead. On the night of 5 to 6 February, intelligence cues indicated that enemy forces massed north of Naushera, suggesting a forthcoming assault, most likely at Tain Dhar, where Naik Yadunath bravely manned a precarious position with his small detachment. /TextBF, 6th February 1948, the battle begins. As dawn broke, painting the horizon in hues of orange, Yadunath squinted into the distance, discerning small, moving figures that emerged from the fog, igniting a cold dread within him. His heart raced as he realized the veracity of his observations. Through the mist, he could make out the unmistakable forms of armed Pakistani raiders, steadily advancing towards them. The time for battle had come. Yadunath's heart quickened. The small unit of 10 men was all that lay between an unfathomable wave of enemy combatants and their lines. As the warriors surged forward, he rallied his men, instructing them to take defensive positions as the first shots rang out, echoing off the mountainsides. The skies filled with the cries of Allahu Akbar as the enemy surged forth in waves, an unrelenting tide of aggression fueled by promises of wealth and glory. Despite the odds, Yadunath and his men unleashed a relentless defense, raining grenades upon their attackers. Hand-to-hand combat soon erupted, with the clang of bayonets ringing through the air and witness to their indomitable spirit. Each moment surged with adrenaline as they fought with tenacity, but the toll was grave. 4 of Yadunath's soldiers fell wounded as the second wave approached. Undeterred, Havaldar Dayaram took a calculated risk. Ignoring his own safety, he adjusted the mortar fire to target within dangerous proximity to the Indian lines. The devastation inflicted upon the enemy was immense, a testament to their poise under pressure, but it was a losing battle. One by one, the men fell to injuries or succumbed to the overwhelming enemy force. Despite suffering severe wounds himself, Yadunath refused to yield. Dragging himself to aid the wounded brain gunner, his leadership shone forth. Amidst chaos, one civilian who had joined them also picked up a weapon, willing to defend his country, but met his fate valiantly in the line of fire. Yadunath was a force of nature, unyielding in the face of overwhelming adversity. The waves of attackers seemed endless, but Yadunath continued to inspire those around him, his spirit unflagging as he encouraged his battered comrades to hold the line. His own wounds accumulated as he fought valiantly amidst the fray, embodying the spirit of sacrifice. As the assaults continued, he stood alone, an injured warrior amongst shadows, surging forth from the trenches with grim resolve. The sight of a determined soldier, bloody yet unbowed, shocked the approaching enemy. His fervent gunfire drew their surprised gazes, compelling them back into retreat. But the bullets took their toll. A piercing shot lodged in his chest, then another struck his head. Yadunath knelt, crumbling under the weight of his injuries, yet his fierce spirit remained undaunted until the last. Crumpled upon the ground, he embodied the very essence of bravery, a sentinel unbroken. Despite the chaos surrounding him and the overwhelming loss, the legacy of Naik Yadunath Singh would endure. 8 bullet wounds marked his valiant struggle against incalculable odds, yet he did not permit the enemy to take his picket. The battle ended with the opposing forces retreating in disarray, not from a lack of will, but from the relentless spirit of these 10 brave men led by a gallant warrior. Honored posthumously with the Param Vir Chakra for his unparalleled courage, Yadunath's indelible mark on history would live on, enshrined in every heart that understood the virtues of valor, sacrifice, and brotherhood. As I perused the brittle war records from 6 February 1948, I was reminded of the mighty toll of battle, a staggering loss of life on both sides, but among the echoes of fallen heroes, the name Yadunath Singh resonated loudly. Born on 21 November 1916, in the modest Khajuri village of Uttar Pradesh, Yadunath was rooted in a life of simplicity and resilience, shaped by the struggles of poverty. He was the youngest of 8 siblings, raised under the watchful care of his mother, Jamuna Kanwar. An unassuming childhood blossomed into one of strength. A wrestling champion, he had an innate ability to foremost protect his village, earning the respect of those around him. Choosing service over comfort, Yadunath enlisted in the Rajput regiment on 21 November 1941. His journey through World War II highlighted his inherent leadership and bravery, eventually culminating in his fateful stand at Tain Dhar. Even today, his actions inspire the men of 4 Guards, a legacy of honor and valor etched in their hearts. As every year rolls around, Naushera Day is observed with reverence in the battalion, a poignant reminder of Yadunath's unwavering spirit. The officer commanding C Company recounts the harrowing battle that defined a generation of soldiers, perpetuating the memory of Naik Yadunath Singh, the hero who stands valiantly at the crossroads of sacrifice and courage, living on in the memories, celebrations, and every whispered story that echoes through the ranks. /TextBF, the legacy lives on. Piru Singh Shekhawat. Story of Piru Singh Shekhawat. /TextBF, The Battle of Darpari. /Textit, 18th July 1948. Beneath a moon cloaked in dark purple, the world around is eerily silent except for the crunch of gravel beneath the boots of Company Havaldar Major, CHM, Piru Singh. The air is sharp and thin, carrying a chill that seeps into bone, making each breath feel like a Herculean effort. The path they follow winds steeply upwards, strewn with loose stones that seem almost to whisper a warning. Each step must be an exercise in utmost caution. One critical misstep could lead to plummeting down the jagged cliffs, a merciless descent that would end with a shattering impact. Piru's boot strikes a rock, dislodging it, and for a heartbeat, he watches it tumble into the abyss below, witness to a fate that he refuses to accept. Resolutely, he shifts his gaze up towards the menacing ridge looming overhead, dark and craggy, where the enemy awaits their arrival. This is their destination, a foreboding place where valor will be measured against treachery. The mission for Delta Company, 6 Rajputana Rifles, Raj. RIF, is clear. Their goal is to forcefully dislodge the entrenched Pakistani irregulars from Darpari, a strategic point situated at an arduous height of 11,481 feet within the Titwal sector of Kashmir. The soldiers have been informed that the enemy watches the narrow path that leads to the top but should theoretically be less fortified due to their hurried occupation. Drawing in a few deep breaths to bolster his resolve, Piru continues the torturous ascent. Fatigue is gnawing at the edges of his focus, a reminder of the grueling 30-mile march from Tangadhar. Yet in the theatre of war, tiredness is an enemy in itself, suppressed beneath a veneer of duty and obligation. To fend off the exhaustion creeping into his very bones, Piru's thoughts wander back to less perilous times. 9 months past. Back then, his battalion was stationed in Gurgaon, handling internal security. However, as the spectre of conflict loomed ever closer, orders arrived for deployment to Kashmir to safeguard the mountainous region from infiltrators from across the border. On 5th November 1947, the battalion was airlifted into Srinagar. For many soldiers, it was their first encounter with flight, the thrill of it temporarily eclipsing the grim reality of impending battle. Once in Kashmir, the soldiers found themselves plunged into the chaos of conflict. In April 1948, they launched a courageous defense in Uri against a ferocious enemy onslaught, inflicting heavy damages and turning the tide of battle. Among them, Rifleman Naik Singh became a battalion legend, earning posthumous recognition with a Vir Chakra after leading an audacious assault in enemy territory. Trained under relentless fire, Naik displayed unyielding courage, crawling through a hail of bullets to obliterate an enemy post, even at the cost of his own life. Piru felt a deep respect for this valiant comrade, who had left an indelible mark on the battalion's history. As Piru nears the battlefield, humming an old tune to invigorate his spirit, he steels himself for what lies ahead. The previous spring had seen a concerted Indian Army effort to expel intruders from the region completely. The battalion received orders to march to Titwal and reinforce the 163 Infantry Brigade, whose commanders had their eyes set firmly on dislodging enemy forces from the strategically critical Kafir Khan Ridge. On 12th July, the battalion had been instructed to position itself on the Baniwala Dana Ridge, but a daunting Nala stream separated them from their objective. The engineers rushed to construct a bridge, but their efforts fell short, leading to the improvisation of a makeshift log bridge, an act of creativity born out of necessity. With little time to spare, Companies B and D traversed the precariously held passage across the river under the cover of darkness. As dawn broke on the 12th, the company made significant advances, capturing crucial features with little resistance. Their success was a dogged prelude to the battles that would follow. As the pulse of battle quickened, reconnaissance teams identified the heavily fortified Darpari, which was deemed the linchpin for any successful Indian campaign. Thus, the task of dislodging the entrenched enemy forces was entrusted to Six Raj. Rif. Once again, Piru readied himself for action, oblivious to the monumental bravery he was about to demonstrate. / Text it, 18th July 1948, 1:30 a.m. The narrow path from the company's forward position to Darpari is barely a meter wide, flanked by precipices gaping with shadowy depths. With everything on the line, the soldiers move forward stealthily, rifles steadfastly gripped in their hands. Night had been chosen strategically. Silence is their ally in the darkness above, where unseen eyes surely lie in wait. Stay silent, no matches, no coughs, Piru instructs, the weight of leadership pressing down on him. Every man nods, sharing the resolve not to spook the ghosts of the enemy hidden in the dark recesses above. They are unaware that intelligence failures have betrayed them. The enemy has indeed prepared, with 5 fortified bunkers and machine guns set to rain down devastation upon them. As the soldiers creep closer to the enemy's well-laid traps, the echo of gunfire shatters the night. Chaos erupts as the enemy emerges from the shadows, opening fire in a relentless storm that claims 51 men in mere minutes. Suddenly, the company finds itself ensnared in a hellish bottleneck, its ranks rapidly thinning. In the midst of this maelstrom, Piru recognizes the urgency. He is not just a leader, he is their last hope. Standing among the wreckage of his comrades, many trapped in their own silence, he knows that the only path to survive this massacre is to silence the enemy guns. Overcome with a sense of duty and desperation, Piru makes his fateful decision to close the distance to the nearest machine gun position, irrespective of the fire that rains down around him. With the resolve of a lion, he charges onward, Stengen blazing, cutting through the silence of the enemy as he leaps into the bunker, bayoneting the operators and rendering their guns silent. Yet as Piru takes in the horrifying reality of his battlefield, solitude envelopes him. His section has been decimated, and the realization sinks deep, he is alone. Driving fury and grief into his veins, he vaults over boulders towards the next enemy position, but they are not idle. A grenade finds its way to him, exploding in a shower of debris, but Piru, a fierce embodiment of bravery, is undeterred. Blood courses from his wounds, but pain has become an abstract concept. The mission is all that matters. With renewed vigor, he scrambles from the trench, combat strategically guiding his hands as he lobs grenades toward the second enemy position. The slaughter continues, but he scales the walls of another bunker, neutralizing the soldiers guarding the next machine gun. 2 down, 1 remains. With his vision fading and consciousness slipping, he stretches to maintain awareness. In a last act of defiance, shouting the battalion chant Raja Ramchandra Ki Jai, he stumbles toward victory. A bullet strikes him in the head, sending him down, but not without pulling the pin from one last grenade. The arc of his final throw is a righteous testament to his courage, the explosion decimating the last bunker, silencing the guns that sought to extinguish his comrades. C Company's commander, a witness to this sheer bravery, notes Piru Singh's unyielding spirit, his heroic actions echoing in the valleys and mountains of Kashmir. For his unmatched valor and resolute courage confronting overwhelming odds, CHM Piru Singh is awarded the Param Vir Chakra posthumously, a testament to a soul that fought valiantly until the very end. The 6th Battalion of Rajputana Rifles receives the battle honor of Darpari, an everlasting tribute to the sacrifices made. In a poignant letter to Piru's grieving mother, the then Prime Minister of India, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, would write, "He paid with his life for his singular brave act, leaving behind a legacy of unmatched valor. The country is grateful for this sacrifice made in the service of the motherland, and it is our prayer that this may give you some peace and solace." Born on 20th May 1918, in Rampura Beri village, Churu, Rajasthan, Piru Singh came from humble agricultural roots, the youngest of 7 siblings. From a young age, he felt constrained by the confines of a classroom. His spirit was wild and unbridled. The call of the fields and the thrill of roving through nature eventually led him to the Indian Army, where he found his true calling. Joining at the age of 18 on his birthday, he swiftly scaled the ranks, earning respect as both a soldier and a leader. By the time he was sent to the front lines of conflict in Kashmir, his journey had already marked him as a man of valor. The harrowing events that unfurled on that fateful day in July forever etched his name in the annals of history, a symbol of heroism for generations to come. Piru Singh Shekhawat, a son of the soil, became a beacon of bravery and sacrifice, leaving this world the day he turned 30, yet his legacy endures, immortalized in the hearts of those he fought bravely beside and those he defended his nation for. Congo, 1961. Congo's valor in conflict. On 24 October 1945, a vision for global harmony was set in motion as the United Nations, UN, was founded in the aftermath of World War II. This colossal organization emerged from the ashes of conflict with a paramount mission to foster world peace and security. To fulfill this aspiration, the UN peacekeeping forces were established, a noble initiative that, regrettably, sometimes required the use of force to achieve its objectives. Among the numerous countries that contributed to these peacekeeping efforts, India stands out as the second largest provider of troops. Since its inception, the Indian Army has participated in 31 UN missions, with the Congo operation in the early 1960s marking one of the most significant. Tragically, approximately 100 Indian officers and soldiers have paid the ultimate price in these missions, their sacrifices often slipping into shadows of obscurity, as these brave souls fought not for their homeland but in lands far removed, protecting the rights of others and upholding peace. In the context of the Congo mission of 1960, Captain Gurbachan Singh Salria from the 3x1 Gorkha Rifles was one such hero whose bravery would earn him the prestigious Param Vir Chakra, India's highest military honor, awarded posthumously. In the years leading up to the Congo crisis, political turbulence brewed under colonial rule. The history of Congo, now known as the Democratic Republic of the Congo, is steeped in struggle. From 1878, this vast nation was governed by Belgium, a country tiny in size yet vast in ambition, ruling over a land rich in natural resources. A turning point arrived in January 1960, when Belgium reluctantly granted independence to Congo. Elections followed, leading to the establishment of the new nation in June 1960. However, the transition was rife with complications. The Congolese army remained under the command of Lieutenant General Emile Janssens, a Belgian, and was comprised entirely of Belgian officers, leaving Congolese soldiers without representation. This stark imbalance of power sparked dissent, culminating in a mutiny as disgruntled Congolese soldiers demanded fair wages and the removal of Belgian personnel. In the chaos that ensued, anti-Belgian riots erupted, forcing Belgian nationals to flee and leaving behind a country teetering on the verge of civil war. In a desperate bid for control, Belgium dispatched its army to Congo under the guise of protecting their nationals, a move executed without the consent of the Congolese government. In retaliation, the Congolese leadership ordered the expulsion of all Belgian troops. Amidst this turmoil, the provincial president of Katanga, Moise Tshombe, declared the province's secession, further fracturing the nation. Seeking assistance, the Congolese government turned to the UN for military aid, fearing Belgium's colonial ambitions had not fully extinguished. In mid-July 1960, UN troops arrived to restore order, deploying initially in the capital. Realizing that military intervention would be integral to stabilizing the situation, India contributed a brigade of approximately 3,000 soldiers to the peacekeeping mission. Designated for this critical task was the 99 Infantry Brigade, which prominently included the 3x1 Gorkha rifles. The call to action arrived suddenly. Soldiers were swiftly transported from their peacetime duties in India to a volatile environment. The Gorkhas prepared for deployment with vaccinations against yellow fever, cholera, and tetanus before they boarded US Air Force Globemasters, leaving the familiarity of Palam Airport behind and touching down in Leopoldville on 16 March 1961. By 5 December of that same year, Captain Gurbachan Salria found himself entrenched in a complex and perilous situation. Under orders to dismantle a gendarmerie roadblock at a strategic roundabout in Elizabethville, Katanga, Salria and his team of courageous Gorkha soldiers launched a frontal assault against the entrenched position. Despite the overwhelming odds and the palpable danger, Captain Salria led with unwavering resolve, displaying extraordinary valor. In this fierce confrontation, he tragically lost his life but not before delivering a significant blow to the enemy. The UN mission in Congo ultimately proved to be one of the most complicated yet successful endeavors in peacekeeping history, albeit with grievous losses on both sides. In recognition of Captain Gurbachan Singh Salria's exceptional leadership, indomitable spirit, and complete disregard for his own safety, he was posthumously awarded the Param Vir Chakra. His legacy lives on, not only as a testament to his gallantry, but as a poignant reminder of the sacrifices made by those who wear the uniform in the pursuit of peace across the globe. In a world often divided by conflict, the stories of heroes like Captain Salria serve to inspire future generations to uphold the values of courage, service, and sacrifice. Gurbachan Singh Salria. *** Elizabethville, Katanga. 5th December 1961, 1:12 p.m. ***. In the thick underbrush, 16 slim Gorkha soldiers crouched quietly, their olive-green combat uniforms camouflaging them against the sun-dappled foliage. Armed with .303 rifles held tightly in their hands, they clutched their revered khukris between their teeth, the blades glinting ominously in the afternoon light, a stark contrast to the oppressive heat that engulfed the air around them. The time had come to close in on their target, located 1,500 yards ahead at a place known as the Roundabout. The Gorkhas, alongside a troop of Swedish armored personnel carriers, were to approach from the airport side, tasked with blocking the withdrawal route of the gendarmerie. However, that plan had been thwarted. They had stumbled into an ambush, enemy gunfire erupting from multiple concealed positions. Ahead lay the gendarmerie's makeshift bunkers, hastily constructed from local hutments and fortified with the gendarmerie's own men. They were not just waiting, they had 2 armored cars, fortified trenches, and a battalion of 90 well-armed soldiers, overwhelming odds stacked against the small Gorkha force. The outdated .303 rifles, remnants from the days before the Second World War, proved to be cumbersome, requiring meticulous operation. Pull the bolt to eject the spent cartridge, then load the next. Time was of the essence. The Gurkhas knew their khukris, their traditional Nepali knives, were faster and lethal in close combat. With grim determination, they unsheathed their blades and waited for the command. Captain Gurbachan Singh Salria's authoritative voice broke through the din of worry, resonating with calm and confidence amid the chaos. "We will storm their location," he declared. The heat hung thick in the air, charged with unspoken fear and anticipation, but his voice sliced through it all like a razor. Taking their positions, the soldiers steeled themselves against the inevitability of danger. When Salria let out their battle cry, "Jai Mahakali, Ayo Gorkhali," a primal surge of adrenaline coursed through them, and they charged forward, racing toward destiny. Salria was at the forefront, his rifle barking as he closed the distance. With a kukri clenched in his mouth, he pressed ahead, courage fueling his every stride. His first target was the gendarmerie soldier to the left. He fired true, and the man crumpled. In a swift, fluid movement, he spun around at the sudden movement to his right, brandishing his kukri with brutal efficiency. The blade met flesh, ripping through skin and sinew, leaving behind a grotesque tableau of horror. Blood sprayed across his face, but he pressed on, emboldened by adrenaline and rage. "This ends now," he growled, thrusting into the trench, quickly dispatching an enemy whose weapon hadn't even been drawn in his final moments. /TextBF, 2nd December 1961. The preceding days had been fraught with tension. Captain Salria had recently taken over the security of a refugee camp in Elizabethville. A skirmish had broken out between unhinged gendarmerie and the peacekeeping forces when the former attempted to assault a Congolese woman, igniting a shootout that left no one injured but sparked greater turmoil. The gendarmerie retaliated by erecting roadblocks, a move fraught with implications, leading to the abduction of 14 UN personnel in a climate already thick with fear and uncertainty. The most haunting shadow, however, loomed from Major Ajit's disappearance. Ajit, also of the 3x1 Gorkha rifles, had been snatched earlier that month while trying to rescue kidnapped UN officials. When word spread that Ajit had vanished, the weight of dread nested within Salria's heart. The uncertainty gnawed at him. A driver had returned, lifeless, wrapped in green canvas, a harrowing message that Ajit might not return. Buoyed by this knowledge, Salria and Alpha Company were on alert. On the morning of 5th December, orders crackled through the radio. They were to clear the roadblock executed by the Katangese Gendarmerie at the roundabout, crucial for sustaining the lifeline connecting air support for the UN. It was a matter of urgency, lives depended on it. Meanwhile, in Dehradun, retired Major General R.T. Singh reflected on that fateful day with a quiet gravity. As the battalion adjutant, he had spoken with Salria over the radio, tracing the plan to reclaim control of the roundabout roadblock. Attack at midday, when they least expect it, he had instructed, careful to provide guidance in the tense moments leading up to combat. It was 11:50 a.m. when Salria reported readiness. An hour later, the line jolted back to life, a frantic update, heavy fire from all directions. "We've disabled two armored cars." The jubilation in his voice echoed through the airwaves, confidence unyielding even as General Singh cautioned him to think carefully before proceeding. "I'm going for the attack," Salria insisted, his conviction unwavering. "I will win." That statement would resonate long after, etched in the memories of those who heard it. With a heart ablaze, Salria left behind his radio and operator, charging forward with a zealous few beside him. He transformed into a force of nature, single-minded, reckless, resolute in vengeance. The abduction of Major Ajit weighed heavily on his conscience, provoking a wrath that demanded an outlet. Today, he would teach the gendarmerie a lesson. As the battle ensued, Salria's figures cut through the enemy ranks like ghosts of vengeance. Success buoyed the boys behind him, watching the gendarmerie scatter like leaves before a storm. Their khukris were a relentless cyclone of devastation, unyielding and fierce. The sight of smoke mushrooming from knocked-out armored vehicles filled them with a primal satisfaction. Salria revelled in the chaos, even as a bullet, two of them, found their mark at his throat. The gendarmerie floundered, those who remained dashed for safety amid the carnage. He stumbled momentarily, the weight of fatigue was heavy against the exhilaration of victory. Blood stained his uniform as he pressed onward, no longer feeling the prick of pain. He had arrived at a tranquil acceptance, it was now or never. And just ahead, the gendarmerie fled, a savage testament to his ferocity. As exhaustion took hold, he dropped his rifle, slipping into unconsciousness, his final act of defiance against the cowardice that had snatched away Ajit. He would never return from this battle. He surrendered to the stillness of death, ultimate peace. In those early days in the Gorkha Rifles, Salria had been indoctrinated into a culture steeped in valor. It is better to die than to be a coward, Kafar Hunu Bhanda Marnu Ramaru. He had embraced this mantra completely. Earlier that year in Chota Shimla, Salria met an excise officer skilled in palmistry. The officer, peering into his hand, predicted greatness, a star upon the mount of Jupiter promised him fame. Salria, half serious, would regale fellow officers with this tale. Ajit's job was a spectre that haunted Salria. He consulted the sane palm reader regarding Ajit's fate, misreading the lines with a sense of unease. On the eve of his fate, Salria remained resolved. He would claim his glory, ultimately unknowing that he would gain it not in life but as a fallen hero. General Singh, mindful of his friend's fervor, often looked back wistfully on those conversations. Having no inkling that their last exchange would be imbued with gravitas, he sought reassurance that Salria had arrived safely at the rendezvous. Gurbachan Singh Salria was born on 29 November 1935 in a village called Jamwal, now located in Pakistan. He was the second of 5 children and an admiration of his grandmother, who adorned him with protective amulets. The world around them trembled under the shadow of rising war. Gurbachan's father, Munshi Ram, a soldier in the British Indian Army's armoured corps, would tell stories of distant lands when home on leave, a source of inspiration sparking a desire to serve. Meanwhile, Dhan Devi, his mother, ensured that education punctuated their lives, all while enfolding them in maternal love and wisdom. In school, Gurbachan was drawn to games more than books. His natural athleticism led him to secure a place at the prestigious King George's Royal Military College in Bangalore. But his perseverance shone through challenges. Rejected for being underweight, he transformed himself, ultimately proving his worth. A defining moment in his life occurred during a boxing match sparked by youthful indignations, a testament to the courage that would characterize his military career, especially moments leading to his heroic charge in the Congo. He would fight, not just for his men or country, but for honor. Gurbachan went on to the National Defence Academy, and later the Indian Military Academy, joining the 2/3 Gorkha Rifles, where personality and bravery mold a soldier known for determination above all. By March 1960, destiny placed him with the 3x1 Gorkha Rifles under General R.P. Singh's oversight, who noted Salria's unusual simplicity and stern financial discipline among peers who indulged extravagantly. Today, Sukhdev, Surya's younger brother recalls the idyllic days of childhood with bittersweet nostalgia. The brothers used to frolic in the streams of their village, yet now time and health have rendered Sukhdev bedridden. When he thinks of Gurbachan, memories wash over him like sunlight through leaves, bright yet tinged with loss. Those were beautiful days, he reflects, his voice quivering as he remembers, strength fleeting, yet each memory of his brother a river of warmth within him. Though Gurbachan is gone, his spirit and valor will forever echo in the memories of those who knew him. And so, Surya's legacy remains a beacon of courage, a testament to duty and the undying spirit of the Gorkha soldier who stood resolute until the very end. The Indo-Chinese War of 1962. The India-China conflict. In the wake of the Sino-Indian War of 1962, it became evident that the fate of a nation often hinged on the choices made by its leaders, both political and military. The conflict, deeply rooted in historical tensions, unfolded in the backdrop of the Aksai Chin region, a territory that India claimed as part of its Kashmir, while China considered it an integral part of Xinjiang. The seeds of distrust and hostility had already been sown, particularly following the 1959 Tibetan uprising that compelled India to grant asylum to the Dalai Lama. This act not only strained diplomatic relations, but also led to a series of violent skirmishes along the border, escalating an already volatile situation. Despite the warnings that sprung from these incidents, India took the bold step of deploying patrols into the disputed territories, aiming to establish a strategic presence that would cut off supplies to any potential advancing forces. This forward policy saw Indian outposts being constructed along the frontier, even infringing upon areas north of the McMahon line, which marked the eastern limits of the disputed territories. Initial successes fueled a sense of confidence, but this also inadvertently provoked China, which perceived India's actions as an act of aggression necessitating a forceful response. At the helm of the Indian government was Jawaharlal Nehru, whose optimism bordered on naivete. In a critical miscalculation, he chose not to bolster military funding or resources in anticipation of Chinese actions. The prestigious 4th Infantry Division, which should have been prepping for engagement, was redirected to civilian projects, a decision emblematic of the overarching disconnect between India's political leadership and military preparedness. The appointment of Lt. General B.M. Kaul as the Chief of Army Staff in 1961 further underscored this disconnect. Although confident in the Chinese retreat, the generals soon found themselves encircled by adversaries whose strategic maneuvers tested their every limit. Among them was Major Dhan Singh Thapa, posted at Sirijap in Ladakh. His routine was shattered when Chinese troops attacked, decimating his company. Maj Thapa, who had been incorrectly presumed dead and awarded a Param Vir Chakra posthumously, had embraced the mantle of bravery, unaware that war would soon come to his doorstep while he awaited his reliever. Compounding the tragedy was the sheer unpreparedness of the Indian forces. As early as August, signs of Chinese mobilization, an alarming accumulation of artillery, ammunition, and rations had emerged, but Indian intelligence failed to act on these glaring indicators, choosing instead to dismiss them. Subedar Joginder Singh positioned himself across a stream in the Bimla axis of what was then the Northeast Frontier Agency, observing the Chinese solidify their defenses in stark contrast to India's lack of readiness. Ill-equipped and inadequately clothed for the harsh winter, Indian soldiers were catapulted into a situation for which they were woefully unprepared. On 12 October, amid swirling tensions and an ominous international climate, Nehru made a bold proclamation. He had ordered the Indian Army to counter the Chinese advances in NEFA. Just 2 days later, the Chinese People's Liberation Army launched massive offensives against Indian outposts, overwhelming isolated companies of soldiers with numerical superiority and advanced weaponry. The Battle of Richhmar Gali became a hallmark of tragic heroism. Against the odds, Major Pathan Singh led his men bravely but ultimately lost their lives fighting valiantly for their nation. This sonorous tale is forever etched in history, a testimony to courage in the face of folly. The harsh realities of the Sino-Indian War emerged in the unforgiving elevations of over 14,000 feet. Scores of gallant soldiers, like Subedar Joginder Singh, Majhdhan Singh Thapa, and Pathan Singh, emerged as embodiments of courage, all awarded the Param Vir Chakra, India's highest military decoration. Unbeknownst to many, Thapa's story took an unexpected turn. After being taken as a prisoner of war, he defied the odds and made an astonishing return months later. As the dust settled on this regrettable chapter, the invaluable lessons learned echoed through military academies across the country. Sound intelligence and readiness are paramount. Leaders must earn their ranks through merit rather than connections, and political figures should heed the counsel of experienced military personnel. Above all, it is the relentless spirit of soldiers, who rise incidentally as heroes amidst the chaos of incompetence, that deserves recognition. The common thread that binds these tales is an unwavering commitment to duty and honor, a testament to the indomitable spirit of those who serve, reminding us that while politicians may falter in their responsibilities, soldiers will forever stand resolute, ready to protect the nation at any cost. Dhan Singh Thapa /TextBF, The Struggle at Sirajap 1, Valor Amidst Adversity. /TextBF, Battle for Sirajap 1, Ladakh Region. /TextBF, 20th October 1962. In the biting chill of dawn, the scene at Sirajap 1 was grim yet heroically charged. A young Gorkha soldier, barely out of his teenage years, braced himself in the small trench that served as a solitary bastion against the approaching tide of the Chinese army. His slim fingers tightened around the cold metal of his .303 rifle, the weapon almost appearing like an integral part of his slight frame. A steel helmet enveloped his youthful visage, a shield against the war ragging around him. Despite the freezing temperatures, beads of sweat gathered on his brow, a testament to both physical exertion and the mounting dread of the oncoming onslaught. Chinese troops surged forward in overwhelming waves, automatic rifles clattering as they unleashed a hail of bullets towards the brave defenders of Sirajap 1, a vital outpost precariously perched on the northern edge of Pangong Tso, manned by the Delta Company of the 8 Gorkha Rifles. As the young soldier steadied his aim, he was acutely aware of the dire circumstances. Ammunition was dwindling faster than the number of comrades at his side. Moments ago, they had stood united, 28 strong, but as the first shells echoed ominously around them, nearly half now lay lifeless in the frost, their bodies bearing silent witness to an intense battle of survival. Suddenly, the ground shook violently as a shell rained destruction upon a nearby bunker, burying Subedar Min Bahadur Gurung beneath the rubble. A heartbeat later, from the wreckage emerged Gurung Sahab, bloodied yet resolute, clutching his light machine gun, LMG, like a lifeline. His face was a mask of grim determination, mud-streaked and unyielding. Meanwhile, Major Dhan Singh Thapa, the inspiring commander of D Company, moved tirelessly from trench to trench, rallying his men, instilling a sense of bravery that transcended fear. In a cruel twist of fate, a bullet struck the young soldier's hand, causing him to drop his rifle with a pained scream. Frantic, he scampered into the last intact tent. Without hesitation, Majthapa lunged for the fallen weapon and entered the tent. There, in a shadowy corner, he found the terrified soldier cradling his injury. With the gentleness of a mentor, Thapa placed his hand on the young man's head. Kafar hunu bhanda marnu ramaro, he said softly, translating the phrase, "It is better to die than to be a coward." He placed the rifle firmly back in the soldier's hands, a lifeline amidst the chaos. "If we have to die, we'll all die together, but make sure to take a few of them with you." Majthapa spun on his heel, rejoining the fray where a soldier lay lifeless yet gripping his LMG, a grim reminder of mortality. Thapa took the weapon and settled into the trench, positioning himself directly in the path of the advancing enemy. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the injured soldier re-emerging, his face now determined and resolute, rifle clutched tightly despite the bloodstains marking its barrel. The scene unfolding at Sirijap 1 soon carved itself into military lore, all thanks to the indomitable spirit and visionary leadership of Majghan Singh Thapa, the very embodiment of courage, who urged his gallant Gorkhas to resist until the last breath. Sirijap 1 was not merely a military outpost, it represented India's strategic response to the encroaching Chinese forces, who had been fortifying their own positions throughout the Ladakh region. With D Company scattered thinly across multiple posts, only 28 soldiers held the ground at Sirijap 1. A Chinese attack was not anticipated here, and in fact, just before the outbreak of hostilities, Thapa had planned to take leave after receiving word of his pregnant wife back in Dehradun. However, he chose to remain behind, prioritizing the leadership of his men over personal desire. On the eve of the battle, a premonition gnawed at Thapa. He observed unusual activity across enemy lines and immediately set about prepping defenses. The frozen earth was obstinate, making it challenging to dig trenches, so they hoisted sandbags for fortification purposes. That anxious night unfolded without disaster, each soldier in the small outpost attempting to find a semblance of rest. At 6 a.m. on 20th October, the silence shattered as a savage artillery barrage descended upon them. The earth convulsed, cries of pain filled the air, and the sound of heavy mortars decimated their makeshift shelters and their morale. Many soldiers were felled instantly, and soon radio communications were cut off, isolating them further from any hope of support. As the echoes of shelling subsided, the dread was replaced by a swift motion from the Chinese forces. Over 500 soldiers surged forward, breaching the Gorkhas' beleaguered defenses. Despite their youth and limited experience, these men faced overwhelming odds with extraordinary valor. Armed with their LMGs and .303 rifles, their typically nimble and lean physiques presented no shortage of courage. Guided by their youthful yet determined commander, each Gorkha aimed with unyielding resolve, determined to inflict as much damage as possible before being overrun. With each repelled advance, the Chinese simply regrouped, launching renewed assaults with increased numbers. Naik Krishna Bahadur Thapa, leading one section, fought through the agonizing pain of a severe leg wound he sustained from a shrapnel blast. He bravely fired on the enemy until he too succumbed to another flurry of bullets. Accounts from survivors unmistakably highlight the commanding presence of Majthapa throughout the besieged post. With selfless courage, he darted from bunker to bunker, reinforcing defenses and replenishing spaces lost to the fallen. His voice, firm yet reassuring, urged them to hold steadfast, rallying troops to withstand the inevitable assault that loomed. The Chinese forces adapted, deploying amphibious crafts to ferry heavy artillery across the lake. Unable to communicate due to their disrupted radio links, The battalion headquarters sent Naik Karam Singh on a reconnaissance mission to ascertain the fate of Srinagar. Unfortunately, the enemy managed to capsize one of his boats, claiming the lives of everyone on board. Rabilal made it back alive, but with grim news. The land he observed was obscured by smoke, flames rising from what once stood strong. Amidst this chaos, it became clear that not all was lost. 7 Gorkhas remained, heroically holding their ground, driven by the unyielding spirit of their commander. With bullets spent and the threat of incendiary bombs looming, the Gorkhas triggered their innate fierce resolve, grasping their khukris, the emblem of their heritage. With cries of Jai Mahakali, Ayu Gorkhali echoing against the devastation, they sprang forth from their trenches, stirring memories of glory and grit. Majh Thapa was among the last still standing, kukri blade gleaming with fury, when a rifle butt struck him in the face, knocking out 2 teeth. Even then, his spirit did not falter. He wrestled with the enemy as flames encircled him, culminating in his capture alongside other survivors. As twilight cast a somber hue over Srinagar on that fateful day, the battalion could only mourn the loss of Majh Thapa, believing him to be among the fallen. For his unwavering bravery and exemplary leadership, he was posthumously recommended for the Param Vir Chakra, PVC, India's highest military honor. Unbeknownst to his battalion, Majh Thapa and a handful of comrades were taken prisoner by the Chinese and transported first to Khurnak Fort and later to Sinkiang. He endured solitary confinement for months, subjected to relentless propaganda aimed at breaking his spirit. In those bewildering times, a glimmer of humanity emerged in a Chinese boy who brought him meals. Despite the language barrier, Majh Thapa established a fragile bond with the child, ultimately managing to send a heartfelt letter to his family through the boy. The letter reached his maternal uncle in Simla, sparking hope that Majh Thapa was alive, directly contradicting the reports of his demise. When he finally returned from captivity in May 1963, Majh Thapa found his life irrevocably altered. After rituals of mourning had been performed by his family, he was met with his newborn son, Paramdeep Thapa, who was named in honor of the PVC his father had been adorned with posthumously. Like his father, Param would later embrace a life of service in the army. Majh Thapa ascended to the rank of lieutenant colonel, continuing to serve until his retirement. Eagerly, he attended every Republic Day parade from 1964 to 2004, a symbol of resilience and camaraderie. As he battled kidney failure in the twilight of his life, his daughter Purnima implored him to rest, yet his dedication to his fallen men held firm. "When I wear my uniform, I represent my soldiers. I cannot let them down," he would say with quiet defiance, even as his body weakened. That year, despite all odds, he stood in uniform, PVC pinned proudly against his chest, greeting the president amid recognition of valor past. He stood resiliently, saluting for one last time before finding solace in his seat. On 5th September 2005, Lt. Colonel Dhan Singh Thapa departed this world, succumbing to kidney failure at the age of 77. Born on 28 April 1928 in Simla, he had embodied a spirit of bravery and devotion throughout both his service and life. Both before and during the war, he had shown an unwavering commitment to duty, forging a legacy that many would admire. He was gentle and unassuming on the outside, yet within burned a fierce passion for service and community. His demeanor, one of simplicity and clarity of purpose, mirrored the depth of his love for his men. Majh Thapa was a man of faith, who, even in captivity, expressed unwavering belief in his superior. When challenged about his faith in God, he would respond with conviction, "If God wishes me to live, no amount of adversity can take me." The trials he faced might have dimmed the spirits of many, but Majthapa didn't just survive, he returned, embodying the essence of resilience and honor, forever etched in the fabric of his nation and the hearts of his fellow soldiers. For them, he didn't just return from the brink, he came back as a living testament to courage and duty, a soldier amongst soldiers, a leader who led by the finest example. His legacy lives on, not just in the annals of military history but in the spirit that every Gorkha upholds, reminding us all of the valor that forms the backbone of our homeland. Joginder Singh. Nestled about 45 kilometers from Bhatinda, amid the sprawling verdant fields dressed in golden wheat, lies a quaint village named Chehlamwalan. Here, time seems to slow down, creating a landscape alive with the sounds of nature and the chatter of its residents. In a modest yet sturdy brick house, an eclectic tapestry of life unfolds: a gleaming tractor, a lovingly polished gypsy, an antiquated cell phone blaring a raucous Bollywood ringtone, a pair of goats bleating noisily, and Biji, grandmother, who sits at the heart of it all with her toothless smile and gentle spirit. This home is a joint family vibrant with voices, bustling in unison under the stewardship of 81-year-old Subedar Kala Singh, a proud soldier who left his olive-green uniform behind over 3 decades ago yet carries the essence of a soldier in his demeanor. Having survived the fierce battle at Tongpen La near Bamla, Tawang, in the Northeast Frontier Agency, now Arunachal Pradesh, Kala Singh is one of the few paladins of that brave cohort, one of only 3 who returned alive. His memories are intertwined with those of Param Vir Chakra recipient Joginder Singh, a name that echoes through the annals of valor. Kala Singh holds the rare distinction of being among the last to witness Joginder Singh alive, a fearless leader who catapulted with unyielding courage against an army of over 1,000 Chinese troops, armed with nothing more than the resolve of 29 men at his side. Kala is the custodian of tales that celebrate the spirit of these brave hearts who fought not just for survival but for honor until their last breath. To comprehend the depth of Singh's bravery, one must journey back to a bitterly cold day in October 1962. It was on a desolate ridge in Bamla where Singh commanded his platoon of the 1/6. They cast anxious glances as they beheld the looming threat of Chinese soldiers constructing trenches only a short distance away, across a gurgling stream that separated 2 armies poised for inevitable clash. As the spectre of war emerged, Kala, then merely 27 years old, was in Lucknow preparing for a basketball tournament. The excitement came to an abrupt halt when he received orders to rejoin his battalion, recently relocated to NEFA. Taking a train to Missamari in Assam, he would hitch rides, finally arriving in Tawang on 11th October. Internalizing a sense of purpose, he was assigned to join Sub Joginder Singh's complement on 14th October. In the lead-up to battle, soldiering through the scenic yet isolating terrains of Arunachal Pradesh became an arduous reality. The regiment, freshly transported from Jaipur without adequate preparation, lacking winter gear and modern armaments, was thrust into a situation laden with trepidation. Echoing in his mind were the poignant words of Kala, "Sipahiyon ka dil tha jo wo ladne gaye," signifying it was the courage of a soldier's heart that propelled them forward. Sub Joginder Singh, a respected veteran of World War II and the war with Pakistan in 1947-48, was recognized for leadership resilience. Quickly leading his platoon, Singh established their position, digging trenches in preparation. However, unease grew as they observed the retreat of Assam Rifles, the precursor to an impending assault. "Ladai hone wali hai," they were warned, "Our job is done, you have work ahead of you." On 20th October, the storm broke as the Chinese forces launched a ruthless strike on the Indian post under the 7th Infantry Brigade. With no match for the automatic weaponry wielded by the Chinese, the infantry retreated or fell victim to the onslaught, an occurrence further emphasized as the Chinese breached into elusive segments of Indian territory. Singh and his men were left to hold their ground at a burgeoning risk of falling under an ever-strengthening adversary. Karma had determined they must endure until the last bullet. Facing adversity with heart, they endeavored to hold steadfast against the swiftly approaching mayhem that came with furious determination. Amidst the rising tensions, the men found solace in memories shared of home and family. With each passing moment, dread loomed closer. As Kala served as cook under the tranquility of the langar, he found himself amid mundane tasks when Joginder Singh would join him for brief respite, exchanging thoughts tainted with the bitter knowledge of their precarious situation. "What face will we show our families?" Singh mused, reflecting their collective fear of being labelled as traitors. The fateful day arrived on 23rd October 1962. As dawn's first light emerged at 5:30 a.m., an overwhelming Chinese force surged across the stream, boots splashing in the frigid water. It was the first wave of an unrelenting assault. From the safety of their trenches, the courageous men of one Sikh braced themselves, meeting enemy fire with their own as they held their position with a ferocious tenacity unheard of in the face of despair. Though battered and bleeding, Singh, inspiring his men with lion-like roars, remained resolute. Despite sustaining a gruesome thigh injury, he refused to be evacuated. Every charge, every shot taken, became a testament to their unwavering spirit. As ammunition dwindled, the palpable fear of imminent death evolved into a rallying cry. With unwavering unity, they fixed bayonets to their rifles and surged forth, shouting "Bole So Nihal, Sat Shri Akal," scrambling out of their trenches to confront the oncoming tide of enemy troops. The Chinese forces were stunned as they encountered this indomitable spirit, Sikh warriors seeking not only to defend but to fight in dignity against overwhelming odds. As the battlefield echoed with shouts and gunfire, Joginder Singh led his men valiantly, charging courageously until the very last of them fell under withering fire. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the icy ridge, Joginder Singh lay, his body cloaked in the solemn embrace of the snow, disabled yet alive, a soldier none could forget. He was captured by the Chinese and perished in captivity, never to return home to his village near Moga, to his beloved family. In a haunting twist of fate, his ashes would be returned to India after the announcement of a posthumous Param Vir Chakra, an honor that immortalized not only his spirit but elevated his legacy. Sab Kala Singh, burdened with sorrow, carried those ashes to Singh's wife, only to learn that their daughter had succumbed to the shock of her father's sacrifice. Reflecting upon the life of Joginder Singh evokes a bittersweet melancholy. He had stood against fate with strength and resolve. Had he not met his untimely demise, he would have ushered in retirement a year later, tending his fields, recounting tales of bravery to new generations. A life spent nurturing wheat under the sun, perhaps with dreams of family trips or joyous laughter, a soldier's heart tethered to peaceful nostalgia. Kala reminisces fondly about Joginder Singh, a proud man who commanded respect not just through rank but with a heart full of passion. While he spoke primarily in Punjabi, he would often drift into Urdu when incensed, his stringent demeanor remembered fondly through tales of discipline and humor alike. The day Queen Elizabeth visited Jaipur, time stood still as excitement coursed through the ranks. Amidst the flurry of preparations, Sub Joginder Singh stood, his eyes sharp, commanding his platoon with unwavering authority. A short lapse in discipline led to an unexpected punishment run, illustrating his character, strict yet fair, stern yet respected. Through hardships and triumphs, Joginder Singh, born in Mahakalan village on 28 September 1921, transformed adversity into resilience, his journey woven deep within the fabric of India's history. Faced with challenges, he emerged as a paragon of bravery and sacrifice, etched forever in the hearts of a grateful nation. His sacrifice, while painful, carves a space for honoring courage, heroism, and the undying spirit of a soldier who fought valiantly in the unlikeliest of battles. Shaitan Singh /TextBF, The Brave Souls of Rezang La. February 1963. The chill wind swept through the desolate expanse of no man's land, where silence hung heavy like the snowflakes that floated earthward. A Ladakhi shepherd, intent on grazing his herd, found himself at Rezang La in Chushul, far from the paths he usually tread. It was a fateful misstep, for as he traversed the barren landscape, he stumbled upon ghostly remnants of a past too harrowing to comprehend. Ruins of bolted trenches, discarded shells, and scattered gun cartridges littered the ground, whispering tales of conflict long gone. Amidst this grim tableau, the shepherd's eyes widened in horror as he noticed the lifeless forms of soldiers, their uniforms still stained by the ferocity of battle. Some lay crumpled with weapons clenched in frozen hands, faces etched with a tumult of emotions, pain, fear, and valor captured in eternal stillness. The biting cold had preserved them in a somber pause, embodying the tragic end of a valiant stand. With a heart heavy with dread, the shepherd hurried back to alert the nearest Indian army outpost. A team from the 13 Kumaon, accompanied by Press Information Bureau officials, soon trekked to the site. As they approached, the grim reality crystallized. They recognized their brothers in arms, soldiers of Charlie Company, nearly obliterated during the fierce Battle of Rezang La on 18 November 1962. Each soldier they found bore the scars of war, multiple wounds from bullets and shrapnel, some forever caught in their last moments of defiance, hands still gripped around shattered rifles. The nursing assistant clung to a syringe, while another soldier was fixed in place by haunting memories of duty undone. Among the fallen, Major Shaitan Singh lay prostrate against a crevice, a bloody bandage wrapped tightly around his left arm and his abdomen torn open by enemy fire. Brigadier T.N. Raina, who had witnessed the ferocity of the combat, succumbed to tears. The echoes of battle echoed within him. Orders had been given for each soldier to fight till their last breath had been drawn. Amid the massacre, what struck the men the most was the absence of bullets found in the backs of the dead. These were not men who fled but rather heroes who faced the enemy head-on. While Major Shaitan Singh's body was reverently transported back to Jodhpur for burial, the remaining brave souls of Rezang La were cremated with full military honors. At high ground, where their battalion headquarters once stood, flames danced over mass funeral pyres, paying tribute to the ultimate sacrifice made by 13 Kumaon. Their bravery earned the battalion the revered battle honor of Rezang La and the theatre honor of Ladakh 1962, forever embedding their legacy in military history. The resurrection of C Company, now designated as Rezang La Company, serves as a solemn reminder of Shaitan Singh and his courageous men. Amid the 124 soldiers deployed, the grim toll of battle was apparent. 113 lost their lives, 5 captured, one of whom perished in captivity. Only 6 would return to recount the harrowing ordeal, 2 of whom now lay in Reverie, Haryana, a mere 80 kilometers from Delhi. At the Rezangla Memorial in Reveri, I sit with Subedar, Honorary Captain, Ramchandar and Havaldar Nihal Singh, both 74, proudly wearing their regimental cravats, a green and yellow tribute to their enduring legacy. As we gather around the memorial, which shelters soil from the battlefield, the memories flood back. Ramchandar served as Major Shaitan Singh's radio operator, one of the last to share a moment with him. Nihal, once the operator of the light machine gun, LMG, rolls up his sleeves, revealing deep scars, permanent reminders of a day that felt less like a war and more like a massacre. It was under their courageous leadership in October 1962 that C Company was summoned to the inhospitable heights of Ladakh. As tensions built up to a destined confrontation with the Chinese forces, they were relocated to Chushul, tasked with defending strategic passes, Rezangla being the most critical. Maj Shaitan Singh and his intrepid company, comprised mainly of men from Haryana unacquainted with snow and severe cold, pressed onward, feeling unprepared for the wintry extremes that lay ahead. Ascending to a height of 16,420 feet, they set up their defenses, aware that every inch held potential threat. Major Shaitan Singh organized his men into strategic positions across the forward slopes, facing the imposing cold winds from only 40-pound tents for warmth. They were equipped with outdated World War II-era weapons, while their adversaries wielded modern automatic rifles and artillery. However, incapacitated by fierce orders that restricted their movements to 400 yards from their post, they braced themselves for an unknown fate. As dawn broke on 18 November 1962, it became clear this day would be etched into the annals of history. A wave of panic swept through when at 3:30 a.m., the silence shattered with the sound of gunfire as Zimdar Hari Ram from 8 platoon reported an enemy probing their defenses. The alertness of the soldiers proved effective, resulting in quick retaliatory LMG fire, thwarting the immediate threat. Several minutes later, the magnitude of the attack became readily apparent. Surja Ram warned of 400 enemy soldiers advancing, shadows against the stark white of the snow. Maj Shaitan Singh's orders were precise. They took aim and delivered a barrage of fire that successfully repelled the assault. However, the enemy forces were relentless. Within the short span of a few hours, the situation escalated dramatically as reports of additional attackers flooded in. By 4:30 a.m., artillery shells began crashing down around them, shaking the very earth beneath their feet. The coordinated barrage of mortars and recoilless guns commanded by their adversaries turned the battlefield into a hellish landscape. Ramchandar recalled scenes of utter devastation, splintered wood and sandbags blown apart, a grim reminder of the chaos pounding around them. In the chaos, Major Shaitan Singh, though already wounded, moved through the carnage, rallying his men even as despair hung thick in the air. His steadiness, in stark contrast to the chaos, steeled the resolve of his soldiers. Nihal Singh, manning the LMG beside his comrade, waited for a moment that never ought to have come, where he alone held his ground as comrades fell around him. As the battle reached its fevered pitch, and the earlier advantages began to dwindle, the main's determination faced its ultimate test. Several soldiers, including Maj Shaitan Singh, were gravely injured as the enemy pressed relentlessly forward. Yet, beneath the grievous circumstances, Maj Shaitan Singh commanded respect and unwavering loyalty from his men. In a last act of leadership, he urged his soldiers to save themselves. Knowing that his end was nigh, go back and tell them how we fought till the last, he commanded, "This is my company." As the remaining soldiers waded through heavy snow, their hearts torn between duty and the loss of their captain, Nihal escaped the night, finding remnants of their battalion amidst the chaos. The bodies sprawled before him told no tales, silent witnesses to an end they had fought bravely against. Days would pass before the shepherd stumbled upon the chilling tableau that enveloped Rezangla. Major Shaitan Singh and his men lay frozen, indistinguishable from the snowy landscape, a somber reminder that valor often goes hand in hand with tragedy. Honoring their sacrifice, Major Shaitan Singh was posthumously awarded the Param Vir Chakra, India's highest military decoration. His story, and the bravery of C Company, resonates deeply through time, serving as a beacon of courage for future generations. Brigadier, retired, R.V. Jatar aptly summarized, they fought against unimaginable odds, bolstered by leadership that inspired unwavering resolve. His soft-spoken demeanor in life belied the lion-hearted spirit that emerged amid turmoil. Major Shaitan Singh, born on 1st December 1924, at Banasar village in Jodhpur district, was not merely a soldier, he was a legacy. From his boyhood in a military family to his place among the heroes of India, the echoes of his courage forged in battle are immortalized in the memorial at Rezangla. Today, as families journey to the picturesque Pangomtso and traverse the rugged paths to Chushul, they inevitably halt at the Rezangla Memorial, where white marble inscriptions honor the martyrs. Here, the lines of Lord Thomas Macaulay linger. How can a man die better than facing fearful odds for the ashes of his fathers and the temples of his gods? Their bravery is forever etched in the annals of history, a testament to the undying spirit of sacrifice, valor, and brotherhood that defines a true soldier. Second Kashmir Way of 1965. The 1965 Kashmir conflict. The year 1965 marked a significant chapter in South Asian history as it witnessed the eruption of what is now referred to as the Second Kashmir War. This conflict emerged just over a decade after the First Kashmir War, which had transpired between 1947 and 1948, engulfing the region in a turmoil that would continue to shape the geopolitical landscape of the subcontinent. In the years leading up to this war, India had endured a series of setbacks, particularly from the Sino-Indian War of 1962, where a beleaguered Indian military struggled against a relentless Chinese invasion. Observing the aftermath of this conflict, Pakistan perceived an opportunity. It believed that India's military strength was diminished, and the timing was ripe to assert its claim over Kashmir once more. The Indian landscape was a canvas of low morale, stagnating economic growth, the recent death of its revered Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, and a successor, Lal Bahadur Shastri, whose leadership lacked the charismatic allure of his predecessor. Meanwhile, Pakistan felt emboldened by an influx of military assistance from the United States, which included a formidable arsenal, 200 American-made Pathan tanks, 2 squadrons of bombers, 4 squadrons of Sabre jets, and a squadron of supersonic fighters. As tensions simmered, Pakistan initiated hostilities with an initial skirmish in the Run of Kutch. Although India retaliated decisively in this border confrontation, it culminated in a ceasefire that merely restored the previous status quo without resolving any underlying tensions. As August dawned, a more insidious operation commenced, known as Operation Gibraltar. Pakistan began covertly deploying troops into Jammu and Kashmir with the intent of inciting an insurgency against Indian governance. This operation was predicated on the belief that the local populace of Kashmir was disenchanted with Indian rule and would rally to the cause of liberation. Pakistan skillfully camouflaged these infiltrators as locals, unleashing a guerrilla force numbering over 25,000, armed, trained, and supported by the Pakistani military. As political machinations unfolded, Pakistan framed the unrest as a genuine uprising against Indian authority, ultimately laying the groundwork for a larger military engagement. By 15th August, the Indian army was compelled to act decisively, dismantling guerrilla bases and reclaiming strategic territories such as Hajipir. Despite a concerted effort, Pakistan's attempt to capture Akhnur faltered. By 6th September, the intensity of hostilities escalated, resulting in the Indian army formally crossing the international border into Pakistan, leading to a declaration of war. Among the many fierce confrontations during this tumultuous period, the Battle of Asal Uttar emerged as the most renowned, translating to befitting reply. This tank battle unfolded in the Naik Karam sector, where Pakistan faced catastrophic losses, including the destruction of approximately 75 Pathan tanks, abandoned by their crews in the face of overwhelming Indian counterattacks. The area where this armoured onslaught took place later became known as Pathan Nagar, a stark emblem of Pakistan's devastating defeat. It was during this engagement that Company Quartermaster Abdul Hamid of the Four Grenadiers displayed extraordinary valor, earning him the Param Vir Chakra, India's highest wartime honour, posthumously. Another notable confrontation occurred during the Battle of Chawinda, where Lieutenant Colonel A.B. Tarapur of the 17 Horse displayed extraordinary bravery, ultimately sacrificing his life for his country. His heroism was also recognized with the posthumous awarding of the Param Vir Chakra. The 1965 conflict was harrowing for both nations, resulting in significant casualties and suffering. The war eventually concluded through the intervention of the United Nations and the subsequent Tashkent Declaration, which aimed to establish peace and restore normalcy to the region. Despite the cessation of hostilities, the scars of the war and the contentious issue of Kashmir would continue to fuel tensions between India and Pakistan for decades to come. The stories of valor, sacrifice, and the harrowing realities of war linger as a poignant reminder of the complexities of this historic struggle. Abdul Hamid /TextBF, Brave the Param Vir Chakra Stories, The Legacy of Abdul Hamid. It is March of 2014 in Dhamupur village, located in the district of Ghazipur, Uttar Pradesh. Amidst sprawling golden fields of wheat, ripe for harvest, stands a decaying old house bearing witness to time's relentless passage. Once a lively home, its walls were filled with the rhythmic hum of a sewing machine where Abdul Hamid would stitch garments and the joyful laughter of children would fill the air. Now, solitude envelopes the house. Abdul Hamid's beloved wife, Rasulan Bibi, no longer resides there, having moved with family to a modest home 3 kilometers away, near Dhulpur railway station. This transition is motivated by practicality. Jamil, Rasulan's grandson, explains that they have found it easier to navigate daily life and obtain necessary medicines for his grandmother from their new location. Each day, Jamil boards a local train to Varanasi, diligently making his way to work while also carrying the weight of familial history and pride. The legacy of Abdul Hamid resonates deeply within this village. Jamil recalls that there are two entities that capture Ghazipur's fame, the opium factory nearby and his grandfather, honored as Veer Abdul Hamid, the Brave, in the local curriculum. Class 6 students read of Hamid's valor in their Hindi literature books, instilling in young minds a sense of pride and inspiration. The tale of his heroism ignited a flame of motivation within Jamil during his school years. It was a profound joy to learn from his teacher about the bravery of the man who was his blood and story. It was from Dhulpur railway station that Abdul Hamid boarded a local train in 1965, bound for his battalion stationed at Naik Karam. That fateful evening was overshadowed by what Rasulan referred to as ominous signs. With palpable concern, she urged Hamid to remain at home, but he dismissed her worries with a reassuring smile. The call of duty and his unwavering dedication to the army always took precedence. As Hamid prepared to leave, he meticulously rolled his bedding and tightened the thick rope that bound it, but fate intervened. The rope snapped, releasing the contents of his packed belongings. Among these lay a cherished muffler, a heartfelt gift from Rasulan, bought at a nearby fair. Overcome with emotion, she insisted it was a grim omen, a sign urging him not to go. Hamid, however, reassured her with memories of his safe return from the 62 war, and after brief, emotional farewells, he continued his preparations. The goodbye was extended as Hamid departed the home, accompanied by relatives and his loyal friend Bachu Singh, who loaded Hamid's belongings onto a bicycle. But fate dealt yet another unfortunate hand. The cycle's chain broke, drawing concern and further apprehension from the villagers, who believed it was yet another unfavorable sign. Once again, they urged him to reconsider, but his spirit remained untouched. By the time he arrived, the train had already departed. Resolute, he decided to wait for the night train, bidding farewell to his family, who knew that this would be the last glimpse they would have of him. /TextDF, Naik Karam sector. The scene shifts abruptly to a battlefield on 8 September 1965 at 9 a.m. The fields surrounding Chima village rustle gently with the wind as Abdul Hamid sits in the passenger seat of his jeep, armed with a recoilless gun, RCL, mounted on the vehicle. Awareness weighs heavily upon him, for he knows that the Pakistani army has initiated an assault, advancing toward his battalion with Paragon tanks, the rumble of their approach resonating ominously in his ears. Hidden amongst the tall sugarcane, Hamid instinctively takes cover, directing his gun toward the advancing threat. His battalion, the Grenadiers, hold their fire, meticulously maintaining silence to avoid alarming the enemy. When the lead tank draws within 30 yards, he motions to his loader to prepare the weapon. With precision, he watches as the shell is discharged, the explosion illuminating the battlefield. The first tank ignites, consumed by flames, marking the beginning of Hamid's epic stand. In that electrifying moment of victory, joy erupts amongst his comrades, shouts of "Shabash! Bravo!" echoing through the air, their spirits momentarily lifted as they spot the crew of the two subsequent tanks dismounting and fleeing in panic. With focus and clarity, Hamid orders the jeep to reverse, maneuvering them into a safer position. As the clock edges toward noon, heavy artillery rain falls upon their battalion, but anticipation looms once more. The rumble of approaching enemy tanks reaches them again. Hamid, ever the strategist, nests his jeep behind a screen of sugarcane, waiting as the enemy tank eases into shooting distance. Another precise order is given to his loader, and once more, the shell finds its mark, setting another tank ablaze while the remaining two tanks once again retreat under the weight of panic. By the end of this fateful day, Hamid has already achieved astonishing ground, credited with destroying 4 tanks. Determined to safeguard their position, the engineers are summoned to lay anti-tank mines, knowing full well that the enemy's onslaught is far from over. Yet, buoyed by earlier victories, the battered but spirited grenadiers continue fighting with their heads held high. The following day, Hamid is back in action, his resolve unyielding as he effortlessly destroys yet 2 more tanks with his weapon of choice, the RCL gun. They face aerial assaults from Pakistani Sabre jets, but remarkably, the damage remains minimal. As the sun dips below the horizon, Hamid and his team methodically dispatch 2 additional tanks, a testament to their unwavering grit on the field. That night, exhaustion blankets the battlefield, but peace washes over Hamid. He relishes the glow of accomplishment, knowing that his citation has been submitted for the Param Vir Chakra, PVC, a commendation recognizing his valor in the successful elimination of 4 tanks, not without the whispers of further conquests. The dawn of 10th September reveals yet another demanding day for the 4 grenadiers. Under intense enemy fire, they strategize and respond to the onslaught as enemy tanks maneuver forward in groups of 3. Positioned expertly behind a thicket, Hamid prepares for the inevitable clash. The first tank approaches, and with fierce determination, he pulls the trigger. The resulting explosion propels them into chaos, and Hamid demands a swift retreat, narrowly evading a deadly blast that erupts mere moments after. As artillery fire punctuates the air with dread, Hamid and his men strain against gunfire, evading the enemy's watchful eye by constantly shifting their locations. Time becomes their enemy as an advancing tank finds them both in its sights. A tense stalemate ensues, leading to a mutual strike. A deafening roar fills the landscape as both the enemy tank and Hamid's jeep erupt in flames. The cries of battle echo before a devastating silence settles, interrupted only by the crackle of flames, a final, cruel twist of fate. Abdul Hamid has made the ultimate sacrifice, blowing up a total of 7 enemy tanks, an extraordinary feat unmatched by any individual in the history of warfare. His courageous actions solidified his legacy, earning him the PVC posthumously for his valor and enduring bravery. Born on 1st July 1933, into a family led by Sakina Begum and Muhammad Usman, Abdul Hamid grew up in the heart of Dhamupur. A tailor's son, he learned from an early age the value of hard work and resilience, often helping his father with sewing tasks. Abdul enjoyed a childhood filled with wrestling, swimming in the cool waters, and taking part in Gatka, a traditional form of sword fighting. At the tender age of 14, he married Rasulan Bibi, and together they raised a family of 5, 1 daughter and 4 sons. A proud man, he stood firm by his beliefs, refusing to accept charity even when needed. His bravery echoed not just on the battlefield but in his everyday life, as Jamil remembers the tale of how Abdul declined to claim a reward for shooting a bird, sending a message, "Dignity transcends wealth." Hamid joined the army at 20, trained extensively, and ultimately became a praised soldier serving with valor during pivotal conflicts, including the 1962 war and the Kutch incident in 1965. He was finally tasked with handling the Recounts, RCL, guns at a time of dire need, transforming a group equipped solely with RCL into a formidable force against lavish armor. Abdul Hamid's story doesn't conclude with his passing on 10th September 1965, his legacy lives on. The echoes of battle and sacrifice linger in Richhmar, a site transformed into a cemetery for abandoned enemy tanks, where locals affectionately titled it Pathan Nagar, a unique tribute to those who fought valiantly at Asal Uttar. In a swift turn of events showcasing bravery against adversity, the significance of Hamid's valor inspires not only the generations in Ghazipur but also those across the nation, emphasizing the eternal spirit of bravery and sacrifice that defines a true hero. Ardeshir Burjurji Tarapur. Ardeshir Burjurji Tarapur, a legacy of valor. In the dim light of memory, Zarin Mahir Boys, the daughter of Lieutenant Colonel Adi Tarapur, recalls with bittersweet clarity the last time her father didn't return home. She was only 15 years old, and worry creased her mother's brow as she paced the family home in anxious anticipation. The air was thick with unspoken fears, the kind that arose when a father, a soldier, was late from duty. It was a taut string of dread, drawn tight until the familiar rumble of a jeep brought relief that day. But the second time her father did not return, there was no comforting rumble, no vehicle's tires crunching on gravel. The echoes of the 1965 war had claimed him, and the waiting turned to mourning, a cloistered grief that took the family's hopes and dreams with him. Now in her 60s, Zarin sits in her quiet Pune home, decades having slipped away like the sands through an hourglass. Yet, the joyful laughter and the painful ache of loss remain vivid in her heart. Memories of her father, the illustrious soldier adorned with the Param Vir Chakra, are both cherished and haunting. It has been nearly 50 years since she last felt his embrace, yet she finds herself oscillating between smiles and tears, as if the passage of time has blurred the lines between the past and the present. January 1964, Babina. It was a typical January evening in Babina, yet tension danced in the air. The clock was creeping toward 7:45 p.m., lights glimmering from the Tarapur household as Mrs. Perrin Tarapur anxiously awaited her husband's return. The festive atmosphere, meant to celebrate a civilian guest's birthday, felt incomplete with each ticking minute. Adi, serving as the commanding officer of the Pune Horse, had promised to be home by 6 p.m. to share a slice of cake with their children, Zarin and her brother Zaksis. As time dragged on, so did the worry etched across Perrin's face. Finally, relief flooded the home when Adi's jeep pulled into the driveway. But as he entered, it became clear that something was amiss. Adi's uniform, now caked in mud and grime, told a different story than expected. His distress was mirrored in the faces of his family and guests. "My jeep got stuck in Gurari Nala," he explained, his voice steady, brushing off the concerns that arose from needing to help push it out. An astonished guest couldn't contain their surprise at seeing the commanding officer so involved in the muck. Adi, characteristically unfazed by rank, fired back, "I am not made of sugar and salt that I'll wash away. Anything my men do, I do with them." Zarin listened intently, absorbing the lessons of loyalty and courage that poured from her father's words. Little did she know, this was a fleeting moment shared before a storm approached, one that would engulf their family in profound sorrow. A soldier's journey. Ardeshir Burjurji Tarapur, known affectionately as Adi, was born on 18 August 1923 in Mumbai. The roots of the Tarapur name trace back to an estate awarded for heroism, instilling in him a legacy shaped by bravery and loyalty. Adi's fearlessness blossomed in childhood. There was an instance when a runaway cow charged at his sister Yadgar, and despite being only 6 years old, he gallantly intervened with a stick, startling the animal and saving her. His spirit remained unwavering through adolescence. Commissioned as a second lieutenant in January 1942 into the 7th Hyderabad Infantry, his journey to the prestigious armoured regiment he desired was paved by an astounding act of courage. During a training drill, Adi risked his life to save his fellows from a grenade. This boldness earned him the respect of Major General L. Edrus, who ensured a transfer for him into the 1st Hyderabad Imperial Service Lancers, one cherished dream realized. War was not free from turbulence. Adi's convictions often clashed with authority. A notable incident during World War II showcased his fervor for his homeland, where he openly reprimanded a British commander who insulted the Nizam. The repercussions were severe, leading to temporary isolation for his unit. Yet, through the intervention of higher command, Adi's career remained intact, his reputation forged in both valor and resolve. The calling of the Pune Horse. After the integration of Hyderabad state into India, Adi found himself in the legendary Pune Horse, or 17 Horse, where he commanded with charisma and latent warmth. He bonded with his men, embracing their traditions, even sporting a cavalier moustache that became a badge of camaraderie. His passion for leadership shone through in a myriad of ways, from cracking jokes in the mess to leading from the front lines, blurring the lines of hierarchy. With a penchant for the audacious, Adi redirected standard military protocols to meet the operational demands of war. His innovative spirit was instrumental during the events leading up to the 1965 Indo-Pak War, notably during the Battle of Chavinda, a significant chapter in military history that would test both his resolve and destiny. The Indo-Pak War of 1965. The drums of war echoed with ominous clarity when a declaration came on 27 August 1965. Major Ajay Singh of 17 Horse, learning of the war's outbreak while celebrating the birth of his child, quickly rejoined his unit. The regiment advanced through muddy landscapes, crossing into enemy territory as boys waved from the safety of their homes, unaware of the impending conflict. Adi had issued clear orders: no harm would come to innocent civilians. Their battle lay only with the army. The Battle of Chavinda commenced on 10 September, marking the beginning of intense conflict. Under Adi's leadership, a surprise attack was launched, quickly dismantling enemy defenses. The ground reverberated with the thunderous roar of tanks and artillery, the clash of titans. Amid the chaos, Tarapur personally led an impromptu counterattack that resulted in the swift destruction of 13 Pakistani tanks, revitalizing morale amidst heavy losses suffered by Allied forces. Meanwhile, Adi's tenacity attracted injuries that left his arm in a sling, but he refused medical evacuation, insisting his role was paramount in the fight for his men and against the enemy. A hero's final stand. As the siege of Chavinda persisted, Adi planned meticulously, coordinating assaults that would lead to the capture of key positions, such as Buttar Dograndi, relentlessly pushing the Pakistani forces back despite the growing toll on his own unit. His leadership inspired courage, leading to the destruction of approximately 60 enemy tanks with minimal Indian casualties. Days of fervent battle were punctuated with moments of calm, but an eerie sense of foreboding lingered. On 16 September, with the sun dipping low in the horizon, Adi considered the hard-fought victories, pride swelling within him as he engaged in discussions atop his tank. But in a cruel twist of fate, a shell pierced the air, igniting flames that enveloped him and his intelligence officer in a blinding blaze, an unwelcome surge of violence. As Major Ajay Singh dashed toward the stricken tank, horror took hold as he discovered his commanding officer's lifeless body, a testament to the struggle for valor amidst the chaos of war. The sun set on an indomitable spirit that burned brightly yet briefly. Legacy of Valor. For the extraordinary bravery shown in the six-day battle, Lt. Colonel Ardeshir Burjorji Tarapur was awarded the Param Vir Chakra posthumously, his legacy etched forever in the annals of military history. While warfare raged on, a ceasefire was ultimately called on 22 September, bringing an end to hostilities but leaving echoes of sacrifice resonating through the hearts of those who remembered. Today, as Zarin reflects on her father's life and the sacrifices made, she sits enveloped in the warmth of his memories, both joyful and painful, understanding the profound weight of his legacy. The Pune Horse remains one of the most decorated units of the Indian Army, proudly carrying forward the ethos instilled by a brave soldier whose spirit of bravery and camaraderie would forever inspire generations to come. Indo-Pak War of 1971. Battle of 1971, the Indo-Pak War. The Indo-Pak War of 1971, a tale of courage and sacrifice. The Indo-Pak War of 1971 unfolded against the backdrop of a fierce struggle for independence by the people of Bangladesh, then known as East Pakistan. The seeds of conflict were sown in 1970 during the general elections in Pakistan, where the Awami League, led by Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, emerged triumphant, securing an astounding 167 out of 169 seats in East Pakistan. This victory provided the Awami League a simple majority in the 313-member lower house of parliament. However, when Sheikh Mujibur Rahman sought to form a government, he was met with fierce resistance from the rival faction in West Pakistan, led by Zulfikar Ali Bhutto of the Pakistan People's Party, PP. The political rhetoric turned violent as President Yahya Khan, in a bid to suppress the protests spilling out from East Pakistan, deployed the military to quell the dissent. By April 1971, the situation escalated further, prompting exiled leaders of the Awami League to establish a government in exile. They had no choice but to flee their homeland as Lieutenant General Tikka Khan, dubbed the Butcher of Bangladesh, unleashed a brutal crackdown, employing aerial bombardments, tanks, and artillery against innocent civilians and Bengali paramilitary forces. This campaign of terror, marked by heinous acts of violence and oppression, resulted in a grave humanitarian crisis, forcing approximately 9 million refugees to flee into India, seeking safety from the impending carnage. The sheer scale of this exodus and the atrocities committed led many to believe that the actual war began far earlier, in the spring of 1971, when Pakistan sowed a whirlwind of horror. As the Indian government confronted an urgent crisis, it repeatedly called for international intervention to address the terrible plight of the refugees and restore peace. However, the global community remained largely indifferent, leaving India to grapple with economic strain and rising lawlessness amid the overwhelming influx of refugees. Faced with an untenable situation and witnessing the suffering of millions, Prime Minister Indira Gandhi made the resolute decision to engage in military action against Pakistan. Timing was crucial. India strategically awaited the onset of winter when heavy snowfall would effectively close the Himalayan passes, significantly diminishing the likelihood of intervention by China. In a shocking escalation, the Pakistani Air Force launched a preemptive strike on the evening of 3rd December, targeting 11 airfields across India, including vital military installations at Agra. Pakistan's leadership mistakenly believed that by escalating tensions, they could compel China and the United States to intervene, potentially paving the way for a United Nations resolution. However, they miscalculated the speed and effectiveness with which the Indian forces would respond. On that fateful evening, Indira Gandhi addressed the nation via radio, declaring the air strikes a formal declaration of war by Pakistan and promising a fierce retaliation. The Indian military swiftly mobilized, and in an astonishing maneuver, the Indian Air Force managed to establish complete aerial superiority over the eastern theatre of war within just 48 hours. This mastery allowed Indian ground forces to advance with renewed vigor, moving freely even under the cover of daylight. Fueled by extraordinary strategic planning and the indomitable spirit of the troops, the Indian response was both rapid and impactful. Within a mere 15 days, the conflict came to a conclusion. More than 90,000 Pakistani soldiers were taken as prisoners of war, leading to a comprehensive defeat for Pakistan. The people of Bangladesh rejoiced as they finally attained independence, and the instrument of surrender was meticulously signed in Dhaka on 16 December 1971. A poignant photograph immortalizes this historic moment. It captures Lieutenant General Jagjit Singh Arora, the General Officer Commanding-in-Chief of the Eastern Command of the Indian Army, alongside Lieutenant General A.A.K. Niazi, the Commander of Pakistani forces in East Pakistan. Their expressions reflect the gravity of the situation, a war fought on two fronts, each representing bravery, sacrifice, and a fight for freedom. Amidst the chaos of the war, numerous tales of extraordinary valor emerged, shining a light on the heroism displayed by Indian soldiers. 4 valorous individuals were awarded the Param Vir Chakra, the nation's highest military honor. Lance Naik Albert Ekka of 14 Guards, Major Hoshiar Singh of 3 Grenadiers, 2nd Lieutenant Arun Khetarpal of 17 Horse, and Flying Officer Nirmal Jeet Singh Sekhon of the Indian Air Force. Notably, Sekhon remains the sole Air Force officer to have received this honor. Of these brave warriors, only Major Hoshiar Singh survived to share his incredible experiences, bearing witness to the tenacity of the human spirit even in the face of overwhelming adversity. His account serves as a testament not only to his valor but also to the indelible legacy of courage and sacrifice that emerged from the tumultuous period of the Indo-Pak War of 1971, a war that not only reshaped national boundaries but also transformed the lives of millions forever. Albert Ekka. As darkness enveloped the marshy expanse, Lance Naik Albert Ekka remained perfectly still. He crouched low in the muck, the sound of swamp bubbles, both airy and unsettling, punctuating the silence around him. His boots, thickly coated in dried mud, provided little comfort, and he felt the first stirrings of urgency as an ant crawled up his left leg. Yet, he remained motionless. The tiny insect was the least of his concerns. A drop of something warm and viscous trickled down his neck. Instinctively, Albert raised his hand to touch it, a sensation too thick to be sweat. When he brought it into the faint light of dawn, he wasn't surprised to catch the metallic scent of blood wafting toward him. Steeling himself, he wiped his palm on his fatigue trousers and tightened his grip around his 7.62 rifle, beating back the wave of pain coursing through him. A subtle shift in the night sky hinted at the coming dawn. He could sense it in his very being, a natural instinct inherited from generations of his Adivasi ancestry. It was still dark, but he could make out a hint of orange spreading across the horizon. With ceaseless determination, he lowered himself to his knees and maneuvered into a snake crawl, his rifle held firmly in hand. Suddenly, sharp pain pierced through the bullet lodged in his arm, a reminder of the risks he faced. Another strike forced him to stagger as he fell to the mud, blood oozing from a gaping wound in his neck. Each heartbeat sent fresh waves of agony through his body, warmth mingling with the cold terror of impending consciousness loss. Time was slipping away, and he knew he had to block it out. Focusing on his mission, he pushed himself forward, elbowing his way through the darkness toward the old double-storied railway signal building, a structure that housed the enemy's brutal machine gun. Once there, the cacophony of gunfire enveloped him, the thumping sound of the MMG ringing heavily in his ears, causing vibrations that shook the very ground beneath him. With every deafening shot, reminders of his comrades' cries for help pierced through the night air. His troops stood no chance against the superior firepower. The MMG fire from the bunker was relentless, its accuracy lethal. There was no other option. They had to silence that gun or lose everything. Slinging his rifle over his back, Ekka deftly unholstered a grenade from his belt. With a swift motion, he removed the pin between his teeth and sent it sailing into the windowless brick structure. The moment the soft hiss of ignition faded, he braced for the impending explosion. The blast was like a sonic boom, a brilliant flash cutting through the darkness. In that instant, he squinted against the shock of light as splinters whipped toward him, cutting into his stomach. The force hurled one enemy soldier against the wall, reducing him to a grotesque blur of flesh and blood. The second man, however, remained bent over the machine gun, unaware of the violence unleashed. Climbing the rusting iron ladder, Albert leaped through a window like a phantom of vengeance. He shed his rifle and drew his gleaming bayonet, swallowing the fierce surge of adrenaline coursing through him. Ghump nikal, the words echoed clearly in his mind, the training mantra instilled during his preparation for battle. Charging at the enemy soldier operating the machine gun, Ekka embraced the foreboding thrill of combat. As the soldier turned, a moment frozen in time, Albert lunged forward, his bayonet sunk into the enemy's stomach, a brutal thrust that spoke of defiance and resolve. With unyielding strength, he pulled the blade free and thrust it again, reducing the man to nothing more than a lifeless mass. The machine gun, once thundering, fell silent. He stood amidst the remnants of war, a moment of serene satisfaction washing over him despite his own exhaustion. Bloodied and battered, he took stock of his surroundings. The calmness was surreal. For an instant, the world seemed to pause as smoke hung around him like a shroud. Major O.P. Kohli, the Bravo Company commander, observed the scene unfold just a few feet away. Pride swelled within him as he witnessed the audacious heroism of Lance Naik Albert Ekka. He had seen Ekka lob the grenade and scale the signal station. Kohli's heart soared with admiration. The young soldier had performed an extraordinary act of valor. But his relief was short-lived when he saw Albert begin to lose his balance, his body going limp as he fell from the iron ladder. Tragically, Lance Naik Albert Ekka succumbed to his injuries. Yet, he had achieved the mission, the threat of the MMG extinguished, Bravo Company could now advance unimpeded, their spirits bolstered by the courage displayed by their fallen comrade. As dawn broke, washing the battlefield in soft hues of gold, the stars overhead faded into the brightening sky. Despite the loss, the soldiers prepared to move on, fueled by a fervor that came from knowing their brother had died fighting for something greater than himself. Camp Abrera, on the banks of Chambal. /TextBF, February 1968. A few years earlier, in the serene setting of Camp Abrera, surrounded by the languorous waters of the Chambal River, Lieutenant O.P. Kohli was leading a battalion. It was here that a thin, dark young boy named Albert Ekka was brought before him with little show of emotion, eyes averted and demeanor reserved. He had just successfully completed his battle physical efficiency test, marking the start of a journey that would take him far beyond the tranquil banks of the river. Add him to the rolls, Lt. Kohli ordered, his mind processing the new recruit. The 32 guards had formed just weeks earlier, creating a mix of soldiers from various regiments, each one bringing a unique history to the fold. Albert came from a Bihar regiment, a journey that would soon prove pivotal for the young soldier. I admit I wasn't impressed at first, confesses Colonel Kohli today, his voice warm with nostalgia as he recounts those early days. He was unassuming and quiet, but he embodied the physical prowess typical of an Adivasi. Little did we know then the mark he would leave on history. By May 1968, the battalion was deployed to Mizoram, where Albert, despite still holding the rank of Lance Naik, assumed the responsibilities of a section commander. He showed flashes of innovation and maneuverability in difficult operations while earning the respect of his fellow soldiers. He didn't seek the limelight, instead, he remained an enigmatic figure, his expressions unreadable, whether in moments of triumph or trial. His indifference to personal appearance sometimes annoyed his company commander. His uniform was often ill-fitting, hanging loosely off his slim frame. "I'd often pull his belt and tell him to smarten up," chuckled Colonel Kohli. Despite these quirks, what set Albert apart was his cunning in combat. Out on patrol, he would gather crabs from streams, roast them over an open fire for his men, and provide sustenance when morale wavered. In March 1971, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. 32 guards was stationed at Dingiri, where he began to see the influx of refugees seeking shelter within Indian territory. Tension steadily brewed in the air. The long-anticipated conflict was looming, and the battalion was poised for action as orders arrived in December. Gangasagar, Eastern Front, Bangladesh. /TextBF, Liberation War, night of 3rd December 1971. In the pre-dawn hours of 3rd December, two companies, Alpha and Bravo, were instructed to assault the enemy-occupied Gangasagar railway station. It had transformed into a fortified stronghold, bristling with heavily barricaded bunkers. The strategy was to surprise the enemy. Artillery units remained on standby, ready but unengaged to maintain stealth. As the clock struck 2 a.m., the soldiers of both companies began their stealthy advance into hostile territory. The marshy terrain provided little solace, each step threatening to drag them into perilous depths. They moved along the raised railway track, organized into single file, understanding that they were stepping into the unknown. To facilitate coordination, Ekka and fellow Lance Naik Karam Singh took positions above, guiding their respective soldiers from the top of the embankment. They moved quietly, shadows falling across the cold earth until an unintended tripwire triggered an explosion, igniting the night sky. Without a moment's hesitation, Ekka's raw courage surged forth as he leaped into action. "Tera baap," he shouted defiantly, charging at the startled sentry, bayonet driven straight into the enemy's gut. Shots rang out, and despite a bullet tearing into his arm, Ekka led the charge, pushing the enemy bunker into retreat. Chaos erupted quickly as the engagement intensified. Bullets flew, LMGs clattered, and the cries of the wounded mingled with battle cries. Advancing into the enemy defenses, both companies split their forces, assaulting bunker after bunker. The soldiers were fearless, heedless of their own safety. The objective was singular: to obliterate the enemy and clear a path for their comrades. Even with wounds that would incapacitate most, Albert fought with wild ferocity. Every ounce of mental and physical fortitude poured into his every move. As the battle escalated, Kohli watched Ekka continue to forge ahead despite another bullet striking him in the neck. He fell yet stood back up, moving with determination that inspired the men around him, Kohli later recalled. His voice weighted with a heavy mix of admiration and grief. The moment arrived when they would confront the machine gun that had claimed so many lives. It was here, in this tumultuous arena of chaos and valor, that Ekka would signify both courage and sacrifice. The Battle of Gangasagar ended with heavy casualties on both sides. The valor of the Indian troops resulted in a distinguished recognition of their bravery, with Ekka being posthumously awarded the Param Vir Chakra, the highest military honor. His steadfast devotion not only galvanized his fellow soldiers but established a legacy of bravery that would resonate for generations to come. Both in spirit and in memory, Lance Naik Albert Ekka transformed from an unassuming young Adivasi into a legend, a reminder of the sacrifice and valor that redefine the very essence of courage, forever etched in the annals of history. Nirmaljeet Singh Sekhon. Srinagar, 14th December 1971. As dawn breaks over the snow-blanketed landscapes of Srinagar, a biting cold envelopes the Air Force Base. The stillness of the morning is only interrupted by the soft crunch of boots on ice and the faint hum of early winter winds. Among the fighters preparing for the day ahead are Flying Officer Nirmaljeet Singh Sekhon, a tall and lanky figure known for his crisp, upturned moustache, and Flight Lieutenant Baldhir Singh Ghuman, his friend and comrade. They arrive at the base at 4:30 a.m., squeezed into a rickety bus, most of its window panes shattered, which adds to their challenges. Their 45-minute journey from the Badami Bagh officers' mess was nothing short of a test of endurance, every bump in the road only accentuating the chill that gnawed at their bones. For the pilots of the 18 Squadron, known as the Flying Bullets, this is merely part of the routine. The young officers settle into a cramped aircrew room, just 30 meters from where their fighter jets, the nimble gnats, are parked securely in camouflage. Normally active, today, due to the heavy fog which renders visibility unnervingly low, they are temporarily taken off the 2-minute standby alert. They remain vigilant, though on a 5-minute standby, ready to roar into action at a moment's notice. Both Sekhon and Ghuman are far from amateur pilots. Stationed at Ambala, they have more recently made Srinagar their base of operations amidst the escalating tensions between India and Pakistan throughout 1971. Until now, they had followed the UN's restrictions against combat aircraft within Jammu and Kashmir. Despite the limitations, Sekhon and Ghuman are at home in Kashmir's variable landscape and weather conditions, exhibiting unwavering trust in their energetic little aircraft, the Nat. These small fighters have earned their nickname, Saber Slayers, after demonstrating remarkable prowess against Pakistan's larger Saber jets during the 1965 war, shooting down 7 of them with unmatched skill. Suddenly, a shrill alarm pierces the chilly air, reverberating across the tannoy systems. The enemy, 6 Pakistani Sabre jets from the renowned 26th Squadron, Black Spiders, are en route to the Srinagar airbase. The lack of an air defense radar and the dense fog makes it perilously difficult to spot the incoming threat until it is almost upon them. A network of observation posts has been established along the hill crests to act as the first line of defense. A soldier stands ready with a battery-operated radio, awaiting the moment to sound the alarm. In a swift movement, the 2 pilots are informed that they must switch to standby 2. They race towards their waiting gnats, adrenaline coursing through their veins. Clipping on their helmets, Sekhon, affectionately called brother for his friendly demeanor, climbs into his aircraft while Ghuman, known as G-Man, rushes to his own. What lay ahead was more than just a routine mission. Every pilot yearns for action, and the chance of confrontation hung tantalizingly close. /TBF, across the border, meanwhile. A squadron of F-86 Sabres, laden with munitions, has taken off from Peshawar. Their mission, dive into the Kashmir Valley, bomb Srinagar, and return to safety within folded wings of Pakistan's territory. Each plane is armed with 2 500-pound bombs and is equipped with additional fuel tanks to ensure maximum flight endurance. This isn't the first time the verdant valley has faced the wrath of the Pakistan Air Force. During the ongoing war, the Srinagar airfield has weathered 14 such blistering day raids. Intelligence reports hinted that the Pakistani offensive had a strategic advantage, with local agents providing crucial updates. More than once, these intel bursts have prompted the sabers to retreat from the Pir Panjal Pass, honing in on the presence of the Indian Nats, the formidable saber slayers. On that fateful day, the sabers glided over the Pak-occupied hills before crossing into Indian airspace, slicing through the clouds at 10,000 feet. The alarm blared as they surpassed Avantipur airbase, and while Ghuman's instincts compelled him to take off, Sekhon held momentarily, waiting for a safer runway. However, time seemed to disregard their caution. Ghuman launched into the air as the sabers unleashed their first rounds, their bombs rippling destruction onto the runway, sending shrapnel and chaos everywhere. Amidst the smoky upheaval, Sekhon recalled that this would be one of his last moments flying together with Ghuman as he soared into the uncertain heights, boldly smiling as he readied his net. Within moments, the chase was on. Sekhon focused on the bombing sabers, which regrouped after their aggressive run. He charged forth through the fog, the roar of his jet's engines sounding alive with blood-pumping adrenaline. "I am behind to sabers," he announced over the radio with defiant excitement. "I won't let the bastards get away." The skies above Srinagar transformed into a tempest of aerial combat. With eager precision, Sekhon maneuvered behind the intimidating silhouettes of the sabers. A swift pull of the trigger unleashed 30mm rounds from the Nat's cannon, creating a plume of fire and smoke that visually marked his presence in the air. Nearby, fellow pilots Bopaya and Nalia witnessed the explosive action unfold, verifying the sight of one saber's wing engulfed in flames. The dogfight intensified, Sekhon entwining himself in a deadly ballet of combat. He adeptly weaved through enemy fire, evading the hailstorm of bullets from behind while pursuing his quarry ahead. The chaotic radio chatter revealed the rising tension. "3 is Winchester," a Pakistani pilot lamented that he had finished his ammunition, panic slicing through their ranks. Seizing his moment of potential victory, Sekhon deftly dropped his external fuel tanks, shading weight and enhancing his agility. He cornered in on the first saber. Finally, he fired at the helpless plane, in pursuit like a hawk closing in on vulnerable prey. But the tides shifted suddenly. A pair of unseen escorting sabers swooped in from their forgotten perch, diving down upon Sekhon with renewed virulence. Remorseless bullets peppered his nat, and despite his own determination, Sekhon recognized the overwhelming odds he faced. "I think I have been hit. G-men, come and get them." With that, the brave pilot's voice crackled on the radio, the last testament of courage beneath the smoke-filled sky. His nat, ravaged and trailing flames, toppled over, unable to regain stability, crashing into the treacherous gorges near Badgam. Ghuman, unaware of his friend's fate, landed back at the airbase, breathless and shaken from the chaos above. Days later, they would recover Sekhon's crashed aircraft, riddled with 37 bullet holes, an indelible symbol of his valiance and singular prowess. In 1971, for his unmatched courage, he was posthumously awarded the Param Vir Chakra, the highest honor for valor in India. His legacy lives on. Not only was Sekhon commemorated as a hero but also as the sole Air Force officer to be bestowed with this affectionate honor. Born on 17 July 1945, in the quaint village of Rurkalsewal in Punjab, Nirmaljeet Singh Sekhon was a second-generation IF officer, the son of Warrant Officer Trilok Singh Sekhon. Commissioned on 4 June 1966, he rose through the ranks to embody what it meant to be a soldier, fearless, humble, and deeply devoted to his duty. Often called brother by his compatriots, Sekhon carried the essence of camaraderie in his simple vocabulary while finding confidence in the flying prowess bestowed upon him through diligent training. At just 26, with a freshly knitted bond of marriage, his life was cut short in the throes of battle. The poignant image of his delicate bride, veiled in white and receiving his Param Vir Chakra from President V. Giri, captures a moment of loss that transcends the boundaries of war, a surreal testament to honor paid with the price of love. Mrs. Sekhon would later remarry, but the legacy of Nirmaljeet Singh Sekhon would never fade, his courage woven firmly into the very fabric of India's military history. In a time of tumult, their voices, their fates, and their bravery endured, lovingly immortalized in the annals of the Indian Air Force, thanks to narratives being crafted by those who lived through the saga of air superiority and its poignant sacrifices. Air Commodore, retired, Ramesh V. Farakir, a course mate of Sekhon, has dedicated his efforts to preserving these stories, enriching our understanding of what it truly means to serve one's country. Through his research and reminiscences, he contributes to the under-publication book Air Power and National Security, ensuring that stories of heroism like Sekhon's remain alive for generations to come. Captain Arjun Ram Khetarpal /TextBF, Battle of Basantar, The Legacy of Lieutenant Arun Khetarpal /TextBF, 16th December 1971. Inside the cramped confines of the Centurion battle tank he fondly named Fungusta, after a port in Cyprus, 2nd Lieutenant Arun Khetarpal scans the battlefield with intense concentration. The remnants of the enemy's assault are all around him, destroyed tanks smolder and the sky is choked with thick, grey smoke. His heart races as he anxiously tracks the trajectory of a recent shot fired by his gunner. From what he's learned, the true test of success in warfare comes when the enemy's crew is forced to evacuate their burning vehicle, for their faith dictates that dying by fire is not an option. A palpable tension courses through Khetarpal, a vein pulses violently in his neck, a sign of the adrenaline surging through his body. If he manages to take down another tank, it will be his 5th victory in this fierce engagement. Yet, amidst the chaos, he is acutely aware that his own tank is aflame. Voices crackle over the radio, urging him to retreat, but he resolutely turns off the device. In his mind, pulling back would only create an opening for the enemy. He steels himself, determined to hold his ground. Suddenly, the air is sliced by a whistling shell that crashes into the cupola of Fungusta. In that agonizing instant, Khetarpal doesn't comprehend the severe damage inflicted upon him. It is only when the repugnant odor of burning flesh fills the closed space that reality sets in. The projectile has torn through his abdomen, and he feels a searing pain as it shatters his thigh bone, trapping him in his seat. With a profound sense of urgency, he turns to his gunner, Samvarnathu Singh, who pleads with him to escape the inferno that surrounds them. "I won't be able to do it," Khetarpal whispers defiantly, knowing deep down that the fight must go on. As he slumps into unconsciousness, his life ebbs away, embodying the heroism that the nation will remember for generations. It's 10:15 a.m. on 16th December 1971, and Arun, just 21 years old, fights his last battle. /TextBF, October 2013. Fast forward to a drizzly October afternoon in Delhi. After a sharp turn from the Ghitorni metro station lies a modest Indian oil petrol station, followed by a narrow lane marked Forest Lane. Navigating this path, I arrive at an imposing iron gate bearing the name Khetarpal's. Inside, I find a quaint farmhouse soaked in the gentle shower of a retreating monsoon, a place of both beauty and bittersweet memories. It is here I meet Maheshwari Khetarpal, the 87-year-old mother of the celebrated Param Vir Chakra awardee. She sits in her wheelchair, her short white hair framing a face etched with age and tired eyes that linger in the twilight of lost recollections. A young golden retriever infuses a fleeting moment of warmth, nudging her hand as it settles down to chew on a rubber bone. But today, neither she nor I want to delve into the grim details of Basantar, the battlefield from which her son never returned one frigid December day. Instead, we yearn to explore his childhood, his innocent days of laughter and wonder, distant from the horrors of war. I want to hear about the little things, I implore. Was he gentle or rambunctious? Did he sneak into your bed at night when the lights went out? Was he captivated by tadpoles or enchanted by butterflies in the garden? Did he untie his shoes or yank them off with childish impatience? Mrs. Khetarpal's eyes sparkle momentarily as she struggles to form coherent sentences around the fading memories. She shares snippets that reflect the life of a child who grew into a brave soldier, yet gaps in her reminiscence reveal the passage of time. अरुण हमारा बेटा था, पर अब हमें कुछ याद नहीं. Arun was our son. But I remember nothing now. A retelling of a life well lived, yet overshadowed by grief, trails of in frustration. Behind her, a framed black and white photograph captures a young Arun in his prime, a perpetual smile affixed to his face. The contrast between memory and the present pulls at my heartstrings. As I switch off my dictaphone, I begin to recount stories forgotten by time, tales of an 8-year-old boy from St. Columba's school who shouldered the weight of his younger brother's school bag, walking 2.5 miles home when car services fell through. I describe how he bravely masked his fear to comfort his sibling, only breaking down in their mother's embrace. I recount how, at the tender age of 6, he relinquished his favorite cardigan to a less fortunate child, lying to his mother that it was lost. I weave narratives of his dignified presence at a party, mistaken for an officer, or the day he earned his first salary and sent some of it home to his grandfather, adorned with utmost respect. I notice that her fingers tremble as she sips her now cold tea, the cup shaking dangerously in her lap. I steady it, carefully diverting my focus back to him. Did you send your brave son off to war with those fateful words? Your grandfather was a soldier, so was your father. Fight valiantly and never return a coward? She pauses, contemplating the question, the concentration evident in her eyes, and with a surge of conviction, she replies, "Haan, kaha tha." Yes, I said that. Pride radiates through her wrinkles. /TextBF, Winter 1971. The chilly evening air was thick with uncertainty. The Punjab mail had just departed New Delhi railway station, its whistle resonating with youthful vigor. Arun, clad in his blue patrol uniform, was at the door, waving excitedly to his family. His brother Mukesh, a student at IIT, felt a mix of envy and concern as he kept in stride with the moving train. Their parents, Brigadier and Mrs. Khetarpal, stood on the platform, hearts heavy yet buoyed by a facade of support. They exchanged smiles, but now, as the train sped away, Arun couldn't see the tears welling in his mother's eyes. Recalled from training, these young officers found themselves thrust into the torrent of duty. Together with his unit officer, 2nd Lieutenant Brijendra Singh, they hopped onto an unreserved train. Space was limited, forcing them into the pantry car. Yet, amidst the rush, Arun took time for his motorcycle, ensuring it was safely stored at home, returning just in time for departure, his golf clubs packed alongside his khaki gear. As he jokingly declared his intent to play golf in Lahore, much of the laughter masked the looming danger. Raised in a family steeped in military tradition, his great-grandfather fought against the British, his grandfather served in World War I, and his father was a sapper. Arun embraced his destiny. /TextBF, 15th December 1971, 11 p.m. The darkness of the winter night brings an airy calm. The fresh wheat fields, shimmering in daylight, now appear as muted shadows beneath the weight of invading tanks. The massive Centurion tanks from the Poona Horse Regiment advance methodically, each vehicle cautious, following behind the glimmer of a red tail light, a survival tactic to evade enemy eyes. With reports of enemy tanks amassing for a counteroffensive, urgency mounts among the commanders. In a carefully coordinated effort, they navigate a minefield left perilously by a retreating foe. As engineers pave the way, adrenaline fuels the focus of the squads, knowing that while seconds tick away, lives hang in the balance. Colonel S.S. Chima recalls the momentum of the battle. Each detail preserves the vividness of memory, as if it happened just moments ago, proudly affirming the exemplary strategies that saved lives. As the dawn of 16th December breaks, the tension escalates. As the sun rises, the battlefield transforms, filled once more with the urgency of battle. The desperate call for reinforcements from B Squadron reaches Captain Malhotra as Khetarpal, Ahlawat, and others dive into the fiery fray. Amidst the chaos, another 7 enemy tanks are dispatched in rapid succession, but all too soon, disaster strikes. Khetarpal's tank is struck, Captain Malhotra orders him back, but refusal, "No, I will not abandon my tank," echoes back across the radio, leaving his comrades in awe of his relentless bravery. Knowing that retreat would lead to deeper loss, he steels himself, understanding that the weight of the battle rests on his shoulders. The battle rages, 4 enemy tanks advancing with merciless intent. One by one, he takes aim, his resolve unwavering, pressing forward. The last tank he targets is the enemy squadron commander's, a fateful gaze exchanged just moments before he pulls the trigger. As he fires, enemy rounds finds Khetarpal at last. He succumbs, yet his sacrifice stems the tide. The enemy could not break through. Through his valiant action and extraordinary selflessness, the young officer proves his mettle. His actions earn him the highest honor, the Param Vir Chakra, forever enshrining his name in the annals of sacrifice and courage. Meanwhile, in a quiet home, Brigadier Khetarpal stands motionless, the unsettling arrival of a telegram heralding the crushing reality of loss. It shatters the calm veneer he and his family had attempted to maintain in the face of war. /TextBF, Reflections After the Storm. In a modest village in Rajasthan, retired Risaldar Major Nathu Singh recalls echoes of a battlefield that still haunt him. Memories come alive in dreams, dislodging him from restful slumber. Even now, he sees the flickering flames and hears the echoes of commands from his resolute commander, Khetarpal, as they maneuver through the inferno together. Now aged, Nathu meanders through his village, a world far removed from the chaos of war. Yet the memories linger, stark and vivid, whispering tales of bravery that defy the test of time. For others, he may fade, but for me, he declares, Khetarpal will remain alive in my dreams, forever a testament to valor and a symbol of courage. In the cyclical rhythm of remembrance, time may blur, but the torch of bravery carried by heroes like Arun Khetarpal will forever illuminate the shadowy corridors of history. For every tear shed and every life touched, his legacy resonates, urging future generations to embrace courage in the face of adversity and honor every noble sacrifice with enduring gratitude. Hoshiar Singh. /TextTBF, Basantar Nala, Shakargarh Sector, Pakistan. /Textit, 15 to 16 December 1971. On a bone-chilling winter night, beneath a silvery moon that casts an ethereal glow, lay the Basantar Nala, winding silently through the vast, shadowy expanse of sugar cane and wheat fields. It was a deceptive tranquility. The gentle flow of the water belied its frigid temperature. Soldiers crossing the river would soon discover the bite of the icy water as it seeped into their leather boots like 1,000 tiny needles pricking at their skin. The 120 men of Charlie Company, led by the intrepid Major Hoshiar Singh, and another 120 from Bravo Company, under Major S.S. Chima, forded the cold waters of the Nala. They were driven not by the picturesque beauty surrounding them, nor by the numbing chill, but by the immediate dangers of artillery shelling that rained down around them and the minefields laid out by their adversaries on the far bank. Their objective was clear: capture the strategically vital village of Jarpal, with orders to launch the attack just past midnight. Clad in parkas, helmets, and sturdy ankle boots, the soldiers trudged through the icy water in grim silence. The cold whipped against them like merciless blades. Yet, their minds focused solely on the mission ahead, submerged in the frigid depths and armed with state-of-the-art weaponry that included 7.62 mm rifles and Sten guns. The soldiers carried grenades in various quantities, fully aware they would soon need them in the fierce close combat expected to follow once they reached Jarpal. Faces smeared with mud and gunpowder from the relentless shelling, the men fought onward. Among them stood Major Hoshiar Singh. With a grim determination etched on his face, he watched as his men disappeared into the darkness of the water. He was known for eschewing helmets, even in deadly situations, preferring instead to keep his Sten gun firmly in his arms, his thoughts filled with the mission that lay ahead. Each detail of Jarpal's layout was impressed upon his mind like an indelible mark. The element of surprise was paramount. Little did Hoshiar realize that the battle to come would etch itself into the annals of Indian military history as one of the fiercest encounters fought, characterized not only by bold offensives but also by relentless enemy counterattacks. /TextTBF, A Night in Battle. Years later, Colonel, retired, Chima, now preparing to deliver a lecture on the 71 war at an army unit in Jalandhar, recalls those tense nights. He chuckles lightly, reminiscing about how, on the day of the crucial attack, both he and Major Singh were filled with anticipation as they awaited the announcement from their commanding officer, Colonel V.P. Airy. We were sitting next to each other when Hoshiar turned to me, worried he might not be picked for the attack. I assured him that if my company was skipped, I would confront the colonel myself. As fate would have it, both men were assigned to the operation, their companies to commence the attack from opposing directions. It was a dream realized. The moment had arrived for them to showcase their mettle. The bond between Hoshiar and Chima had blossomed during the 1965 war. Then, as a lieutenant, Hoshiar showcased his unique spirit of bravery during a reconnaissance mission. Disguised as a local and riding a camel, he infiltrated enemy lines and returned with critical intelligence that helped turn the tide of battle, a precursor to the bravery he would display 6 years later. /TextTBF, The Capture of Jarpal. As the three grenadiers crossed into Pakistani territory, their primary objective centered on the Bhairanath temple, a stronghold where enemy forces, bolstered by 3 Sherman tanks, had entrenched themselves. Arriving to an abandoned village, the soldiers soon discovered that the civilian populace had fled, fearing the impending confrontation. Not long after the Indian forces initiated their assault, the Pakistani troops deserted their defences, leaving behind their heavy armour. With this initial victory in hand, the battalion pressed forward toward Bhagor Khurd, navigating the first of many minefields to reach their next objectives, Fatehpur and Dinganarayanpur. The strategic plan called for 16 Madras to capture Saraj Chak while 3 grenadiers took charge of Jarpal and Lohal during phase 2 of the brigade attack. The night was charged with tension as Charlie and Bravo companies, led by Chima and Hoshiar Singh respectively, waded across the Basantar Nala, fully aware that the hours ahead were pivotal. Their goal was to seize Jarpal from the west and east by the stroke of midnight. But the journey would be fraught with peril, for the area was heavily mined and guarded by a determined enemy segment wielding machine guns, brimming with lethal intent. Upon crossing the Nala, the soldiers emerged soaked to the core only to be greeted by the bleak reality of a minefield stretching approximately 1,500 yards. The mines may have been hidden beneath the surface, but their presence was palpably marked, warning both the adversary and their own forces. Thankfully, most of these were anti-tank mines, allowing the soldiers to traverse at night without triggering explosive catastrophe underfoot. Visibility was near non-existent due to darkness and enemy fire as they assembled at the designated forming-up point. Their commanding officers urged them forward. With every heartbeat echoing against the night air, they pushed onward, guided by the faint whispers of determination and camaraderie, and the booming support of their own artillery raining down upon the enemy. "Naak ki seedh mein chalte raho," recalls Colonel Chima, recounting the command to follow a straight path, an order the soldiers adhered to with steely resolve, despite the chaos that lay in waiting. Colonel, retired, S.S. Punia, the mortar platoon commander during the operation, recalls the urgency of the night as he and his fellows prepared their heavy weaponry. With an astounding volley of fire, they flung 800 shells at the opposing force as the two companies pressed deeper into the fight for Jarpal. At precisely 12:30 a.m. on the morning of 16th December, reports confirmed the company commanders had successfully captured the territories lying east and west of Jarpal. However, they knew the battle was far from over, fatigue loomed large on the horizon, and enemy forces were quick to initiate their counterattacks. /TBF, the onslaught. From the crack of dawn on 16th December, the Pakistani army launched a barrage of 6 determined counterattacks, each met with resolute defiance from Hoshiar Singh and Chima's unwavering troops. Waves of enemy combatants surged against their positions like an unrelenting tide. Each time one contingent was fended off, another would take its place almost instantly, wearing down both the resolve and energy of the defenders. Yet, each soldier stood resolute, spurred on by their commanding officers, who fought alongside them, sharing the bitter field rations and warm sips of tea taken from hastily prepared trenches amid battle. Then information from a listening post set nerves alight. Recognizing unusual movement near Ghazipur Reserve Forest, Major Hoshiar Singh quickly discerned that the enemy was indeed preparing to attack from that flank. He ordered silence, no gunfire, no movements, simply stoic patience. Instead, he instructed his men to regroup in anticipation of their next line of defense. With an atmosphere thick with tension, they waited in silence for what felt like hours, anticipation cutting deeper than the cold. Around 4 a.m., the time came when the enemy finally revealed itself, launching an all-out assault with 2 companies of 35 Frontier Force rifles, commanded by Colonel Muhammad Akram Raja. Hoshiar, training his keen instincts on the enemy's advance, held his breath and his fire, waiting until the enemy was within striking distance. Only then did he shout the command. Fire! The response was immediate and devastating. The cacophony of gunfire filled the air, drowning out any cries. The soldiers, fueled by a potent mix of adrenaline and adrenaline, unleashed hell on their unsuspecting foes. The sound of shells bursting and screams filled the air as chaos reigned supreme. Amidst the violent melee, Hoshiar was struck with shrapnel from an artillery shell that ripped through the night, injuring his leg. Despite the pain surging through his body, he refused to abandon the field, inspiring his men by taking charge of multiple trenches, even managing to fix a jammed machine gun himself. The fierce battle raged on until daybreak quelled the night, and silence fell over the battered ground. A haunting stillness replaced the chaos, but still, the battle's toll revealed itself in cold hard numbers. A total of 42 Pakistani soldiers were taken prisoner, 89 confirmed dead sprawled before the trenches of Charlie Company. Chima recalls how, in the aftermath, Captain Bhatt from the enemy contingent recounted a brutally honest confession: "There are 350 lying dead and wounded with us, and now we will have to re-raise 35 FF. Among those casualties was Colonel Raja, a fierce leader felled by enemy gunfire. He died not as a mere soldier but a warrior, with his arms suspended in their final moment of courage. As a mark of respect, Colonel V.P. Airy later penned a tribute for him, posthumously earning him Pakistan's second highest award for gallantry, the Hilali Jurat. /TextBF, the legacy of courage. With unyielding bravery displayed under the harshest conditions, Major Hoshiar Singh earned the revered Param Vir Chakra, an indelible recognition of his fearless defiance and determination during the battle. His courageous actions in the face of overwhelming odds not only showcased his tactical genius but altered the course of the night entirely. Hoshiar Singh remains one of the few who received this honor while still alive, a testament to his valiance. Born on 5th May 1936, in Sisana, a quiet village in Haryana's Sonipat district, Hoshiar had long been a simple yet dedicated individual. His educational journey began at a local school and continued at Jat Higher Secondary School, where his talents bloomed. He was no ordinary student. His prowess in sports, especially volleyball, soared high enough that a senior officer of the Jat Regimental Center urged him to enlist, leading him to join the Jat Regiment and eventually be commissioned into 3 grenadiers. Those who crossed paths with him remember this humble man, who savored meals of halwa churma, yet possessed the cunning of a strategist like a fox. Following the capture of Zarpal, he cleverly communicated his company's position by moving closer to the enemy before firing illuminating mortars, keeping them in the dark while communicating critical information back to his commanding officer. Brigadier, retired, Randhir, a fellow officer who served alongside Hoshiar after the war, reflects on his leadership with profound admiration. Hoshiar's natural ability to bond with his troops and motivate them without harsh punishment endeared him to the battalion. His awareness of his men's strengths and weaknesses defined his leadership style, earning him lasting respect. Hoshiar Singh eventually became a full colonel before his untimely death from a heart attack in December 1998. His legacy is continued by his sons, to serve in the army while his wife, Khanno, carries their family name forward in Delhi. Brigadier Randhir remembers his own arrival at the battalion in early 1972, just after the ceasefire. The remnants of the harsh battles were still visible, but nature began to reclaim its space. Verdant fields of sugar cane and wheat grew in quiet resilience. Hoshiar and Chima, holding the stronghold, had pushed the enemy back, asserting power over territory once marked by bloodshed. A prominent board erected by the 54th Division stood just beyond the international border, a tribute to the valor reflected in that fight. It read, "You are now entering Pakistan. No passports required. Bash on regardless." Thus, the bravery of Major Hoshiar Singh and those who fought alongside him would echo through the ages, a living reminder of the courage and righteousness that defines our soldiers and the unwavering spirit of the Indian Army. Siachen 1971. Siachen 1971, A Tale of Valor. /TextBF, Siachen 1971, The Glacier of Conflict. The Siachen Glacier, a name that echoes like a haunting melody, derives its essence from the delicate pink sia blossoms that graze the landscape of Ladakh during the warm embrace of summer. Yet, when one gazes upon the glacier's expansive contours, it's clear that it is a battlefield perched upon the roof of the world, a realm of ice and struggle untouched by vibrant blooms. Nestled in the lap of some of the planet's tallest mountains, the Siachen Glacier forms a breathtaking panorama of nature. The peaks, their snow-covered crowns glimmering under an unyielding sun, cascade into white rivers that stretch over colorful stones, creating a surreal tableau. This awe-inspiring landscape, with its soaring cliffs, hidden crevices, and soft velvet folds, boasts ice walls that rise to heights of nearly a mile, enveloping the clouds in their frozen embrace. However, for the soldiers stationed here, Siachen is not just a beautiful spectacle, it is a harsh crucible, a place where hell literally freezes over. For over 28 years, the chilling expanse has been the site of relentless conflict between India and Pakistan, occurring at altitudes that exceed 18,000 feet. Here, temperatures plummet well below -40 degrees Celsius, with winds howling at speeds surpassing 45 kilometers per hour, turning every breath into a battle against the unforgiving cold. As the second longest glacier in the world, Siachen stretches 75 kilometers, a slow-moving river of ice bordered by colossal towers of snow. Soldiers inhabit precarious outposts, maintained by helicopters that brave the elements to supply these isolated outposts. Many of these warriors trek for days across hostile terrain, often severed from communication with their families and the outside world. The isolation is profound as they navigate a life fraught with peril in this inhospitable wilderness. The air they inhale is sharp, frigid, and notoriously lacking in oxygen, leading to dire consequences for their bodies. Symptoms such as fainting, loss of appetite, memory lapses, loneliness, and excruciating headaches are commonplace. In this brutal environment, even the sweat on their skin becomes a weapon against them, freezing inside gloves and boots and paving the way for frostbite to ravage their extremities. Identifying the enemy in this vast whiteness is a challenge that compounds as the soldiers find themselves not just in a battle against another nation, but against the inhospitable climate. Their rifles must be thawed painstakingly over kerosene stoves, and machine guns require boiling water just to fire. While some valiant troops may succumb to enemy fire, tragically, far more perish due to the relentless cold, avalanches, or by slipping into hidden crevasses masked by deceptive snow. Weather, they often say, is the fiercest adversary. Siachen has emerged as a contentious flashpoint between India and Pakistan almost since the dawn of independence. The Karachi Agreement of 1949 established a ceasefire line that meandered across maps of Jammu and Kashmir, halting at NJ 9842, where both nations assumed the forbidding glaciers would dissuade any interest in the barren land that lies beyond. However, The complexities of the geopolitical chess game soon unraveled that assumption as Pakistan ceded an astonishing 5,180 square kilometers of Indian territory to China, igniting further discord over ownership. In response to Pakistan's maneuvers and suspected incursions into disputed territory, the Indian Army made a preemptive strike in 1983, occupying the strategic Saltoro Ridge area. Just 4 years later, the situation escalated dramatically when Pakistan launched a covert operation by its Elite Special Service Group, SSG, successfully seizing a critical peak within Indian boundaries. This escalated conflict saw the establishment of a post named Quaid Post, in honor of Pakistan's founder, perched precariously at an altitude of 21,153 feet on the ice mass known as Bilafondla. This onslaught proved to be a challenge that the Indian Army could not overlook. It became a matter of national pride and security to reclaim the peak, and this was where the indomitable submerged honorary captain, Bana Singh, emerged as a valiant figure, earning the prestigious Param Vir Chakra for his heroic efforts. The post was subsequently renamed Bana Post, turning it into a coveted assignment that ignited the spirits of battle-hungry young officers of the Indian Army. Commentators have drawn colorful analogies in the context of this conflict, with Stephen P. Cohen of the Brookings Institution famously likening the skirmishes in Siachen to a struggle of two bald men over a comb. Meanwhile, Lt. Gen. M. L. Chibbar, the Northern Army commander during Siachen's occupation, reflected critically on the toll this conflict had taken. This bleeding ulcer has cost us nearly 20,000 casualties in over 20 years and has demanded an estimated daily expenditure of 2 crores. The Indian military's initial occupation had been intended merely to deter any Pakistani ambitions, not as a foolproof strategy for permanence. Siachen, as Gen. Khalid Mahmood Arif, the retired former Vice Chief of Pakistan's military, poignantly described it, is a treacherous domain where stepping on deceptive snow can lead to plummeting down a 200-foot abyss. In this harsh reality, countries remain unwilling to relinquish even a single inch of territory, recognizing that Siachen embodies far more than just land. It is a matter of national identity, pride, and a reflection of ego. In recent years, discussions have emerged advocating the transformation of Siachen into a peace park, yet many defense analysts assert that in the realm of national security, human lives and financial costs often do not sway the hardened resolve of nations entrenched in conflict. Thus, Siachen remains a paradox, an ethereal realm of breathtaking beauty and relentless brutality, a theater of ice where valiant soldiers face the dual threats of nature and adversary, fighting not just for territory, but for the honor and pride of their nations. Bana Singh. In the tranquil village of Kadyal, a picturesque corner near Jammu, an old Sikh man embodies the spirit of routine and resilience. Each day begins at the crack of dawn, precisely at 4:30 a.m., as he rises from his humble abode, nestled amidst vibrant mustard fields. His day starts with a steaming glass of chai, a warm embrace against the early chill, before he makes his way to the nearby Gurudwara for Ardas, invoking blessings through heartfelt prayers. By 8 a.m., he returns, filled with a sense of tranquility, ready to embrace the day ahead. After saving a nourishing breakfast of makke ki roti and sarson ka saag, he hops onto his trusty tractor and sets off to tend to his fields. This daily ritual of hard work and persistence remains consistent throughout the year, with only the crops dictating change: golden wheat in the winter, luscious sugar cane in the summer, and hearty rice during the monsoon. But as January rolls around, a different kind of preparation takes place in the life of retired Subedar Major, Honorary Captain, Bana Singh, who now bears the distinction of Param Vir Chakra, PVC. He carefully opens his old black steel box, an emotional act of remembrance, and begins to polish his war medals until they gleam like the memories etched in his heart. This is the time for him to travel to New Delhi, where he participates in the illustrious Republic Day Parade. As he holds the PVC, memories flood back, recalling the frigid day in Siachen when the fierce winds howled at 50 kilometers an hour, freezing the very sweat on his palms. /TextBF, Saltoro Ridge, Siachen. /TextBF, 25th June 1987. Nayab Subedar Bana Singh, though small and slight in stature, embodied a larger-than-life spirit. With 8J and K light infantry, 8JKE, he advanced through the treacherous, waist-deep snow at an elevation of over 19,000 feet. Here, the harshness of cold and desolation knew no day or night. Time became an abstract concept. Just moments before, frigid winds had cut through the air, assaulting the soldiers' faces like ice bullets. And as if the unrelenting nature were not enough, a snowstorm descended abruptly, encasing Bana Singh and his two companions in a near impenetrable grey mist. Visibility dwindled to nearly nothing, and the temperature plummeted to a bone-chilling -45 degrees Fahrenheit, converting sweat from their brows into icicles on their skin. In that bitter chill, doubt crept into Bana Singh's mind. Was the mission ahead even conceivable? Yet, he shrugged off despair, reminding himself of his training and resolve. One step at a time became his mantra. The oppressive fog obscured the stark reality of the battlefield, a memory he desperately wished to repress. He could still vividly recall the horror of seeing his comrades, their lifeless bodies half-buried under the freshly fallen snow. Grotesque masks of eyes adorned their faces, and their fallen weapons lay scattered beside them, a testament to their valor and sacrifice. He couldn't help but find the twisted visage of Second Lieutenant Rajiv Pandey, whose laughter just days earlier echoed around the warm langar at Sonam Post, now replaced by a haunting empty stare. Reinvigorated by purpose, Bana Singh pressed on towards the distant outline of Quaid Post, perched at an elevation of 21,153 feet. Capturing the post was not merely an objective, it was an essential step in avenging the fallen. His commanding officer's fierce words burned in his mind, "I don't care if we lose every man. We want that post. They killed our men. We can't let that go unavenged. Unit की इज्जत का सवाल है, it is a matter of the unit's pride." Bana Singh soon signaled to his fellow soldiers to pause, aware that they were to wait for reinforcements. They utilized their ice picks to carve out a resting area in the snow, drawing warmth from one another, physical and emotional shields against the bitter cold. Together, they prepared to engage in a conflict unlike any the world had ever seen at such perilous heights. Saltoro Ridge bore an uncanny resemblance to Everest in climate and terrain, a relentless test of endurance and survival. The soldiers faced not only the unforgiving elements, but an enemy positioned at a higher elevation, ready to unleash devastation upon them at a moment's notice. The stakes were heightened as the adversaries had ambushed previous patrols, claiming lives before fleeing, and now occupied the strategic post. The previous reconnaissance mission, led by Second Lieutenant Pandey and NB Subhemrad, had ended in disaster. Despite being specially trained for mountain warfare, they encountered insurmountable challenges. After 48 arduous hours of unwavering resolve amidst sub-zero temperatures, they were only 500 meters away when catastrophe struck. The Pakistan's SSG commandos, lying in wait from a hidden position, sprang into action, resulting in a devastating ambush that left all but 2 soldiers dead. In their final moments, Pandey and his brave men met tragedy. Yet, even in death, they provided a glimmer of hope, their tied ropes guiding Bana Singh and the remaining soldiers forward. The day after the massacre, horrified by the brutality, senior officers of the Indian Army, including the Corps commander and the army chief, visited Sonam post. Colonel A.P. Rai, gripped with anger and sorrow, fervently advocated for a decisive attack to recover the post. A comprehensive assault was planned, with a small camp set up ahead of Sonam post. 5 Cheetah helicopters executed 400 sorties, delivering rations, tents, munitions, and motivational spirit to the men who would soon embark on this perilous journey. Originally overlooked for the primary mission, Bana Singh caught the eye of Colonel Rai. "Bana will go. I have a lot of faith in him," declared the commanding officer. Unbeknownst to them, this decision would soon be heralded as prophetic. With unwavering commitment, Bana Singh packed his rucksack, strapping on his snowshoes, and readied himself for Operation Rajiv, a mission forged from loss. On 22nd June, the first attempt to seize Quaid Post ended in tragedy. The biting cold claimed the lives of 2 Jawans due to hypothermia, an all-too-real hazard of frigid climates. The following night, another attempt commenced from Sonam Post at 8 p.m., yet harsh weather conditions thwarted progress, leaving the soldiers gasping for breath in the thin air. They had barely covered 150 meters by dawn, succumbing to defeat once more. Returning disheartened to the camp, they faced the wrath of Colonel Rai, who had arrived via helicopter. With a steady resolve, he reprimanded the men, holding them accountable. "हमारी जूता परेड हुई, और होनी भी थी. हमारा काम था, हेम करना था. We were summoned for a dressing down. And it was right too. It was our job. We had to do it." His words resonated deep within them, igniting determination anew. On 24th June, the soldiers prepared to ascend once more. The ropes were tied in the direction of Pandey's ill-fated patrol, symbolizing both loss and vengeance, a constant reminder of their duty. At 8 p.m., they commenced their climb, fueled by both camaraderie and the wrath of fallen comrades. Majveerinder Singh led the charge, his resolve unwavering. "The mission will be completed this time," he declared, eyes fierce against the violent winds. They reached the spot of their comrades' demise, each frozen face imbued with valor. Memories surged forth, transforming discomfort into adrenaline-driven resolve. Above, the enemy's advantageous position loomed, yet the weather had wrought its own complacency upon them. As snowstorms and cold winds diminished visibility, the cruel grey sky concealed treacherous crevasses waiting to claim more lives. Chaos loomed when 2 soldiers slipped from their grips, plunging to the abyss below, while many others fell victim to the unforgiving elements. When the dust settled, it was only Bana Singh and 2 others who reached the impenetrable walls of Quaid Post. Tired but unwavering, they took refuge in a small shelter they had carved from the snowy expanse and huddled together, awaiting the arrival of the rest of their team for an unyielding dawn attack. /TextDF, Quaid Post, 26th June. As the harsh night melted into dawn, Bana and his exhausted comrades prepared. The chilly air clung to them like a second skin, but urgency compelled them onward. Suddenly, 3 figures emerged through the hatch, their white snow suits making them appear ghost-like. Bana's instincts kicked in, fingers instinctively curling around his rifle until realization struck reinforcements had arrived. Briefly regrouped, They set a time to attack. The decision was to strike by 4:30 p.m. Stealing themselves in prayer, they began their ascent once more, dictated by the incessant snow and the suffocating cold. Bana Singh, leading with unwavering courage and determination, guided his men along treacherous paths through the emerging darkness. The moment was upon them. As the 6 brave soldiers descended upon the post, they hurled grenades with precision into enemy bunkers, charging the poorly prepared enemy soldiers. As Bana Singh flung a grenade inside one bunker, he skillfully barred the door, disregarding the anguished cries that followed. He fought fiercely, driving his bayonet with unyielding resolve against those who stumbled outside in panic. With Maj Virender Singh and other soldiers rallying around him, they overcame the initial wave of defense, sending their foes retreating down the slope. But the enemy soon realized their position was compromised, retaliating with artillery fire. Third din of battle roared as Major Virender was struck, suffering multiple injuries but refusing evacuation, imploring Bana Singh to capture the enemy alive. With characteristic grit, Bana replied, "Sir, these bastards are not my cousins." This moment of defiance resonated amidst chaos, momentarily lifting the gravity of their predicament. Meanwhile, Rifleman Om Raj bore the brunt of relentless suffering, sustaining a grievous wound. Bana Singh fought to stop the bleeding with his limited first aid supplies, but fate proved unkind. Along with Maj Virender, he was airlifted away, leaving behind the echoes of sacrifice. Om Raj's passing on the glacier weighed heavily on the soldiers, even as both men were awarded the Vir Chakra for their valor. Brigadier C.S. Nugyal ascended to Quaid Post on 27 June, and in an emotional embrace, he honored the war-ravaged Bana Singh and his men, a vivid recognition of their bravery. From that day forward, the post would carry Bana Singh's name, cherished forever in the annals of history. Bana Singh's remarkable leadership and courage during Operation Rajiv earned him the cherished Param Vir Chakra and the recognition of his fellow soldiers, epitomizing heroism against unimaginable odds. Now at the age of 65, Submaz Bana Singh, PVC, reflects upon his life in quiet contentment amid emerald green wheat fields, where he keeps the memories of old alive. Born on 6 January 1949 in Ranbir Singh Pora Tehsil, he recalled, "I was just 19 when I enlisted in the Jammu and Kashmir Light Infantry. What I did in Siachen wasn't an act of bravery, I merely fulfilled my responsibilities as a soldier. Our success is a testament. Had we not succeeded, I would not be here to recount this tale." /TextTBF, Srinagar, 16th March 2008. A dark, slightly portly Sikh gentleman clad in a light-colored suit and turban watched intently from the sidelines as a parade of recruits marched confidently across the Bana Singh parade ground of the JKE Regimental Centre in Rangaret. His heart swelled with pride as a slim, youthful cadet took center stage, collecting the Bana Singh Medal awarded for excellence. Among these recruits stood Rajinder Singh, Bana Singh's son, a legacy of honor, determination, and duty continued. 2 decades after his father's unparalleled heroism during the frigid warfare of Siachen, Rajinder, at just 18, had joined the same regiment that had once welcomed his father as a fresh recruit. As the parade drew to a close, the proud father smiled quietly to himself, rising to join fellow parents for tea. A baton had been handed down, a legacy of devotion and courage that would echo through generations to come. This continuation of the illustrious tale of Submaj, retired, Bana Singh reminds us that the spirit of bravery does not merely live on in the stories of victories but in the very essence of those who continue to serve with honor and integrity. Operation Pavan 1987-90. Operation Pavan 1987-1990. / TBF, Chapter, Operation Pavan 1987-90. The complex and turbulent fabric of Sri Lanka was intricately woven with the threads of its diverse ethnic groups, primarily the Sinhalese, who constituted a significant majority, and the Tamils, who represented less than 20% of the population. This delicate balance, however, was disrupted by a series of events that spiraled into a full-blown crisis, marking a tumultuous chapter in the island nation's history. In the 1970s, as the deeply rooted grievances of the Tamil population escalated, spurring the emergence of militant groups. Among them was the Tamil United Liberation Force, TULF, which ardently fought for the creation of a separate state known as Tamil Eelam. Their demands for enhanced autonomy were rooted in a long history of perceived discrimination against Tamils by the Sri Lankan government. Frustration boiled over when peaceful negotiations yielded no tangible results, prompting the TULF and other organizations to adopt a more aggressive stance. In neighboring Tamil Nadu, many Tamils extended their allegiance to their brethren in Sri Lanka, offering sanctuary, financial resources, and vital arms that bolstered the insurgency. The situation escalated further in 1986, as the Sri Lankan government intensified military operations aimed at quelling this insurgency. In 1987, it culminated in a devastating siege of the town of Jaffna, tragically resulting in the loss of many civilian lives, leaving communities shattered and filled with despair. Amid growing concerns over the potential for a humanitarian crisis and the repercussions for Tamils residing in India, the Indian government recognized the dire need for intervention. On 29 July 1987, a significant agreement, which involved the Sri Lankan government and key Tamil leaders, was signed, setting the stage for India to assist in restoring peace to the war-torn nation. Thus, in August 1987, the Indian Peacekeeping Force, IPKF, was deployed to Sri Lanka with a mission to disarm the militants and guide the country toward peaceful elections and increased autonomy for the Tamils. However, this noble endeavor soon met unexpected resistance. While a number of armed factions surrendered their weapons, the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam, LTTE, remained defiant, parting with only a fraction of their armaments. In an act of desperate defiance, some LTTE fighters resorted to swallowing cyanide capsules, symbols of their undying commitment to their cause, even while in the custody of Sri Lankan authorities. The conflict took a violent turn as the LTTE unleashed brutal attacks against the IPKF, leaving the Indian forces with no choice but to respond in kind. On 10 October 1987, the Indian troops launched a counteroffensive in northern Jaffna, but they found themselves ill-prepared for the challenges that lay ahead. They struggled to navigate unfamiliar terrain, fought against guerrilla tactics employed by the LTTE, and faced a devastating lack of proper intelligence. The LTTE were known for their ruthlessness, often using women and children as combatants. The Indian forces were left grappling with the moral and tactical challenges this posed, which significantly hampered their operational effectiveness. Initially, only the 54th Division was engaged, but the situation quickly necessitated the involvement of three more divisions, the 4th, 36th, and 57th, to attempt to regain control. Despite their formidable training and commitment, the troops fought at a grave disadvantage, lacking essential maps and intelligence that could have guided their actions. The emotional strain was compounded by the realization that segments of their own Tamil ethnic kin were rallying in support of the LTTE from across the border in India, creating a deep sense of moral ambivalence among some soldiers. A grueling and often heart-wrenching conflict unfolded, claiming the lives of many brave soldiers who fought valiantly under harrowing conditions. Among them was Major Ramaswamy Parmeswaran of the 8th Mahar, whose extraordinary courage and unwavering dedication to duty shone brightly amid the chaos. He was posthumously awarded the Param Vir Chakra, India's highest military honor, recognizing his selfless sacrifice and inspiring leadership in the face of staggering adversity. The saga of Operation Pavan serves as a poignant reminder of the complexities of conflict, the sacrifices of those who serve, and the hope for peace in a land fragmented by its history. R. Parmeswaran /TextBF, Operation Pavan, the gallant tale of Major Ramaswamy Parmeswaran. /TextBF, North Jaffna, 24th November 1987. As night descended over North Jaffna, Sri Lanka, the atmosphere was thick with both moisture and tension. The sky churned with dark rain clouds, threatening a torrential downpour. At 7 p.m., under the cloak of darkness, the men of Alpha Company, 8th Mahar, prepared for what might become an unforgettable moment in their lives. Armed with their self-loading rifles, they were dispatched from Uduville Girls' College to patrol the area, having received intelligence that a significant cache of arms and ammunition was to be unloaded at the residence of Dharmalingam, the headman of Kantarodai village. Kantarodai, though seemingly innocuous in its small cluster of huts framed by dense coconut groves, held an air of foreboding. The soldiers moved cautiously through the humid undergrowth, their hearts pounding as they navigated the swampy terrain, void of street lights. Each snap of a twig set nerves on edge, and Captain D. R. Sharma, the patrol's leader, felt a latent anxiety prickling at the back of his mind, the sense that they were under surveillance by the ever-cunning LTTE, Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam. Upon relaying the alarming news of gunfire from militants at a nearby temple to Major Ramaswamy Parmeswaran, affectionately known as Pari Sahab by his men, Sharma's concern only deepened. Pari had been with 8th Mahar for just under 2 months, chosen for his fluency in Tamil and his exemplary command. The weight of command rested heavily on his shoulders, having stepped in as the battalion quartermaster following the unfortunate loss of Captain Sunil Chandra during a previous operation. He was determined to protect his men. In quick succession, Pari organized another patrol team, bolstering the first group with 20 additional soldiers, including Junior Commissioned Officer, JCO, Sampath Sebel. The combined patrol of 30 brave souls set out towards Kantarodai just as midnight struck, the sky opening up to reveal the first droplets of rain, soon transforming into a relentless downpour. With the air thickening with moisture, the soldiers modified their weapons, covering the barrels with polythene sheets to protect them from the rain. The muffled sounds of their boots, soaking wet and heavy, blended with the symphony of raindrops and distant thunder as they stealthily crept towards their destination, undeterred by fatigue or fear. After trudging for 4.5 kilometers, the patrol reached Dharmalingam's house at approximately 1:30 a.m. The aging structure sat amidst an expanse dotted with a pond, coconut trees, and sparse garden foliage, shrouded in the blankets of darkness and rain. The stillness around them seemed deceiving. The soldiers remained alert, realizing that any indication of their presence could tip off the waiting insurgents nearby. They quietly assumed positions roughly 800 meters from the house, ready to act at dawn, suppressing any movements or sounds that might give them away. However, it wasn't until around 5:30 a.m. that the house was startled to life by barking dogs, prompting Pari to take decisive action. Leading his men, Pari, along with Sharma and radio operator Dilip Mask, entered the house to confront Dharmalingam and his family. After conducting a thorough search, they identified no immediate threats. With an uneasy consensus, they resolved to return to headquarters, choosing the tarred Kantarodayuduvil road despite its hazards to avoid the uncertain, waterlogged areas that were notorious for ambushes by the LTTE. Little did they know that the road circumnavigated a pond surrounded by temples that had become a sanctuary for LTTE militants. Events would soon take a treacherous turn. At 6:30 a.m., as the soldiers trudged once more into perilous territory, desperation struck. A sudden barrage of heavy machine gun fire erupted, targeting Sepoy Jeevan Athwale, followed by a chaotic exchange that scattered the patrol. Subedar retired. Dilip Mask, reflecting years later on that fateful morning, recalled the harrowing moments when gunfire erupted from unseen adversaries, scattering the patrol while injuring several of his fellow soldiers. "We were walking on the road, spread out over 300 meters, he explained, reliving the horror of the ambush that claimed the lives of comrades. Amid the chaos and heavy fire, Captain Sharma rallied his men, directing them into the cover of the nearby forest, dragging along their injured. Drenched in rain and blood, they found momentary refuge amid the thicket of coconut trees. But the militants, well entrenched, offered little reprieve. In a subversive move to regain control, Parry and Sharma formulated a plan to execute a counter-ambush, intending to encircle the militants while drawing their fire. Sumit Sharma and Sepoy Jarnail Singh hastened to a nearby pond to launch some long-range rocket attacks, yet the unyielding fire forced them back. Jarnail sustained a crippling injury while seeking refuge. Courageous Naik Karam Singh emerged from sanctuary to engage, heroically killing one militant but falling to the wrath of a second. With radios malfunctioning and lethal grenades lobbed by the militants into their hideout, chaos scaled as ambition turned into desperation. Under intense fire, Parry, steadfast in his resolve, galvanized 10 men alongside him in an attempt to shift the tide of battle. "He told us that our soldiers had walked into an ambush and we would go from behind and do a counter-ambush," Mask reminisced, his voice heavy with past memories. As Parry crawled through the treacherous undergrowth, dispatched bullets from a hidden sniper caught him off guard, shattering his wrist and rendering him gravely injured. Undeterred, he fought on with relentless spirit. He seized an enemy weapon and rallied his soldiers with a shout, a final stand against the encroaching darkness. Yet fate proved cruel. Another volley from the militants struck again, this time to his chest, resulting in a fatal injury that would rob his fellow soldiers of their courageous leader. The watch that adorned his wrist stopped momentarily at 8:10 a.m., commemorating the heroism of a fallen fighter who had just moments before charged into the jaws of danger. Despite the shock and sorrow, the remaining soldiers drew strength from Parry's ultimate sacrifice. They fought back, witnessing the disarray among the militants as they retreated. The tide began to turn as reinforcements, led by Captain T.C. Bhattacharya, arrived and mounted a counter-offensive. The aftermath of the battle was grim. 6 militants lay dead, while several others were undoubtedly wounded. Sadly, the 8th Mahar Battalion mourned for their lost commander, Parry, along with Naik Karam Singh and other brave soldiers who paid the ultimate price. Their immense valor was recognized when Major Ramaswamy Parmeswaran was posthumously awarded the Param Vir Chakra, India's highest gallantry award. The void left by Parry's valiant commitment echoed throughout the ranks. The casualties would have been much higher had Parry Sahab not decided on going for a counter-ambush, reflected Mask years later. He lost his life, but saved so many others. His legacy would inspire future generations of soldiers in the 8th Mahar. Parry was loved not solely for his bravery but for being a compassionate leader, approachable and wise, a friend to his men. Born on 13th September 1946, in Bombay, he epitomized the spirit of overcoming barriers, living above caste and politics as an officer in the Indian Army. He was married to Uma, who he cherished deeply, and their love would be remembered fondly. Yet while history carried forward, the bittersweet memories of war lingered, shifting a life of service to narratives of sacrifice and remembrance. Parry's life and death encapsulate the essence of valor, an enduring reminder of how true courage may arise even in the direst of circumstances, inspiring countless souls who strive to emulate such selfless acts in a world often overshadowed by adversity. The Kargil War 1999. The Kargil War, a saga of valor, 1999. /TextTBF, Brave the Param Vir Chakra Stories, The Kargil War 1999. In the annals of Indian military history, no conflict has resonated with the hearts and minds of the populace quite like the Kargil War of 1999. Unfolding against the backdrop of the majestic but harsh Himalayan terrain, this war was distinct not only due to its strategic significance, but also because it became the first modern conflict under the relentless glare of media coverage. For the first time, the Indian public was offered a glimpse of what true heroism looked like, as the flickering screens in living rooms across the country transmitted vivid images of armed forces personnel, brave soldiers and spirited young officers, defiantly scaling the perilous heights of Tiger Hill and Dras to evict the enemy intruders. As the Indian tricolor billowed victoriously atop every conquered peak, the nation was simultaneously engulfed in deep sorrow. Lives were lost, families shattered, and across the land, the haunting images of saluted coffins and grieving relatives emerged as poignant reminders of the human cost of war. The quiet weeping of mothers, spouses, and innocent children at funerals struck a heartbreaking chord, prompting the realization that every conflict exacts a grave price. The Kargil War was fought under harrowing conditions, with military operations launched at altitudes exceeding 15,000 feet in temperatures that often plummeted to sub-zero levels. Soldiers were thrust into an environment where merely drawing breath became a formidable challenge. Soldiers took heavy packs filled with minimal provisions, sometimes starving for days as they ascended mountains, enduring not just the terrain's cruelty but also relentless showers of bullets and grenade attacks. The enemy lay fortified behind sangars, bunkers, and makeshift snow tents, unwavering in their resolve to occupy Indian territory. One of the most significant constraints faced by the Indian Army was the decision made by the Indian government to refrain from crossing the line of control, LOC. This limitation severely hampered tactical flexibility and complicated operational command, leaving battalion leaders in a nightmarish predicament as they desperately tried to deliver results under pressure from senior officials. The outcome was a bittersweet success achieved at an agonizing cost. 25 officers and 436 soldiers, referred to endearingly as Jawans, lost their lives, while many more were left wounded and disabled, grappling with injuries for the rest of their days. Amidst this chaos, 4 extraordinary individuals rose as paragons of valor, earning the prestigious Param Vir Chakra for their unwavering bravery during the Kargil War. The accounts of their heroic deeds have been immortalized, though only 2 of them lived to narrate their harrowing tales. The others are remembered through the valiant recollections of their comrades, who honored their legacies by bringing their lifeless bodies home. /TextTBF, setting the stage, the background. The Kargil offensive was not merely a spontaneous eruption of hostilities, it was a calculated move within a larger scheme orchestrated by Pakistan. elements of the Pakistani armed forces began covert operations during the winter months of 1998 to 99, infiltrating troops who disguised themselves as Mujahideen and working under the shadowy auspices of a plan codenamed Operation Badr. Their objective was audacious: to sever the critical link between Kashmir and Ladakh, compel Indian forces from the Siachen Glacier, and compel India into negotiations regarding Kashmir, thus elevating the issue to an international platform. Pakistani Lieutenant General Shahid Aziz, who helmed the ISI analysis wing at the time, later claimed that it was regular Pakistani army soldiers engaged in this war, with no involvement from Mujahideen, contradicting earlier narratives. He explicitly stated that their soldiers were made to occupy barren ridges with inadequate resources, reporting that taped wireless messages fooled no one. By early May 1999, Pakistani forces had firmly entrenched themselves deep within Indian territory, establishing robust defences across the Mushko, Dras, Kaksar, and Batalik sectors. With a force of approximately 2,000 soldiers, they gained strategic control overlooking the crucial Srinagar highway, their positions fortified with artillery, mortars, and anti-aircraft missile support. The alarming realization of an intruder presence began to unfold, with reports trickling in from local shepherds on 6 May 1999. It took several days for Indian military intelligence to gauge the magnitude of the incursion. Things escalated dramatically when a patrol dispatched to assess the situation disappeared without a trace. Tragedy struck on 10 June 1999, when the Pakistani army returned the mutilated remains of Major Saurabh Kalia and his 5 soldiers, an act of barbarity that shocked the entire nation. Each revelation of inhuman treatment suffered by captured Indian soldiers painted a grim picture of the conflict. Regrettably, the Indian government's response remained tepid, and to this day, Major Kalia's father continues his relentless fight for justice against what he deems a war crime. The scale of the Kargil intrusion, when finally understood, was staggering. Combat in mountainous terrain inherently favors the defender, who finds relative security behind fortifications. In contrast, attackers are vulnerable, exposed to enemy fire as they navigate steep slopes, climbing terrain so steep that ropes were often required. The confidence exhibited by the Pakistani defenders stemmed from their belief that they could repel any assault, bolstered by their tactical advantages. Despite such daunting circumstances, the Indian armed forces possessed a secret weapon the enemy had underestimated: sheer tenacity and courage. Young officers, barely in their 20s, led their men into battle, displaying unmatched bravery as they forged paths through overwhelming odds. The infantrymen, initially ill-equipped and lacking essentials like maps, adequate supplies, and winter gear, fought back with indomitable spirit. Their efforts were bolstered by the relentless bombardment from artillery units, who sought to weaken enemy strongholds, and by the brave pilots of the Indian Air Force, who flew perilous missions to bomb enemy encampments. In several critical locations, neither artillery nor air strikes could touch the entrenched Pakistani forces. The Indian commanders had no choice but to order direct ground assaults, a grueling strategy that took an immense toll on their soldiers, many of whom climbed peaks over 18,000 feet. Daylight assaults were rendered utterly impractical given the risk of ambush, so the Indian soldiers often attacked under the cover of darkness, battling freezing temperatures that plunged to -15 degrees Celsius due to the fearful wind chill factor. Had the Indian army been allowed to block enemy supply lines, they could have effectively laid siege to the intruders, but doing so would have meant breaching the LOC, a move deemed politically unfeasible, as it would jeopardize international backing for India's position. This unwillingness to engage across the LOC meant that brave lives were sacrificed in the name of diplomacy. Reflecting on the conflict years later, then Army Chief Ved Prakash Malik, alongside military scholars, suggested that preparations for the Kargil engagement had been laid out well before the actual conflict began. Some analysts pointed to the fact that a proposed battle blueprint was put aside by political leaders but later reinstated following General Pervez Musharraf's appointment as Chief of Army Staff in October 1998. Post-war statements from Nawaz Sharif, the Pakistani Prime Minister during the crisis, revealed that he claimed not to have been briefed about the offensive until receiving a call from Atal Bihari Vajpayee, his Indian counterpart. This sparks debate, as some assert that only a handful of generals had knowledge of the operation's details, while Musharraf maintained Sharif had prior knowledge. As weeks marched on, Indian forces gradually reclaimed much of the territory occupied by the infiltrators. By the conclusion of hostilities, official counts indicated that around 80% of the encroached area and nearly all strategic high ground was back under Indian control. In recognition of unparalleled bravery in the face of adversity, 4 valiant soldiers were honored with the Param Vir Chakra, India's highest military decoration. Their names evoke respect and admiration. 1. Grenadier Yogendra Singh Yadav, 18 Grenadiers, Param Vir Chakra. 2. Lieutenant Manoj Kumar Pandey, 111th Gorkha Rifles, Param Vir Chakra, posthumous. 3. Captain Vikram Batra, 13 JK Rifles, Param Vir Chakra, posthumous. 4. Rifleman Sanjay Kumar, 13 JK Rifles, Param Vir Chakra. As the echoes of the Kargil War fade into history, the tales of heroism and sacrifice remain etched in the fabric of our collective memory, forever reminding us of the bravery demonstrated by these remarkable individuals and the enduring spirit of the Indian Armed Forces. Manoj Kumar Pandey. /TextDF, Batalik Sector, Kargil. /Textit, 2-3 July 1999. Manoj Pandey was crouched low in a trench, his form almost indistinguishable against the rugged brown slope that slanted upwards towards a darkened sky. He watched a violent burst of Bofors fire illuminate the evening, its sharp crack echoing in the cool air. The stubble on his chin was unruly and annoying, making his skin itch beneath the helmet that bore the mark of countless battles. He could sense the nauseating aroma of sweat, a smell that clung relentlessly to him, permeating his thoughts, drawing him deeper into the harsh reality of the battlefield. His helmet, marred by a rip in the lining, pressed against his scalp, cold yet paradoxically reassuring. Beneath the layers of grime coating his face, his features retained a rugged handsomeness, a straight, defined nose, a resolute mouth, and a broad forehead creased in concentration. Manoj had never worn a moustache, his chin was stubbornly firm, and his warm brown eyes, though bloodshot from sleepless nights, conveyed strength and resolve. He was a soldier of the 111th Gorkha Rifles, gripping his Insas rifle tightly, the weapon a trusted companion through the darkness of war. Hanging from his belt was a kukri, its evil glint subdued beneath the velvet sheath. During his training at the regimental center in Lucknow, he learned the sacredness of the kukri, revered for its strength, feared for its lethality. The blade was designed for close combat, a swift slice could instill terror in the hearts of his enemies. Near 2 years prior, on the occasion of the Shehra, he had been tasked with severing the head of a sacrificial goat, a rite of passage he had reluctantly embraced. The memory lingered how cold steel met soft flesh, sending warm blood splattering onto his face, followed by a long night of guilt and introspection in the quiet solitude of his quarters. Back then, he had still possessed a semblance of the vegetarian boy who had grown up in the small confines of Rudha village. But the 2 months spent in the unforgiving landscape of Kargil had changed him profoundly. No longer bound by empathy, Manoj had taken on a role that seemed to alter the very fabric of his humanity. He orchestrated attacks with precision, stealthily taking down enemy soldiers stationed on jagged peaks, climbing mountains that pierced the heavens, enveloped by snow and ice. Despite lacking proper winter gear initially, he learned to adapt, using woolen socks as makeshift gloves, twisting soaked fabric to squeeze out moisture from the frigid air. In those desolate nights, while clutching his rifle, he had killed in cold blood, tracing bullets as they tore through human flesh. The action had desensitized him. Yet, the precise nature of cookery executions lay untested. The thought sent a ripple of anticipation down his spine, telling him that solace may be found tonight, immersed in the battle ahead. He shifted slightly but grimaced as the coarse edges of his worn-down briefs dug into his raw skin, a constant reminder of the discomfort he had endured while wearing the same combat gear for nearly a week. His soiled attire had become a second skin, dense with the murky stiffness of sweat mingled with dirt, remnants of previous encounters stitched into his very being. Around him, hidden in the darkness, were the silhouettes of his men, Gorkhas, stocky and brave, yet visibly drained and starving from the relentless demands of warfare. Despite their rough appearance, they drew strength from one another. Their fierce determination ignited a spark in his heart. Each man shared a bond made of steel, tempered by suffering and bravery, and as he looked into their dark eyes, he felt an unspoken warmth that signified their unity. As night enveloped the terrain, a heavy black quilt covered the beauty of the valley, the lush greens and sparkling blues hidden beneath the shroud of darkness. The vista, once mesmerizing, had turned into a source of rage against the audacity of the Pakistani infiltration. With daylight came emotion, an enemy of the steely resolve he cultivated in his heart. He needed to harness that raw instinct, an animalistic drive to survive, pushing him closer to his ultimate goal. From somewhere behind, the soft gurgling of the Ganasak Nala whispered against the still night, while the looming silhouette of Khalubar, a towering ridge soaring to 5,000 meters, awaited them. He inspected the incline ahead, knowing it would be perilous yet crucial for their success. They had to ascend undetected, surprising the enemy to dismantle the Pakistani bunkers perched precariously on top before dawn broke, and their hope fled. Manoj understood all too well that not many might return from this operation, but the fear of death was shrouded by an unwavering commitment. He thought back to a line from the diary he had kept since childhood, /text it, "Some goals are so worthy, it's glorious even to fail." With a curt nod, signaling his men to follow, he hoisted his rifle and began the ascent, leaving the safety of their temporary trench behind. For over a month, they had lived in the remnants of a life not theirs, what soldiers affectionately termed a rodent's existence, one spent scuttling up mountains under the cover of darkness and seeking refuge in crevices come daybreak. They bore heavy packs containing sleeping bags, extra clothing, shaving kits, and letters from home. The whispers of hunger often filled their gullets with emptiness, forcing Manoj and his men to snack on hard, stale puris, a far cry from the nourishing meals they had once taken for granted. Proximity to the gurgling Nala teased their senses, but enemy fire ensured they would not savour its refreshing waters. Instead, they turned to icicles they could find in the jagged rocks, swallowing cool, contaminated ice to stave off thirst in an unforgiving landscape. When Manoj finally returned to his trench after the relentless struggle, he often exchanged exhaustion for fleeting moments of memory resurfacing from the cobwebs of time. He could hear echoes of his mother's loving voice calling out to him, /text it, bhaiya kuch to le lo, that beckoning maternal love from his childhood. A vivid image unfolded in his mind, transporting him back to his first visit to Lucknow. Dressed in his best khaki shorts and a cotton shirt, a little boy from Rudha village gazed with wide-eyed wonder at the sights, an unfamiliar world alive with color and sound. He witnessed hawkers bustling, their carts laden with sugary delights of candy floss and gleaming ice creams, while children chewed on crisp golgappas. A wooden cart stood nearby where a man grated ice, skillfully balancing syrup atop molded vanilla, a true marvel of sweetness. His mother tugged at his hand. The world became a kaleidoscope of bright balloons and cheerful plastic toys. Among them, a brown wooden flute caught his eye. He pleaded for it even as she offered other, more vibrant toys. She ultimately relented, paying the vendor ₹2, placing the flute into his eager hands, taking a gamble on whether it would withstand the day's adventure. Little did she know that the flute would accompany Manoj through 21 years of life, star-filled nights, frantic exams, joy-filled celebrations, homesickness, and even the frozen heights of Kargil. Each day, he would take it out, breathe life into its notes, and tuck it away next to his clothes, a solace in an unequivocally chaotic existence. Now, paired with the rumbling of hunger echoing in his belly, Manoj wondered if his fellow soldiers could feel the pangs too. A cold puri sat untouched in his pack, unappealing and tasteless, reminiscent of cardboard. His thoughts wandered to the mess hall back home, where dosa, sambar, and a fiery chutney /text it, gunpowder, beckoned fondly from Sunday brunches. Manoj chuckled darkly at the thought of his rookie days, recalling the compelling memory of when he had clumsily served wine and asked if the commanding officer preferred it with soda or water, only to be met with laughter. Pulling his focus from the enticing memories, he steeled himself for the task at hand. He had led his men through the darkness for nearly 9 hours. A gnawing chill permeated the atmosphere, stinging them through their worn clothing, but the climb continued relentlessly. Manoj guided them silently up, fingers seeking the cracks in rocks and confirming each step as they ascended. He forced himself not to contemplate the deadly specters lurking in crevices, the snakes and scorpions that could strike at any moment. The climb was torturous and thirst-inducing. Many men had finished their 1-liter water bottles long ago. They unearthed patches of snow beneath scattered stones. While some brought fresh snow to their lips, most was too contaminated, tainted with gunpowder, a dangerous reminder of their surroundings. Manoj's chapped lips begged for relief, yet he resisted, holding on to the final precious sip for mental fortitude. Thoughts drifted to his mother again, her furrowed brow stitched with worry, her soft hands cradling his face as she kissed him goodbye. He blinked away the moisture threatening to spill, forcing himself to focus on the present. As the eldest son in a humble family, Manoj had learned the value of resources early on. His father's small hosiery business supported a family of 5, nurturing values of frugality within him. Blessed with an astute mind, he thrived academically, vowing to rise above their means someday. He guarded his possessions, their significance etched into his actions, whether it was his worn-out attire or learned wisdom from painstaking experience. He never requested new clothes unless absolutely necessary. Every item was maintained with care, every book meticulous in presentation, the kind of careful order that came from knowing the hardship of a 2-square meal existence. The rhythmic chugging of the train lulled him into another memory. As it backed away from Jhansi railway station, a frail woman appeared, her face cloaked in wrinkles, eyes sunken deep with a lifetime of struggle. Her frail hand reached desperately as she whispered, /text it, Bhook lagi hai beta, I am hungry, son. With an oversized plate of steaming chole bhature in hand, he had instinctively reached out, ignoring his own hunger as he gifted the plate to her. His father's protests fell silent as the train sped away, leaving her with a meal, a memory of kindness that lingered long after. Now, back to the present, he had traversed a grueling 14 hours without rest, their bodies frozen yet minds unwavering. They had miscalculated their route twice, confusion lingered in the night until the vague outline of Khalubar drew closer, that ghost of a peak hanging ominously in the dawn light. Tension coiled within him as they neared the enemy stronghold, and yet, retreat was not an option. Manoj's heart raced in defiance of fear, the audacious strike must happen. As the burly shadows of morning approached, his command ignited their fierce spirits. They would ambush, taking advantage of the wet mist that cloaked them, burying themselves amidst nature's cruelty. The explosions startled the morning sky into chaos, the loud reports of artillery bursting from the Indus banks charging the air with adrenaline. The thin veil of safety they had cloaked themselves in rent violently as enemy fire drew dangerously close. A soldier nearby screamed, collapsing, and instinct kicked in. "Take cover!" Manoj shouted, his voice cutting through the chill of the dawn. Bullets zipped through the air, their harsh cries reminiscent of banshees, siren calls bearing witness to the chaos that surrounded them. Gripping his rifle tight against his chest, he emerged from behind the jagged rock, eyes wide and attuned to the unfolding scene. Death surrounded him. There was no sanctuary from the destruction. The earth soaked crimson, and a tableau of violence spread out, a grim reminder of the brutality of war. The echoes of men afflicted by pain clawed at his resolve, and in that moment, he knew they had to advance, to charge with reckless conviction and retaliate. "Now, we charge!" Manoj ordered, adrenaline pumping through his veins, smothering his fear in a fury of determination. The cold gnawing at their bodies transformed into an inner blaze, racking his breath with a heady resolve. As bullets whizzed past, Manoj rose like a phoenix, slender yet unyielding, commanding his men forward as a battle cry called through the air. Without hesitation, they moved, stepping into the very essence of mortal danger. Each soldier followed, resolute and unflinching, their kukris clutched tightly, the sheen of hope lingering amidst their shadows. In that fateful moment, Manoj recalled a skirmish from the previous month, a narrow gully, laden with the weight of 4 brothers in arms, laid forgotten for 10 long days since the war had erupted. These men had set out, unsuspecting, drawn into a deadly trap, mercilessly cut down at the hands of a cunning foe. Manoj was the first to volunteer to reclaim them. He believed they should receive the honor of returning home in the tricolor. With silent fury in their heartbeats, he and his men stealthily approached the shadowy heights, emerging as phantoms against the backdrop of war. While some men returned fire, he scrambled towards the fallen soldiers, straining against the bullets slicing through the air. Recalling the earnest faces of lost brothers, he vowed to avenge their deaths, feelings of anguish mingling with a desire for justice. "You will be taken home," he bellowed with righteous fury, weathered by grief and rage as he heaved the mangled bodies away from the scene of carnage. It was a feat many deemed impossible, and yet, in that moment of clarity, Manoj embodied the will of a lion. He had defied the odds to achieve the miraculous. Years later, as veterans sipped whiskey in reminiscing reverence, they would recall the bravery of the man who managed what seemed insurmountable. Only he could have done it, they would say. That spirit surged anew as he prepared to storm the enemy bunkers. Adrenaline coursed through his veins like molten fire. He urged his men to follow, heart hardened against fear. He sprinted toward the first bunker nestled in the crooked fog, reckoning that beneath the chaos, two shadowy figures lurked, Pakistan's Northern Light Infantry soldiers. Fueled by purpose, Manoj felt the familiar grip of his kukri pull at him, a visceral urge to unleash his fury upon the unseen enemy. With conviction overshadowing caution, he sprinted forward, defying the piercing bullets that peppered the landscape, leaping over jagged rocks that pierced the night. In that breathless slice of time, he descended upon the soldiers, striking lightning fast with the kukri's wicked blade. The metallic tang of blood mingled in the air, shooting sparks of terror into the hearts of his enemies right to left, then left to right. He became a whirlwind of ferocity, poetry wrapped in aggression as he fought for his survival. Then came the second bunker, so close it beckoned like a phantom. Manoj uttered a fervent prayer, summoning the ancient spirits of his ancestors, knowing that they lent him strength. The cry of Jai Mahakali, Ayo Gorkhali pierced the cold morning air, invoking the deities that blessed bravery. Blood, bright and red, splashed across weathered rocks, as the valiant Gorkhas confronted the enemy with relentless fervor. Midway through the fray, he felt a bullet pierce his shoulder, the jarring pain swallowed by adrenaline. Na chodnu, he cried, urging his soldiers not to relent, even as he dragged his anguished leg towards the next bunker. As chaos danced around him, he snagged a grenade, releasing it toward the fourth bunker from which they were drawn under a hail of mortar fire. The explosion painted a horrific scene before him, rocks and debris showering from the heavens, but amidst that eruption, fate shifted yet again. Another bullet found its way to him, this time forcing its way into his leg and wrapping his mind in fog. But Manoj refused to yield. He was a soldier, a commander of men. With sight blurring, blood streaming down his face, he could see his enemy recoil in fear. He gritted his teeth and strained against his wounds. But his body, once loyal to his every command, began to betray him. His fingers slackened over the rifle, his knees buckled beneath him, and blood blurred his vision into a swirl of darkness, echoing with the shouts of his men, the cries of battle. The world spun precariously, until everything dissolved into silence. Manoj Kumar Pandey, of the 111th Gorkha Rifles, lay lifeless against the jagged rocks of Khalubar, his battle-scarred body surrendered to the cold ground, still determining the fate of his country at just 24 years and 7 days old. /TextBF, about 6 years ago. It was a sweltering afternoon when a slender boy, neatly dressed, with a side parting and fresh leather shoes, prepared to face fate at the service selection board for the NDA. As he walked, he tried to distract himself from the discomfort of his new attire and the nagging guilt of asking his father for the means to buy such things. He knew he was the best NCC cadet in his state, and clinging to that notion, he dared to hope that he would impress them with how well he understood the spirit of service. "Why do you want to join the army?" the interviewing officer asked sternly, unyieldingly, as he punned on the precipice of ambition. "I want to win the Param Vir Chakra," Manoj replied, fixing his gaze straight on the officer, hoping the earnestness of his response resonated clearly among them. A moment of quiet laughter rippled through the panel at his directness, and he'd unwittingly become part of a story far greater than he could understand. Magic, they say, embraces itself around aspirations, shaping destiny in ways one could hardly conceive. For young Manoj Kumar Pandey from Sitapur, not only did he gain entry into the NDA, but fate also dealt him an extraordinary hand, one that would lead him on the valiant quest for the Param Vir Chakra, the revered badge of honor. However, in his youthful fervor, he had not wished his journey to conclude in shadows. And yet, as he fought fiercely for his homeland, this was the proud path he would seize, marching forward with valor and unyielding spirit that would echo through the annals of history forever. Yogendra Singh Yadav. Grenadier Yogendra Singh Yadav lay in a desolate heap on the cold, hard earth, surrounded by the lifeless forms of his comrades. 6 brave men, warriors who had stood by his side, now lay brutally murdered. Their fingers had been violently ripped from their hands, limbs discarded like broken twigs, and their heads were so mangled they were barely recognizable. In the cruel theatre of war, the vibrant essence of life is reduced to a disturbing tableau of blood and horror. War is an unfathomable beast. It transforms courageous young men, daring soldiers brimming with dreams and aspirations, into mere piles of flesh and bone. In the wake of conflict, friends, brothers, fathers, and husbands become indistinguishable remnants, their vacant eyes forever encapsulated in silent screams of agony. The brutality of their fate breaks not only their bodies, but their spirits, leaving emotionless killing machines in a state of overwhelming despair. As Yogendra attempted to rise, his weakened body betrayed him, collapsing like a puppet severed from its strings. With deep, sorrowful wails, he wept for his fallen brothers, for the violence that had stripped them of their lives. His cries, raw and anguished, resonated in the frigid air of Tiger Hill, echoing the lament of a war-torn valley. Yogendra's eyes dried up, his throat exhausted from grief, and unbeknownst to him, his body bore the heavy toll of war, 14 bullets lodged deep within. His left arm hung uselessly, exposing shattered bones that ground painfully against each other with every feeble movement. A grenade had exploded near his foot, leaving him with a numbness he couldn't comprehend, and another had torn into his forehead, a gaping wound spilling blood into his eyes. In that moment, hopelessness engulfed him. The Kargil War had erupted while Yogendra was on leave, a brief pause in his service that had allowed him to marry Reena, a union forged in love and laughter just 2 weeks prior. Reena's smiling face haunted him as he rejoined his battalion in Dras on 22nd May. The harsh reality of war struck him brutally on his first day back, when his unit suffered its first casualty. During the next 22 days, Yogendra bore witness to the heavy toll of conflict, watching 2 officers, 2 junior commissioned officers, and 21 soldiers fall before him. As battles were fought and positions captured, Yogendra and his battalion managed to regroup in Ghumri after the successful capture of Tololing by the Rajputana Rifles and the Jammu and Kashmir Rifles. Their respite was short-lived. Within days, orders came through for an attack on Tiger Hill, a crucial peak where the Pakistani forces had fortified their positions with bunkers. Colonel Kushal Chand Thakur, the commanding officer, rallied the men, framing the mission as an opportunity for revenge, igniting the spirit of camaraderie and duty among the soldiers. Initially not assigned to the Ghatak platoon, the famed commando section, Yogendra found himself chosen to join this elite group, tasked with a mission fraught with peril. There were 23 of us, Yogendra recalled. 1 officer, 1 JCO, and 21 Jawans. Faced with the daunting rock face ahead, I thought, it will be a difficult climb, but we will do it. However, the ascent was not just challenging due to the rocky terrain, it was beset by enemy fire and the biting cold, a relentless adversary that gnawed at their resilience. On the night of June 2nd to 3rd, The men began their climb, led by Captain Sachin Nimbalkar and Lieutenant Balwan, moving stealthily like shadows in the darkness. The freezing wind cut through their inadequate winter gear, reminding them of the supplies that had yet to arrive. Each soldier climbed with ropes and their own tenacity, inching closer to their objective under the grave weight of anticipation. As dawn broke, they halted behind rocks to analyze their surroundings. Their backpacks held rations, a meager supply intended for 72 hours, dry puris, nuts, and the last of the village biscuits. Amidst moments of quiet dread, they marched on, only to be met with disappointment at a false crest, fueled by the sting of hunger yet pressed by duty. Just as evening descended, the Ghatak platoon found themselves perilously close to the top of Tiger Hill. Captain Nimbalkar ordered a brief rest, a moment for tea and respite, when disaster struck. They unwittingly stumbled into a well-laid Pakistani ambush. Gunfire erupted from all directions, with bullets seeming to descend like rain, forcing the men to seek cover. In the chaos of battle, realities morphed into absurdities. After a harrowing night, when artillery support had to be summoned, the soldiers were miraculously unharmed, except for one. But now, with the enemy now aware of their presence, Colonel Thakur commanded an immediate attack before the situation escalated further. With no options left, the soldiers, led by Yogendra and another comrade both named Yogendra, forged ahead into enemy fire. As they advanced, the atmosphere shifted from anticipation to sheer pandemonium. Only 7 men made it through the barrage of gunfire, isolated from the rest. Burdened with the gravity of their situation, Yogendra and his team marched toward a small fortification known as a sangar. Instinct kicked in. They opened fire on an unsuspecting enemy position, claiming immediate kills amid the hail of retaliation echoing around them. Caught in this firestorm, their only recourse was to seek shelter in the very sangar they had attacked. Havaldar Madan, their leader, ordered them in, making an inherently dangerous decision to disregard potential mines for the sake of immediate survival. The ensuing battle was relentless. Hours dragged on as they held their ground, fulfilling their mission while depleting the ammunition needed to survive against overwhelming odds. Soon, they found themselves surrounded by dozens of enemy fighters, each burst of enemy fire becoming more desperate. As the situation devolved into chaos, grenades rained down. One struck Yogendra in the knee, and another met his forehead, plunging him into darkness. Dazed and injured, he crawled toward a fellow soldier, desperate for aid, but fate was unkind. The sniper he sought to assist fell prey to enemy fire, and anguish swept through Yogendra as he witnessed colleagues falling around him, one by one. With his comrades rapidly diminishing, Yogendra, against all odds, clung dearly to existence. He found renewed strength in purpose. Despite the chaos, he refused to succumb. Watching as his brothers fell, an unyielding flame of survival ignited within him. Resolute laughter became muffled sobs as he realized he was amidst an execution, but with every fiber of his being, he willed himself not to die. Fueled by an instinct to warn the battalion of the looming threats above, he fought against pain, a soldier's pride imploring him to persevere. With a grenade still lodged within his grasp, he managed a desperate retaliation. The enemy troops, once convinced of their triumph, now fled in panic, believing reinforcements had arrived. Yogendra crawled back to his fallen comrades, sorrowfully observing their fates. Each lifeless body bore testament to their shared ordeal, a harrowing requiem that resonated deep within him. As warmth left his limbs, he felt the retribution of injuries take hold. Blood soaked through his clothes, creating a cold embrace around him as he continuously uttered silent prayers, his will to live battered but not broken. Days slipped by in agonizing silence until, on 5th June, salvation came. The soldiers of the Grenadiers found him, a spectral figure clinging to life, hanging from sheer rock, and they swiftly whisked him away. Under the warmth of stoves in the commanding officer's tent, he relayed critical information about enemy positions before surrendering to unconsciousness, a casualty yet not defeated. 72 hours later, he awoke in a hospital room, blindsided by the sudden shift from the battlefield to the sterile confines of safety. Overwhelmed, he learned of the counteroffensive that followed his sacrifice. The battalion had reclaimed Tiger Hill, thanks to his instructions. The war had ravaged many lives, yet it inadvertently carved a niche of honor for those who had perished in its grip. Yogendra Singh Yadav endured a grueling recovery. Bullet scars became part of his story, serving as a reminder of the fierce battle fought for his country. His return every Republic Day, donning his number 1 uniform, became a ritual, a moment of pride, a recognition of sacrifice, standing alongside fellow Param Vir Chakra recipients. Glancing upon the throngs of civilians cheering in gratitude, he reflects, "I feel humbled and grateful. As a soldier, it was my duty to fight. I was honored, decorated, given a badge for doing what I was called to do. Any soldier would have done the same." From humble beginnings in Aurangabad Ahir, where tales of valor rang in his ears, to the unforgiving heights of Kargil, Yogendra Singh Yadav embodies a spirit unyielding, a legacy etched not just in medals but in the hearts of those who gaze upon him with respect and reverence. His story is one of duty, honor, and an indomitable will to persevere against all odds, an everlasting reminder of the price of freedom. Brave story of Sanjay Kumar. In the serene, organized enclave of the Olive Green Army Cantonment in Dehradun, the soldiers of the 13 Jammu and Kashmir Rifles, JKRIF, find solace after enduring rigorous days of relentless training. The clamor of an alarm heralds the dawn at 5 a.m. one weekday morning, stirring Havaldar Sanjay Kumar from a restless slumber in the shared quarters he occupies with Lance Naik Sandeep. The day begins with the comforting aromas of hot chai wafting through the air as soldiers gather to fuel their bodies for the day ahead. By 6 a.m., they are energized and prepared, gathered on the PT ground, ready to embark on their daily 5-kilometer run. Breakfast follows, a hearty meal of puri sabzi or ande ki bhujia served in the langar, accompanied by laughter and discussions that flit between political banter and the latest cinematic releases. Once the camaraderie subsides, they return to their barracks to wash off the fatigue and don clean uniforms. Among the ranks of uniformed men, Sanjay Kumar maintains an unassuming presence, however, as he meticulously buttons up his uniform. Pride swells within him when his gaze falls upon the small ribbon overshadowing the service ribbons adorning his chest. This particular ribbon carries the weight of a remarkable distinction, the Param Vir Chakra, PVC, the highest gallantry award bestowed in free India, worn by only 3 living souls within the vast expanse of the armed forces. For 14 extraordinary years, Sanjay Kumar has borne this honor. /TextBF, the heat of battle at area flat top, .4875. /Textit, 4th July 1999, 1 p.m. Under the unrelenting sun, the heat radiating from the enemy machine gun starkly contrasts with the frigid, numbing chill coursing through Sanjay Kumar's body. After 30 hours without sleep and 18 hours climbing, exhaustion seeps into his very bones. The lure of surrendering to fatigue mingles with the urgency of duty as he suppresses the urge to retreat from reality. Instead, He digs into his backpack and retrieves a roll of white gauze, a lifeline from his first aid kit. Deliberately, he wraps his injured hands, methodically attending to one, then the other. Realizing he lacks sufficient materials for both, he catches the wary eye of his comrade, rifleman Nazinder Singh, who is slumped against a rock, battle-worn and bloodied, his gaze dulled by the harrowing hours. Without a word, Nazinder shifts his grenade to his left, offering his remaining bandage roll to Sanjay. With one end gripped between his teeth, Sanjay carefully wraps his right hand, ensuring ample padding before methodically unwrapping his bandages around each finger. Unbeknownst to the enemy encamped in the sangar above, wearing complacency akin to comfort in their fortified positions, Charlie Company has executed a daring maneuver. Led by a junior commissioned officer and 10 brave souls, including Sanjay and Nazinder, they have ascended the steep, treacherous incline of .4875, now hidden among boulders mere feet from their adversaries. As he surveys his bandaged hands, which now resemble stumps from the loose wrapping, Sanjay exhales, an unspoken pact hanging in the stillness with Nazinder. The pivotal moment is upon them. /TextBF, the night of preparation. Earlier that evening, the men of Charlie Company shared a warm meal of dal, chawal, and sabzi after partaking in a havan conducted by the unit Pandit. With shoes tightly laced, helmets secured, and their foreheads marked with red tilaks, the atmosphere buzzed with anticipation for the coming assault on the flat top feature nestled within .4875. With the sun dipping below the jagged peaks of Mushkoh Valley, a biting wind chilled the air as the 60 men of Charlie Company embarked on their harrowing ascent under the command of Major Gurpreet Singh. At the same time, soldiers of 17 Jat were climbing to reclaim Pimple 1 and Pimple 2 along with the area flat top. Despite the visibility obstacle separating the two units, they communicated through radio, synchronized in their mission. Through the dark, looming night, the artillery along the Mushkoh Valley thrummed with energy, relentlessly pounding the enemy positions to minimize risks for those climbing into enemy territory. As the soldiers' lives faced the crimson intensity of battle, the echo of machine gun fire broke the silence. Rifleman Kuldeep Singh was the first casualty. His screen faded into the night as the sound of gunfire and chaos ensued. The other soldiers sought refuge behind rugged rocks, shadows blending with the darkness, their minds racing as they plotted an unforeseen route, a steep, treacherous rock face where visibility was nil. With every ounce of courage, they clawed upward, relying solely on grim determination and strength. The soldiers scaled the deadly heights, driven by momentum, lifting themselves one after the other. Every misstep could mean doom. /TextBF, on the brink of dawn. As dawn broke, the soldiers' arduous climbing led them to a mere 250 meters away from area flat top, now painfully revealed to the enemy stationed at Pimple 1 and 2, who opened fire as they grew increasingly aware of the intruders. Meanwhile, in a precarious dance, the 13J.K. Riff nestled against South Spur for temporary reprieve from the onslaught. Under the relentless barrage of enemy machine gun fire, a daring plan unfolded, seize the precious minute where they might catch the enemy off guard. Sanjay Kumar and Nazinder volunteered to cover the lifeline, sprinting across the jagged rock face. In the split seconds that felt like an eternity, crouched within a stone's throw of the enemy bunker, Sanjay and Nazinder felt the gravity of their choice. With a shared glance, they executed their plan. Nazinder arched his arm and hurled the grenade with precision. The ensuing explosion sent shockwaves through the air, blanketing the night in a cacophony of devastation. Sanjay remained stoic, his face a mere mask of resolve as he dashed toward the ravaged enemy fortifications. Tendrils of smoke surrounded him, yet their presence was insignificant to the resolve burning in his chest. With bandaged hands forging ahead, he unleashed mayhem, tearing their weapons from their mounts and swiftly eliminating the stunned adversaries before them. Emerging from the hatch, 3 Pakistani soldiers fell victim under Sanjay's relentless assault. With every trigger pull, he felt not triumph but sheer survival, a role of duty that needed to be fulfilled in that moment. As the Indian forces appropriated the first Sangar, they pressed forward, unaware that the enemies had detected their calamitous intent and awaited them from vantage points above. A harrowing barrage awaited, and amidst chaos, tragedy followed. 2 comrades would never see another dawn. Though Nayab Subedar Ramesh Singh lived on, he was fated for his own tragic demise soon after, while Sanjay bore the scars of valor, 3 bullets lodged in his leg and 2 in his hip. Figning death amongst the rubble with his remaining comrades, the enemy continued to fire relentlessly for a lengthened 15 minutes of continuous hostility before turning their attention elsewhere. Only then did Sanjay rally together with his surviving mates, pushing forward with superhuman willpower to seize the next Sangar. Finding it only inhabited by corpses and empty arms, they turned the captured enemy machine gun against the retreating foes, delivering bloodshed on the fleeing soldiers. Their final inventory revealed the grim toll of the battle: 15 enemy bodies, a cache of weaponry, snow huts, and makeshift tents adorned the forsaken landscape. Bleeding and battered, they utilized first aid kits in a desperate attempt to tend to their wounds while awaiting reinforcement. By 5:30 p.m., a unit doctor arrived, aiding with painkillers and necessary attention before helping the injured maneuver down treacherous pathways. The arduous descent took Sanjay the greater part of an entire night. At 9:30 a.m., he reached the Mushko Valley, from where an ambulance whisked him off to the field hospital at Ghumri. Miraculously, of the 5 bullets lodged within him, none inflicted severe damage, no bones fractured or vital organs severed. The doctors, astonished by his endurance, watched in disbelief as he remained conscious and walking even amidst the intense pain and loss of blood. After surgery, as he lay in the military hospital at Srinagar, fatigue wrapped around him like a shroud. A nurse noticed his refusal to sleep despite being drained. He held within him unspeakable horrors, friends shot point blank, lives extinguished before his eyes, and the weight of lives snuffed out in cold, brutal self-defense. Scars would serve as his constant reminder. They symbolize the price of valor and the sanctity of a soldier's duty. It would take time for him to reconcile with the fact that after a month grappling with death on that ice-clad mountain, he was safe, free from threats, and liberated from fear. His memories drifted back to the tiny village of Bakan, nestled amid the serene waters of Bhakra, where his childhood innocence flourished in the emerald fields. Under heavy sedative influence, he finally surrendered to the beckoning of slumber, allowing his eyes to close softly, ushering him away from the terrors of warfare into a realm of much-deserved rest. Sanjay Kumar entered the world on 3rd March 1976, in Bakangaon near Bilaspur, Himachal Pradesh, nestled in a village where military service was regarded with reverence. Youngest in a large family, he was born after 3 sisters and 2 brothers to a father who was a humble farmer, striving to provide for his family while nourishing their dreams of education. From his earliest days at Kalol High School, just a kilometer from home, education marked his youth until he completed his 10th grade. Inspired by his elder brother in the Indo-Tibetan Border Police and an uncle who served in the army, Sanjay found himself drawn to military service. In 1994, he pursued opportunities in Delhi to learn driving, which temporarily provided sustenance but did little to quell his yearning for the armed forces. In January 1996, destiny intervened when he was selected during a recruitment rally in Jabalpur, promptly enlisting in the army with the 13th Rif. Shortly thereafter, his regiment was deployed in the CIOPS for counterinsurgency in Sopore, Kashmir. When the Kargil War erupted, he found himself falling within the ranks of soldiers sent to combat in the challenging landscapes of Dras and the Mushko Valley. Years later, shaken recollections of the afternoon's assault returned to Sanjay's mind, evoking shivers of goosebumps across his skin. He would often reflect, "There was nothing extraordinary about me. I grew up like any other village boy. I was never brave until I donned the army uniform. It was the training, the rigorous discipline, that instilled the valor to act when it mattered most. Any soldier in my position would have engaged in the same way." As the interview reached its conclusion, he realized the time constraints awaiting him. With an apologetic smile, he remarked, "Ab mujhe jana hoga, Jawan mera intezar kar rahe honge, I'll need to go, my soldiers must be waiting for me." With that, he departed, not waiting for the customary words of gratitude, embodying the essence of true bravery, humble, selfless, and resolute. Based on heartfelt conversations with Havaldar Sanjay Kumar, PVC. Vikram Batra, The Heroic Tale. /TextTBF, Brave, the Param Vir Chakra Stories. /TextTBF, Chapter, The Kargil War 1999. /TextTBF, Section, Vikram Batra. A journey to Bandala Gaon in Palampur, Himachal Pradesh, begins with a brief flight of 1.5 hours from Delhi, followed by an equally engaging road trip from Kangra Airport. The winding roads present breathtaking views of the snow-kissed Dhauladhar ranges, which play hide-and-seek with the driver, revealing their grandeur at every bend. As you breathe in the sweet fragrance of white roses that blanket the airport, the beauty of the region fills your heart with joy, a prelude to the warmth you will encounter at Vikram Batra Bhavan. This is the home of the late Captain Vikram Batra's parents, nestled behind bright yellow walls that mirror the vibrance of their spirits. At the Bhavan, one finds his father, Girdhari Lal Batra, draped in a traditional Pashmina shawl, seated before an oil-portrait of his son that stands guard on the wall. Despite a lifetime of grief, he remains a pillar of resilience, occasionally reminding his wife, who reads the local newspaper from her bedroom, to offer guests a hot cup of tea or prepare lunch. Their home embodies love and remembrance, echoing with stories of their son whose legacy is forever etched in their hearts. Navigating the narrow, meandering pathways that cut through lush green tea gardens on one side and bustling marketplaces on the other, locating the house of the Param Vir Chakra, PVC, Awardee proves incredibly simple. All you need to do is say Vikram Batra's name, and you are met with enthusiastic directions from the locals, young boys with wispy mustaches, elderly men with shuffling gaits, tailors wielding scissors, and schoolgirls with neatly tied red ribbon plates. Though Mr. Batra provided explicit instructions the day before, the community's eagerness to share his story renders them unnecessary. Not long ago, a young boy with wild hair and a sparkle in his eye would roam these very streets, often in the company of his identical twin brother, Love. The brothers, affectionately referred to as Love and Kush, spent their days exploring the neighborhood, often sneaking over to their neighbor Nisha Didi's house, where they would huddle around a flickering screen to watch the TV serial /Textit, Param Vir Chakra. Captivated by the tales of bravery told in the show, They would leave each episode bursting with excitement, animatedly discussing the valiance embodied by the real-life heroes who had received India's highest gallantry medal. It was a dream for one day to hold that medal, a dream that would soon transform into reality. Love would grasp the medal in his hands, while Vikram, the feisty twin, was destined for more. 3 decades later, Love, now known as Captain Vikram Batra, would become the embodiment of that childhood fantasy, a soldier who valiantly fought on the treacherous terrains of Kashmir and ultimately laid down his life in service of his nation. Kamal Kanta, their mother, often reflects on the joy of having twins after 2 daughters. At times, I questioned why the universe blessed me with 2 sons instead of 1, she mused, but now I understand. One was destined for the nation, while the other was meant to share our lives. The house that once echoed with laughter also became a sanctuary for Vikram's portraits, medals, and cherished memories that Kamal Kanta lovingly preserves. Her mind drifts back to a particular day when a colleague remarked about seeing Vikram at the hospital. Panic coursed through her veins as she rushed to his side, only to find him grinning despite the cuts and bruises that adorned him, a testament to his indomitable spirit. He had leapt from a moving school bus to save a girl who had nearly fallen onto the road, even when scolded for his recklessness. I couldn't let her fall under another bus, he had smiled, showcasing his inherent bravery. Vikram's boldness and determination marked him even as a child. He was always eager to lend a hand to those in need. Once, when a new teacher in school struggled to secure a gas cylinder, it was Vikram who sprang into action, promising to deliver one by evening and doing so with incredible effort. This was the essence of who Vikram was, a passionate soul with a heart full of love. Balancing his lively persona with diligence in academics, Vikram emerged not only as a national-level table tennis player but also as the best NCC Air Wing cadet for North Zone. Though he had been offered a position in the Merchant Navy, he turned it down, steadfastly expressing his desire to become an army officer. With pride, the Batra family attended his passing out parade after he successfully cleared the Combined Defense Services exam, marveling at how far he had come. Little did they know that just a few years later, the Chief of Army Staff, General Ved Prakash Malik, would visit their home, with tears glistening in his eyes as he revealed that Vikram, if not lost in the Kargil conflict, could have been sitting in his office one day. Such sentiments filled Mr. Batra's heart with pride while simultaneously invoking a wave of sorrow at the loss of a son destined for greatness. Ye dil mange more. This heart wants more became the rallying cry that echoed through the battlefields, a phrase that encapsulated Vikram's spirit. After completing their tenure in Kashmir, the 13 Jammu and Kashmir Rifles JK-RIF team was abruptly called back to duty. Transitioning from Shahjahanpur, they faced the reality of war after crossing the treacherous Jojila Pass, a stark contrast to their earlier routine life. They moved quickly to Dras to support the ongoing efforts to reclaim strategic territories, particularly Point Tololing, which had seen fierce resistance and heavy Indian casualties. The journey led them to the Hump complex, where Commanding Officer Lieutenant Colonel Yogesh Joshi gathered his officers, including the enthusiastic Lieutenant Vikram Batra and Lieutenant Sanjeev Jamwal. Joshi elaborated on the mission to capture Point 5140. Neither officer wavered in their commitment as they prepared for a nighttime assault, eager to reclaim their land and honor the sacrifices made. When asked for their success signals, Jamwal offered a spirited cheer, while Vikram articulately declared, "Ye dil mange more," signifying his boundless ambition and thirst for victory. As the moon shone overhead, casting a silver light on the chaos below, Joshi monitored the assault from the base. The intensity of the artillery barrage illuminated the night sky, creating brief moments of clarity amid shadows. Suddenly, the tension escalated as Vikram faced an enemy soldier who had intercepted his code name, Sher Shah. Sher Shah, go back with your men, or else only your bodies will return, warned the enemy, prompting Vikram's spirited reply, wait for an hour and we'll see who goes back alive. As dawn broke, Joshi heard the long-awaited signal from Jamwal, marking the capture of their section. But it was Vikram's voice that soon followed, Ye dil mange more. They had not only taken the peak but also raised the tricolor high above, a moment that defied the odds with zero casualties on their side. After the mission, Vikram utilized a satellite phone to call his parents and girlfriend, Dimple, with excitement. In a fleeting moment of panic, Mr. Batra misinterpreted his son's words and feared the worst, only to be met with laughter revealing that he had commandeered an enemy post instead. Vikram's final communication with an affectionate reassurance to Dimple, asking her to care for herself, marked the last sound of his voice she would ever hear. Tragically, Vikram's next assignment would take him to point 4875, a mission from which he would not return, leaving behind Dimple with bittersweet memories that she cherished despite the grief. The battalion restocked and regrouped before heading to Mushko, a location that would lead to greater honors but would also forever alter the trajectory of their lives. /TextDF, Chandigarh, 2013. Fast forward to 2013, and Dimple, now a radiant 40-year-old educator with the Punjab State Education Board, stands amidst her students, souls who know not the echoes of love she once shared with the brave soldier. Until 3:30 p.m., she serves them diligently, teaching social studies and English, checking papers, planning lessons, but as the clock ticks away, the thoughts of Vikram continue to flood her mind. Not a single day passes without his name lingering on her lips, or the memories of his laughter coloring her world. The lanes of Chandigarh are painted with his essence. Each bus stop she passes floods her with recollections of dropping him off, each university corner reminds her of their flirtatious beginnings, and every visit to the Nada Sahib Gurudwara recalls his playful antics as he teased her during their circumambulatory rituals, proclaiming them husband and wife. Vikram and Dimple were inseparable during their college days, their hearts linked by shared dreams and quiet promises of a future yet to unfold. Their plan was to marry upon his return from Kargil, a plan that fate had rewritten in the cruelest of ways. Instead of a jubilant reunion, Dimple faced the heart-wrenching reality of a coffin bearing his body, surrounded by an ever-growing crowd, more than 25,000 people from Palampur and neighboring towns, who had come to honor the valiant son of the soil. From a distance, she watched as the media swarmed around his funeral and, with a heavy heart, chose not to intrude, reluctant to shatter the already fragile atmosphere. The unbearable grief left her with only cherished memories, a determination to keep his spirit alive rather than succumb to the emptiness of a new life without him. Dimple reflects on the nature of their love and the depth of their friendship, the way he could understand her like no one else. In quiet moments when the clock strikes 7:30 p.m., Dimple's heart skips a beat. This was their sacred time, the time he would call, no matter where he was. But time betrayed her as the phone fell silent, with no familiar voice emerging from the other end, leaving her adrift in memories and longing. His final act of valor unfolded on the cold morning of 7th July 1999. As vines whipped like blades against Captain Vikram Batra's rugged skin, he led his troops from Delta Company, 13 JK Rif, toward PT 4875. The objective was clear: reach the ridge, neutralize the enemy, and secure the post before dawn. When the evacuation of an injured soldier delayed them, Vikram and his men continued to push upward, undeterred by the dangers that loomed ahead. In an emergency decision, he chose a direct assault approach. Charging forth with resolve, Vikram sought to provide cover for his team, but as he moved to help a fallen comrade, fate intervened cruelly. A shot rang out, striking him down as he courageously attempted to help a soldier in distress. As the blood seeped from his body, his men bore witness to his sacrifice, his spirit igniting their desire for vengeance and victory. Encouraged by Vikram's unyielding bravery, they surged forth, overcoming the enemy and reclaiming their position without suffering any losses themselves. Capt Vikram Batra's last moments stood as a vivid reminder of his vow either to hoist the tricolor in victory or return wrapped in it. While he aimed to fulfill his destiny with honor, his indomitable essence would live on in tales shared among friends and families, surviving through those who continue to honor him. /TextBF, a tribute by Vishal Batra. Reflecting upon our lives, my brother Vikram and I, twins bound by laughter and mischief in a quaint town nestled in the Dhauladhar ranges, shared the aspirations of joining India's armed forces. It's remarkable how quickly time slips away, altering paths we once believed were set. While Vikram achieved his dream and entered the Indian Military Academy in March 1996, I faced my share of challenges, my dreams of service thwarted by rejection thrice. Yet, the pride I felt in watching my brother don his uniform and stand tall was immeasurable. It inspired me even in my shifted focus toward management as Vikram began his career with the 13 JK Rif. In Sopore, swiftly gaining accolades for his valor. When the Kargil War erupted, he answered the call to defend our nation. His last words to our parents exuded confidence: he would either hoist the national flag or return draped within it, a sentiment etched permanently in my heart. 15 years later, Vikram remains timeless in our memories, eclipsed only by the grief of loss. How surreal it was to witness our childhood tales materialize into the stories of bravery that would ultimately define him. Ye Dil Mange More became an anthem, sealing his legacy among millions who revered the daring spirit he epitomized. Every day, strangers approach me, captivated by my resemblance to Vikram, each encounter reminding me of the pride inherent in being his twin. Death is inevitable, yet true valor lies in embracing its truth fearlessly, just as my brother did. As I salute Vikram and all our brave soldiers, those true heroes who typify the unwavering spirit of our nation, his legacy burns brighter than ever.